Hey everyone, and welcome to the 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. Alongside me is Aiden Cyrene Moon. How's it going?
It's going pretty well, Freak. Ready to cast our last game of the summer series between us two.
Yes, but we've got, of course, the finals throughout the weekend, but it's okay. We'll see each other in a week. It's going to be so long, I won't be able to handle it. But, we've got a great match coming up in front of us here. The stakes are high. It's the battle for the third place here in Summer Series 1. That's going to be between the 5th seed, Ocelot's Gamers 2, and 6th-ranked Lublin Shore. If you win here, you get automatic entry into the next Challenger Series, so that's pretty nice.
Oh yeah, and not only is Gamers 2 mid laner Ocelot the most well-known player on the team, but he's also their shot caller, and he's definitely getting better in the captain's chair. In the Spring Challenger Series, Gamers 2 competed without much success, and this time they've advanced all the way to the semifinals, and they're performing much better than they did previously.
Yeah, they took NIP to 3 games. It's like,
Yeah.
that's a good mark. Most teams can't do that, so I got to hand that to Gamers too. So G2, yes, they did lose to NIP. Of course, they did take it all the way to 3 games. It was a competitive series, to be completely honest. So far, we've seen Ocelot's Nidalee as very, very good. He can also carry his Kassadin, but he himself can't really shoulder the blame for losing to Ninjas in Pajamas. G2's bot lane had almost a 100 KDA up until that series, and then they did so poorly in that match, they're down to just over 5.
Yeah, it was really a bloodbath in that bottom lane. But on the other side of this matchup is Lublin Shore. And even though they lost their shot caller and jungler Mokate, he's been replaced by Kikis, who's had a strong showing so far. And Lublin Shore's duo lane in the bottom is Libic and Mockler, and they've also been doing really well. So it will be interesting to see, their talent and how it matches up against Gamers 2 bot lane, which had a godlike performance up until that semifinal round.
Yeah, it's going to be a good match. So, of course, in Series 1, this is how the tournament has played out over the last few weeks. As we mentioned, today's third-place match is between Gamers 2 and Lublin Shore. Both teams lost in the semifinals, but a win today will still salvage a spot in Summer Series 2. And, unfortunately, that does mean the losing team will have to re-qualify and battle through elimination rounds to get back into the Series 2 bracket.
And the battle for first place for the EU Summer Challenger Series 1 takes place tomorrow between Ninjas in Pajamas and H2K Gaming. That match will take place live before the EU LCS in a sold-out Wembley Arena in front of thousands of fans.
And clinching the #1 spot has more value than just bragging rights. It also means more points to carry over into the second Summer Series. Here are the current scores for Series 1. H2K Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas lead the pack with at least 7 points earned so far.
And then tonight's teams are tied with 4, but whoever wins will hold third place by themselves with 5 points total for Series 1. Plus, they will automatically re-qualify for Series 2 quarterfinals, granting them another 2 points.
Yeah, and then on top of that, Denial Esports, Chantal Martvau, SK Gaming Prime, and Unicorns of Love ended Series 1 with a single point, but they can carry their score over if they re-qualify for Series 2. And now to help keep track of all the Challenger scores, schedules, our current bracket, all that fun stuff, log on to lolesports.com.
Under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find everything you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS all season long.
All right, guys, we're about to get ready for the best of 3 matchup here between Ocelot's Gamers 2 and Lublin Shore. This is going to be a close one.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. Both these teams took very high-caliber teams, both NIP and H2K, to 3 games. And the games that they won had a little bit of a flip-flop there, and we're going to talk about it in just a moment, but I want to touch on Ocelot first. He's been a big part of the shot calling and the mid-lane presence there for Gamers 2. He has about a 5.55 KDA coming into this, and he was the reason that they had that victory versus NIP.
Yeah.
Granted, his lane opponent, Exile, was deathless in that game on LeBlanc, went about 6-0-5, but Ocelot only being 2-2-3, but he played Nidalee. And the fact that he was poking people off of objectives was really big.
Yeah, I think it's a champion you've really got to respect when you come into this matchup as well. Ocelot definitely a big playmaker there, and the captain of the team is all that we've talked about. The other matchup I guess we want to talk about as well is this bottom lane matchup, Yuki and Diud versus Mockler and Libic, because they've had highs and lows, I think, throughout the split so far.
Yeah, basically for Yuki and Diud, it was highs all until NIP, because they had about 100 KDA, and we touched on that previously between the two of them. Then they got knocked down to about a 5.
Yeah.
And you can see it right there that Mockler and Libic, they actually performed a lot better versus H2K than Yuki and Diud did versus NIP. Overall, right now, they have 29 more kills and 12 more assists while only racking up 4 more deaths than the bottom lane of Gamers 2. And just put the numbers out there, Yuki and Diud against NIP performed 4, 22, and 17, below a 1 KDA against that bottom lane of Freeze and Voidal. Mm-hmm. And then against H2K's bottom lane, Libic and Mockler went 13, 17, and 33. So almost a 3 there for them. So they performed about 3 times better than Yuki and Diud did up against that bottom lane. And
Yeah.
to point it out too, Yuki and Dude went toe-to-toe with Voidal and Freeze. They kept going into those 2-on-2 lanes, and they kept losing.
They did keep losing, and we saw it actually in yesterday's matchup, actually, where we had a dual lane that just was stronger from Curse Academy, and that snowballed a large portion of that game. So it's something to really keep in mind. Is sometimes you have individual skill mismatches, and
Yeah.
I know Yuki and Dude are very good. Again, we saw them go deathless for like 4 games leading up to the semis. So obviously they're very skilled players, but sometimes you just have better and better competition, and then it gets really difficult.
Yeah.
That could have been an off day as well.
It could have been an off day. We saw an off day from Curse Academy previously in the semifinals, and then they came in and they just 2-0'd Frank Fan Gaming yesterday for the 3rd place. But the winner of today also gets that 3rd place spot and the automatic berth. You don't have to go back to the ranked 5s. You don't have to climb again, and you automatically skip the elimination rounds
Right.
of 20 and 10.
Yeah, and that is actually pretty big because
really big.
it's single eliminations, best of ones. Sometimes if you're a really inconsistent team, that can actually spell disaster for your run for the LCS. Right, this is the way you get in. Of course, is we're almost done with Series 1 here. Going to get into Series 2 next week, and it's like, yeah, securing your spot there is pretty useful.
Oh, yeah.
3rd place plus 8th place is oftentimes enough to qualify you, even if you do have a pretty bad run in Series 2. But you obviously want to score as many points as possible. This is one of the ways you do that. We are in a picks and bans, guys. Let's see what we got in front of us.
Yeah, game 1 between these two teams. These teams actually have a very similar champion pool, but very different styles in how they close out games. Because the game that Loveland Shore won was a Wombo combo game against H2K. They ran Oriana, Jarvan, and then they had a Kog'Maw in the back just to continually do damage with the Jack split pushing.
Yeah.
And then the game that NIP lost against Gamers 2 was a poke comp through and through, and they based it off of Ocelot here. So I want to see if they leave Nidalee open for him, because they aren't afraid to first pick that for him.
True. And it's funny actually to see like the picks and bans that do come out there with the Jax being banned away by Loveland Shore. They've done this many times now because Kuban will happily play the hyper carries like Jax and Aurelia, but like every time they'll ban it if they can't first pick it.
Yeah. Definitely. The hyper carries are very important for these top laners. And like I said, very similar styles between JWoww and Kuban.
Yep.
They both want Aurelia. They both want Jax. Shyvana is like their go-to backup because she basically wave clears and can split push at the same time. But they love those champions.
Yeah, I mean, where else are you going to see a team ban Jax if the one first picks Aurelia? It's like, you know these guys care a lot about the hyper carry top laners.
And like I said at the start, they have very similar champion pools pretty much across the board. So the Lee Sin is a very highly contested champion between Morden and Kikis. It's their most played. So you basically get double effectiveness when that champion isn't banned, because you know you want to first pick it, you know you want that for your own team, and you take it away from the other guy.
Yeah. I mean, why not, right? Like, make the best choices you can, deny the pools. That's actually the funny thing, though, as well, is with things like this, as much as contested picks are useful to steal away, it also means that you're probably not going to kill their entire champ pool.
Yes.
Where, like, you're not going to ban things. You typically don't want to ban a lot of things after you play and kind of restrict your own self. It's like, when you have a match like this, you almost want to start kind of thinking back and be like, look, let me just make sure we have a strat that we know we can run and make sure that's safe. So Thresh, Lee Sin coming out as well here for Loveland Shore. Kikis going to have a pretty good time on that.
Yeah, they're just basically playing what they are best at right now. At the same time, Gamers 2, this leaves them an option to go for Morgana. Dude is very potent on that champion, and there's still a lot of AD carries up. This is actually one of the first rounds that I haven't seen an AD carry picked in first rotation for both teams.
Yeah, and they're hovering over Lucian right now. Of course, Twitch, another big one. We have seen a few teams completely actually skip the Twitch, even though we are on 4.9, so those Twitch nerfs, Lucian nerfs have not gone through. The optimization change is not in as well. But they're playing, the old school stuff. Ziggs mid for Ocelot. I like that champion a lot, actually. I think he's a very strong blind pick mid.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen him play Ziggs at all in the Challenger Series just yet.
Yeah.
He's been going through Nidalee, Kassadin, and LeBlanc, and some Lulu when it's up. But Lulu banned, Kassadin banned, doesn't want to play the LeBlanc blindly into things, and he goes with the wave clear. So they're going to wave clear. They also have a hyper carry for late game in the top lane who can just show up to fights and then get on the squishies.
Yeah.
So right now this team composition is looking like a lot of wave clear between Lucian and Ziggs. It's going to be very hard to siege against them, and Aurelia can come around, has a lot of opportunities here.
Absolutely. I like Gamers 2's lineup as well because they have a lot of damage threats. They need a tankier front line unless Aurelia gets ahead. That could be a risk. We've seen them get punished from bad laning phases. She will be fighting up against the Shyvana. You mentioned that one a little bit ago. It's going to be Kuban versus JWoww. Very similar top laners, as you mentioned. And a bit of a brawl if they do match up 1v1. LeBlanc comes through, and now the last couple picks for Gamers 2. Morgana plus... Heck yeah, why not? At least for picks. Just more damage.
Yep, just more picks there. They have pick potential. They have siege potential. You can get people underneath their turrets, just clear the wave, and continually just root them and poke them down.
Yeah. The only thing that's difficult there is tricky disengage.
Yeah.
Morgana's really squishy for a large portion of the game. You can't always rush his Zonias. So it's possible if you get in on them, life becomes difficult. But we'll see if that's the case. Loveland Shore going to hover on their last champion. Makler, one of the most consistent performers for the team, gets his pick of AD carries minus Lucian. Right now, the Twitch hover will set him up for a lot of damage if he stays safe.
Yeah, and you talked about the disengage for Gamers 2 isn't that great. At the same time, though, Loveland Shore, their engage isn't really hard engage. They have the Shyvana to jump in.
Yeah.
If you hook somebody, then yes, but
Yeah.
they do have a Morgana to disengage. So you'd have to miss 2 skill shots on a Shyvana to stop the disengage, is basically what would happen.
Yeah. No, not all that likely, I think. Pretty good players tend to get stuff that they
I
go
would,
for.
I would hope so. Being all the way in the 3rd, 4th place badge, you have to
Yeah.
be very good to get here.
Press Q, click on the guy. I mean,
Yeah.
for the most part, it's going to work out for Dark Bunny. So it is going to be the Twitch picked up there for Makler. So the big 2 AD carries people tend to hover over. Lucian and Twitch are picked up in this game. Aurelia versus Shyvana, the top lane. I do like casting EU Challenger because I like seeing Aurelias run around and do stuff.
Yeah, and I was talking with Deficio, and he was saying that there's a difference in Aurelia build, and you can tell what they're going to do. And as an American, I was like, I didn't know that, because
Yeah.
people don't really play Aurelia that often.
Yeah.
First item will most likely be Trinity Force, sometimes Blade of the Rune King, but most likely Trinity Force. If they go for a Zephyr second item, it means they're going to push. They're going to split push.
Okay.
And then if you go ahead and you buy Tanky after the Trinity Force instead of the Zephyr, it means that you're going to go into the team fights.
Okay.
So you're not looking to split push and duel people.
Interesting. So we're going to see which type of relic comes out then for JWoww. I remember seeing, I forget which team it was, I feel bad. I think it was at All-Star actually, where he went like early Alacrity boots, like before Triforce even done. Like opens up like Sheen Zertgreaves Alacrity, and you're like, all right, he's going to run really fast. And then like, we're making fun of him for being all squishy, but that's apparently the build. Like, it's okay just to stack move speed.
No, you stack the movement speed up, and that's basically her gap closer alongside Blade Surge. Because Blade Surge isn't always going to be up, and you can't always use it effectively to get to the point where you're like, oh, I killed the minion, and now I get the reset.
Yeah.
So running straight at the person and not having to use it is your best tool.
Yeah.
Because you have so much tenacity naturally is the big thing.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing. You don't have to like rush the Merctors right away or anything like that. I do like one of the cool things about Aurelia is even though you max your Q last, so it's only like 20 base damage plus your your total AD. All the games you have to learn around how much damage does it actually deal, right? Because Sheen or Triforce or Phage or your hit 10 style being active or warming up the minions with your ultimate, like there's so many fun mechanical tricks with Aurelia to watch out for. And Aurelia Masters make it look easy. Like learning the mobility on Aurelia is harder than learning the mobility on Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Because like put a ward down, press W is like not that difficult. But all the Aurelia games are like crazy.
All right, so now after the Aurelia lesson here, I want to touch back on the bottom lane because it's going to be Lucian Morgana versus Twitch and Thresh.
Yeah.
Twitch, not highly mobile. Thresh is going to be able to keep him safe. And we're going to see how these bot lanes match up against each other because there is a big advantage here for Morgana Lucian in the early game.
Yeah, true. That is a really, really strong lane overall. I mean, Lucian is picked up for his lane building, and his mid game still transitions very well. He even has late game builds if you need them.
And here's the thing, though, is Makler and Libic actually performed better previously against their high caliber opponents that are in the finals.
It's true.
Especially in comparison to Yuki and Dude.
And that could be a risk, actually, as you kind of think about this. And there's so many things that fight each other because definitely Gamers 2, if they can do well in lane, they have so many ways to put in a bunch of pressure early on, right? Siege up with Ziggs Lucian and close out the game before Twitch scales up. But if you do believe that Makler and Libic are going to go crazy and be really big this game, it's like how do you deal with late game Twitch?
Yeah, it's very hard to deal with a late game Twitch. We're going to have to see if they lock him up. The burst potential on this team is actually in that medium zone because you have Ziggs and Lucian. It's not like a LeBlanc, who on the other hand has so much burst potential just by herself. You got a lot of pressure on Jude though.
Whoop.
See what he can do.
A couple of words come out. Looks like Gamers 2 going to get spotted very early. Invade coming out. Loveland Shore running right past everything, and they're going to look for Take Fun. Spotting this Aurelia. I think she's safe, though, but these teams very ready for the level 1 plays. Libic is going to be known to have that ward. Actually, Mord's going to kill that ward, I think, because they saw him put it down, and he opened with a sweeper.
Good start there. He started with an actual 3-minute ward as well. Not going for the pink ward, as some Elises do, and they get them on the backside of it. But pretty much standard starts here. He does sweep it out and get himself an extra CS at the start of the game. Denies the vision, makes sure that his buff is safe.
Loveland Shore going to look for their next way around. Let's see what we got here. Everyone's kind of waiting around. Looks like we're going to have a lane swap situation, though. Gamers 2 have sent their dual lane to the bot. And this is interesting. Look at Yuki's positioning. There's a good chance he's going to try to basically pull aggro on the first minion wave, kind of group them up, and then jump into the brush, and they will then focus fire a single minion of Gamers 2, which will allow him to freeze from wave number 1. Never mind, they're invading the jungle.
But now, JWoww versus Kuban, but he also has the rest of his bottom lane behind him here.
That's going to force everyone away, and look at that one. Yeah, Kickus went for a greedy jungle start. He's not going to get that one.
He started on the weak side because the duo bottom lane here. He's actually going to hand off to Yuki and Dude.
That's awesome. Yuki and Dude, what a great play level 1. They're actually going to be able to give XP shared. Okay, so no level rush to these guys, but it is going to be the one, basically half a level in each of those guys. Kickus gonna aggro up and go for this one. We're gonna stay safe. There we go. Loveland Shore. Yep, they're on the right spot now. Blue buff gonna be shared between Kuban and Kickus. Looks like that will be solo XP for now. Kuban, I like this. He's on the other side of the wall to make sure no one's coming to creep jack him. That's not the case.
Yeah, at the same time though, Morden is pretty much going to get an only one buff start here. We're gonna have to see how that treats him.
Wow.
He's not gonna get himself a blue buff. We're actually having a TP to the bottom lane. Kuban's not even 2 yet because they fast pushed it.
This is interesting. So Kuban actually is going to be able to join. Ooh, wow, nice. The bind of the puddle earlier than you're supposed to get it, but yeah, it's going to hurt Kuban a fair bit right there. He has no potions left, and he's going to be in a pretty reasonable spot now. But he'll be able to join up and just keep leveling up for now. Kickus is going to look at his own red buff. Yep, Sanofi buff start there. So looks like the teams have shared their buffs appropriately.
Yeah, very well played by them. Good start for Kickus though in the overall to still get the level 3.
Take Fun putting some real damage down.
Yeah. Take Fun, great pickup that we saw over on Mouse Sports MYM. But now in the bottom lane, there's a lot here to try and shut down Kuban. They're 4v2.
All right, will they go for this one? Looks like Gamers 2 do not want to risk that one.
If it was only Kuban, they would have gone for it, but Libic had showed up right on time. And they get nothing for it except for some rotations there.
And here's the thing actually on top of this one, is they don't get to do the 3-minute dragon play either. Like, most of the time when we see a dual lane bot, it's like, okay, yeah, they're going to get dragon. Like, that's the cost that Loveland Shore has to pay for a lane swap into the top lane.
Ooh. TP just came out from JWoww to put himself top. Now he's up against Mockler in a 1v1. And we always say this, the AD carry is going to out CS very hard on that top laner who's just going to get bullied and is basically freezing the lane in that solo play. But now they're actually going to swap it back, put Kuban top, and bring Mockler to the bottom lane and get dragon control back.
So this is going to be all kinds of interesting. Yeah, here we go. Regular lanes coming out. JWoww's TP was used second, so there will be some kind of small window if Kuban wants to TP into a fight around 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes, but fairly small window overall. Ocelot still battling up Take Fun in this mid lane. Just trade the damage back and forth. CS pretty accurate between these two. And then we'll see at some point how the rest of these lanes are going. Dude and Yuki blue buff timing out very soon on the solution, so you won't have that infinite power for too long, and then Mockler can be pretty safe not facing that infinite mana solution.
Just standard wave clear coming out here. I'm glad we're seeing the 2-on-2 in the bottom lane though, because this matchup is something that we think will dictate the game, unless one of the other lanes something just goes drastically wrong. Because I want to see these two match up. Kick is making a visit top, but there's a ward there. It's going to see him.
All right.
JWoww is a little far forward though, so he tries to force it.
Yeah, walks right on back. Now here's the difficult thing though with a ward like that, is he has no way of knowing if he gets back yet. He can guess the 8-second recall. He can try that. And he's actually even got like more than a round to counter. But like JWoww cannot know if it's unsafe or not. He actually would. He would have to give up CS, but Kuban's pushing anyway, so he actually won't miss anything regardless. So
no, he's gonna land that binding.
He's gonna keep him safe. Mockler, big damage. Already used Summoner Heal as well when the Lantern gets him out, but that is some very nice damage dealt there.
Yeah, it's that advantage of Lucian and Morgana that Dude and Yuki are pushing in the early game now over Libic and Mockler. But can Mockler get to that point where Twitch is just unstoppable? Because he's doing pretty well just safe farming right now. Haven't given up any kills.
True. But also keep in mind the gold difference actually is pretty reasonable for the fact that no objectives have been taken whatsoever, and yet Gamers 2 are still out farming by 300 to 400 gold. Kickus has gotten his recall back. Yes, he's got his double longsword. He's obviously doing pretty well to start this game out, but you pick Lee Sin for especially the early game, the very, very early game. You know, you cash in on longswords, deal some more damage. More than they're going to face check under this brush. Kickus already runs away. Of course, that was a very good defensive ward he'd put down. And Morden, realizing that that must have been avoided because of how he ran back. Nice play.
It's a good play. Yeah, it's a really good play there. To know that. To notice that style. Yeah. Now on the same vein of that. Ooh. Very close, but here comes Kickus.
Wasn't jump to the side, flashes the wall. All right. Flash lost, but he had to do it at that point. Well done by Kickus to show up, and everyone made the right play there.
Yeah. Didn't even get wraiths, but makes the right route out of the jungle and gets a flash for it.
Okay, so -1 flash down to the bottom lane. Doesn't really mean anything more than maybe 5 gold. If you want to count today's conversation topics. Take fun. Starts to put the damage down into Ocelot. He has recalled once, still has potions, has the mana or magic resist as well. They're staying pretty close to equal there. A couple of wards still coming out. You're seeing these guys invest pretty heavily in getting ward control across the mid lane. Like, look how hard it's going to be for Kickus to actually gank when he can't get it on the left or right side in almost any way.
And a big thing here, too, is Yuki just backed. He got himself a BF sword, and now he's in that bottom lane up against Maklu, who hasn't backed yet. If they land a binding, he's done for.
This could be really risky. Low health bar, nice knock back to you. Not going to land much of anything else. JWoww putting some, taking some damage. Will not dodge the Q. Big damage release in. He's got to be real careful now. 300 health Aurelia.
Wow, it's very close. Now they're going to force Makler and Libic back in the bottom lane and continue the CS damage.
So the good thing about Twitch is you don't go BF sword, so opening double doors and having to recall early doesn't hurt him that badly, but now, wow, Morden, huge damage from Kickus. He's going to stay on this when the slow's there. The Q's up in about 2 seconds right here. Spiderlink's not in range. He lands the Q, goes in. No, the summoner here from Ocelot, and they turn it back and down he goes. Take Fun goes in, gets the Ignite down. They trade the kill back. Wow.
Yeah, overall, just very good play there from both sides. They do bait it and get the first blood advantage, though, for Gamers 2. End up using the heal there from Ocelot. Very well played by him. Give up the jungler, but he didn't have any buffs on him either.
Yeah, so Ocelot basically sits here with a small gold lead over his opponents because of CS. His assist, the first one was worth 100 gold last the his opponent, but hey, overall good stuff. Makler takes a fair bit of damage. Libic tanks for his friend. True support, he'll just get cold for him.
Yuki's doing a really good job of pushing the early game Lucian advantage here. You can see he's got 22 CS over Twitch. Makler just trying to CS underneath this wave. Basically saying, you know, I'm okay. You have this advantage because you're Lucian, and I'm underneath my turret. I just have to farm and try and scale into the late game. He got the boots, too. Try and dodge more bindings.
I'm actually surprised with the boots pick up there, but a fight at the top lane actually pretty high damage
on
both sides. JWoww's too low! He did not expect all the damage as the 10 style ended, and Kuban picks up the kill in that heads-up battle. Level and Shore finding ways to put themselves in this game, but you're still at 1,000 gold deficit now because of CS, because of a 20 minion difference in the bottom lane. That's actually massive.
Yeah, also in the mid lane, too. It's around that 17 mark right now, and they're invading the blue here.
Okay, Kickus looking to kind of mess with Morden right here, and Morden saying,
Ooh, they've pulled Dude up here, too.
Ooh, interesting. So a small numbers lead. Libic still looking to come down. Q on the Dude. Of course, that brush is warded. Take Fun. Ocelot, what? That's interesting.
Take Fun is being a bro right now.
There we go. Yeah, okay. That was the pause. They didn't realize he had DC'd. There we go. We're back in this one. That was actually, yeah, Take Fun realized he was DC'd on that one. But damage on the Dude. He's got to be careful on that one. Libic, the hook, the flash, everything coming out there. Do they have the damage? Have a Kickus. Yes, he does go down. Ocelot coming back into the game. And now they're going to push away on the LeBlanc. Makler gets one back, though. Flash the wall. He stays safe. Libic playing him around. Ocelot goes in for this one. Libic now stuck in the Dragon Pit. Does not have flash. He will aggro Dragon. Yuki takes some damage for this one, but still goes and picks up the kill. Gamers 2 firing back now, 1,300 gold up.
The 1-inch flash from Ocelot there.
Yep.
Gets himself right around the corner, but at the same time, I gotta say though, that was really, really nice by Take Fun.
Yeah. Definitely unfortunate DC. I mean, Ocelot did take damage for it.
Yeah, he did take damage for it, but he didn't die that fight, and he ended up getting 100% kill participation for himself.
Yeah.
And used Mega Inferno Bomb for a kill. So Take Fun actually being very respectful in that regard, and I appreciate that.
Yep. 2-1 that fight for Gamers 2. JWoww having a bit of a harder time here against Kuban. He first picked Aurelia, blind picked it. Is winning in CS, to be fair. Also, the Sheen Rush seems to be the standard item choice for Aurelia, at least in EU. But did give it the 1v1 kill. And Kuban, right, when you play a match of Aurelia yourself, of course, you know the matchups, and Kuban played it excellently.
Yeah. Aurelia's power spikes are all around these very expensive items, so her early game levels aren't that great. When she hits level 9, she gets power spike with max to 10 style, but it's all around that Trinity Force and then what you buy after it. Just every item you complete, but of course the Trinity Force power spike is very far down the line. It's far down the line, too.
Yeah, sure it is. I mean, you're barely a third of the way there with Sheen and a longsword, so you got to keep all of that in mind. Did actually invest in boots, by the way. Could have, picked up other combat stats, but did go this direction. Now Dragon being started by Gamers2. Love and Shore's around, but they won't be there in time. That is Dragon picked up, making it a 2,000 gold lead, and G2 actually are allowed to walk right out.
Yeah, they get that Dragon for themselves, 2,000 gold lead for Gamers2, and also the boots being bought on JWoww was pretty much a reactionary buy to Cubon having boots on himself and being Shyvana, because he just got chased down last time. So in order to prevent a little bit of that, go for the boots.
It's going to be good stuff there. You're going to see now what else Gamers2 can do with their 2,000 gold lead. No one's gone back to buy super recently. Well, now I guess looks like Elise has plenty of items for himself.
No wards up here for JWoww. So Kikis, he has his kick available.
Flash up for JWoww. Starts walking backwards, level 9. Their kick goes in. Nicely done right there. Now he's going to jump back to the person. There's the flash, but the damage still comes through. Kuban, with the Dragon Form, picks up a second kill. Top lane at this point. It's pretty much over.
Kikis played that perfectly as well. Ward hopping in there with the safeguard, kicking him backwards, and then landing the Sonic Wave, waiting for the flash to resonating strike, and then use Cripple.
Yep. Oh, man. Now the culling now. Livik is not going to like this one very much. Damage comes out. Yuki picks up another kill. Looks like Gamers2 actually crushing the bot lane. They're getting vengeance for the semifinal match. Very well done by Yuki and Dude.
Oh, yeah. They're crushing it in that bottom lane right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lucian pick or ban next game by Lovely and Shore, because they are having a very hard time dealing with it in the bottom lane right now.
Yeah, they've really got to respect that. And that was, that was Gamers2's second champion pick. They were like, okay, look, we really want the Aurelia, and that one's actually kind of backfiring. But the second thing they went for was Lucian, and yes, it has paid off magically for them. Libic's Thresh, unfortunately, 0-2 in this game, hasn't found his way in. Lovely and Shore do get a blue buff steal, though, thanks to their sort of control over the top side of the map. You're seeing JWoww not able to do much of anything for the team. Pink ward's starting to be placed down in the various parts as well. Now Morden, he doesn't know he's been spotted. There we go, damage, jumps up in the air.
For him to jump to.
Vine comes out though. Morden gonna put damage in the kick as there's the bomb as well. Loveland Shore, the flashes come over, the kick over the wall, wow! And Morden, the summoner heal, comes out in time, just back to another binding actually, but he's gonna be going down. Huge ping comes across, Ocelot claims the kill. I believe he might have gotten his own blue buff back for that.
Ocelot's heal has been used on his teammates more than himself.
Yep.
Every time he's used it so far has been to save somebody and pick up a kill because he baits somebody too far. He's just playing this matchup very, very well and using that summoner spell to the full potential.
Oh yeah, masterfully played. The fact that he hasn't been pressured in the mid lane, he hasn't had to use it on himself. Take fun's been able to push him down, so I gotta say, great job to Ocelot and great job to Yuki and Dio. Those are the points I'm seeing really push this game forward. Excellent by these guys. 5-4 in the game plus a turret.
This was just beautiful. Morden goes up. Dude ends up getting kicked as he takes a ton of damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb. But right here, Morden flashes over. He gets kicked back as he eats the dissonance damage, and it just baits him in, and he gets healed and goes back to his original spot where Dude is already waiting for him. And the great collapse there, because they got the bottom turret, and now the bottom lane saying, all right, Mockler's going to freeze. We're going to go get towers. They go get mid. Now they're going top.
This is great. Now Kuban's under fire. He's got nowhere to go. Can he get the massive outplay? I doubt it, but hey, there's low enough health bars. There's the burst coming out. Yuki looking to claim the kill on this one. Dashes into the brush. Yeah, he's going down.
It's going to take a while, but he's going down.
JWoww couldn't steal it in time. No assist either, actually. That's actually missed out. That's basically gold missed out on.
But the big thing here is that Dude and Yuki just got opened up. They got the bottom turret by themselves for the most part. Morden came down there for some moral support. The kill had already taken place. But then they went mid, got a turret after that, and now they're going top, and they want this last one.
Aggro on for Dio. Nice spell shoot, but here comes Kikis. Kick R. Yep, that's going to be great damage coming out. Kikis stays safe. Now the duel against Yuki, but he's got to be real careful on this one. Still going to go for the damage, though. Yuki out of mana, but he's got damage. Kikis won it from dead. The ward comes out, the flash. He couldn't reach him. Wow, look at that. Gets away just barely. And now here comes the rest of Loveland Shore. They're looking for Yuki. Damage comes out, flashes damage. Yes, indeed.
But here comes
JWoww.
JWoww.
All right, JWoww, what you got? A Sheen and a Phage. It's going to be a slow and take fun. Damage comes out. There's the root. He's trying to dodge everything he can, but he can't do it in time. Ocelot picks up the kill. 8-6 now, Gamers2.
I like the focus on the turrets that are up on the outer right now, and that's the goal here for Gamers2. Then they'll start getting the vision all throughout the jungle, but meanwhile, Mockler's been farming bottom, and he's really close in CS to Yuki now.
Yeah, this is actually pretty impressive, though. The thing is, though, Gamers2 are getting kills, they are getting turrets, and they're sending people like Morden to the random lanes saying, look, hold this, don't give him free turret pressure, pick up the golden XP, push him around, and that's actually working very successfully here. So Gamers2 have been making very, very smart shot calls.
Yes, very, very smart shot calls all across the board here. Dragon is up in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. They didn't get that top turret, so now they're putting their bottom lane back in the bottom lane instead of pushing their heads against that, so that they can go ahead and wrestle Dragon Control back and get this area. The blue is up now, and they're going to go for that.
Ooh, look at this. Yep, there we go. Ward is down. They don't have one in the brush just yet. Kick is going to get fairly low. Morden jumping one over the wall. There's the Ziggs bomb. And look at that.
Wow,
the
Ocelot.
coordination. The coordination. They look, Ziggs' ulti's coming. Smite it. I'll get this.
He didn't actually smite it.
Okay, just the Q.
Yeah. And Kikis didn't even get to smite because he didn't have it up.
Yeah, it was down. Very well played then. Yeah, Gamers 2 completely timing all their skills properly, and Ocelot got a blue buff.
Yep. Fantastic for Ocelot there. He also gets the experience from it.
Yeah,
And
true.
picks it up for himself. And now, 3-0-2 for Ocelot. And really, the siege hasn't even begun. They set up a whole bunch of wards on that right side of the dragon, all throughout the jungle. You can see it right there throughout the blue buff. So now Gamers 2, they're ready to contest this. They're ready to get there. But the thing is that JWoww doesn't have TP. He has to walk there. But neither does Kuban. So the question is, do you give up the top turret for a guaranteed dragon and bring JWoww down there? Or do you put JWoww on the top and just 4v4 it?
We'll see what these guys look for. Jumps over the wall. They're going to stay safe. But yeah, Dragon's up 5 seconds now.
So they put a pink ward in that pit, so now the vision is very scarce for Gamers 2 there. JWoww went top. Kuban's already here.
Okay, this could be a big risk. Kuban's going to walk his way down. JWoww, as we mentioned, doesn't have teleport. Kick his way into the Q. Morden's going to get stunned up. No, he won't. Black Shield is on. He's going to get away. Takeman gets rooted up. He's going to buy some time. And Libic loses all his health bars. Ziggs ulti comes across. Rampage now for Ocelot. Kuban goes in and claims the kill on the support. Exhaust is not helping enough with this one. Big damage comes out from Takeman. He's got to get back out, though. Ziggs bomb putting out big damage.
If they can hold off
and
for
he's
JWoww.
not in a good spot. Ocelot gets the kill again. He is unstoppable. 2 for 1 in this fight. Lublin Shore forced away.
Yeah, they got a 2 for 1 and a 5-on-4, where they are outnumbered on Gamers 2. Now JWoww is finally here, and he's just doing zone duty right now. He's just trying to clean up, make sure nobody can even come close, and then he'll go to the dragon.
And they absolutely can't right now, so Gamers 2 claim another dragon. They're going to go from 5,000 to about 6,000 gold in this game. 31k to 25.4. G2 repeatedly in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and Lublin Shore right there, they were like, we have a numbers advantage. They tried to push it, but they were just split in their focus. Take Fun, he can't 100-0 somebody just yet with his items, and he went after Ocelot there. Tried to get in there. Great cocoon and Black Shield there to stop Kikis from doing any damage. He's immediately out of the fight, and Libic overextends. He eats the Mega Inferno Bomb, and now Morden comes off on the side and just continues to zone the rest of the team. Mockler isn't doing any damage to Ocelot and Yuki this entire time. He goes after Morden, who just walks away when they focus him, and they leave Take Fun by himself, who just gets 2v1'd.
Yeah, Morden really did play that well. Twitch ulted and got like 2 attacks off with it. That is a complete loss of an AD carry. Blade of the Ruin King Twitch not going to do anything during spray and pray, or rat-a-tat-tat, as it is now. Is pretty rough for these guys. Gamers 2 playing fights exceptionally well right here. Again, Take Fun going in and Ocelot. Good damage is there. Minefield comes across. Wow, the damage! Take Fun forced to get away from that one with a flash. Goes in, does claim the kill. Assist there to Thresh. Finally getting rid of Ocelot.
Ocelot used the satchel charge, only went about a foot away. Was up against the wall and couldn't get the full distance. So the tether was not broken. Ended up in a fight he didn't want to pick.
Yeah, well done by Take Fun, finally getting some better use out of that assassin. Take Fun's been making pretty good plays, but half the time, as you can see by his scoreline, he gets killed for it. He was 2-3 up to that point in a game that's honestly very close in kills. Finally getting the mostly 1v1 over Ocelot, something that has to happen more.
Yeah, that absolutely. And Ocelot, he gets the shutdown gold taken away from him to Take Fun. So now he's 5-1-2. And this pink ward up top has actually been there for a very long time. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and clear that one out. That's been there since Lucian was trying to kill Kikis.
Yeah, you're right. I remember that one.
He placed that in there, and then he got the ward hop away. So they hadn't cleared it out for a very long while.
But that game's going to backfire for now. He's going to walk around, Kikis actually continues to ward for his top laner. You're seeing Kuban now getting some share of the Sightstone wards. Nice teamwork there. Kikis making his way to the top. Even if not the gank, Twitch looks for a bit of a gank right here, but there's too many of Gamers 2 around, so Mockler walks right back out and says, never mind, that wasn't going to be a good ambush.
Yeah. Gamers 2 aren't even paying attention to their bot lane right now, which is pushed up all the way into them, or their red buff. They're actually just focused on trying to siege with the Ziggs, but I think it might be a little early for that. They have a better setup available for it, but they're going to try to force it here. They do have the teleport from JWoww available. If they can get a pick, they can get double stuns, the Dark Binding and Cocoon.
Well, they have just enough minions to get some damage down, and yeah, with the pick potential of the long-range skill shots, maybe they find their way out on this one. The build for Lucian interesting. He does get a static Shiv second, which is even better wave clear. Also sets him up for better late game damage output at 3 or 4 items, so that might pan out really nicely for him actually if he needs to carry teamfights a bit harder than you normally would with a Trinity Force build.
Yeah. He's going to actually do less damage against turrets in a bursty sense.
Very true. Yeah.
Because he doesn't have the Trinity Force, but his prolonged damage once they siege somebody off will be a little higher because he has the Bloodthirster.
So actually, worse culling as well, since there's
that's
a
true.
lot of culling
Less
scalers
attack
on
speed.
Triforce. More attack speed actually, but it's less AD and AP, which scales.
Yeah. I was thinking just the Trinity.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Ooh.
First comes out. Morden's going to be running backwards a little bit on this one. Damage comes out now. Ocelot, he flashes over the box. Nicely done. Kuban comes in. Binding his Cocoon does not, though. Bomb still putting damage down. Limbic loses some health. G2 still running away with this one. They do not have JWoww, so.
Yeah, another 4-on-5.
Good retreat right there.
They do get the blue buff for themselves, though, onto Morden. They do blow some flashes for it, though. They just had blue buff control. Every time that blue buff has been up, they're at least contesting it.
Yeah, they are.
And they get it more times than not. And what is Kikis doing? He's on the complete other side of the map here.
He's trying to make a play for this one. Can they find their way in? Loveland Shore really trying to do something big to get back into this game. Mid turret still has plenty of health. Loveland Shore's only actually killed one all game. G2 actually have not tried for that top turret again in a while either. They're kind of just playing a slower, let's get kills game sometimes, play for the dragons, things like this.
When Kikis was over there, I wasn't so much, why is he there? I was like, how was he there? How did he get on that side of the map so quickly? And
Locked.
Yeah, he pretty much went through the walls.
That's true. That is a Lee Sin thing.
Mockler looking for a pick.
Oh. Yep. He's been trying though. It's the second one I've seen in the last minute and a half of like, is there? Nope, never mind. Backs away.
His second item is going to be something with attack speed is what it looks like here. Might be Phantom Dancer.
It's going to be a Zeal something.
Yeah. It's very, very likely. Doesn't look like it's going to be Yuma's Ghostblade.
No. Yomu's is great for caster assassin Twitch, but at this point I feel like you need ways to... Actually, I'm not sure. I feel like it would actually make a whole lot of sense right here because Yomu's does work as a DPS item during your ulti, and he kind of needs a power spike to catch up. There's a reason to go for Yomu's in this case, but it's very small.
The question is,
windowed.
do you go for the power spike or do you go for the delayed gratification and then just hit that bigger power spike later on?
Sure, absolutely. And he's going for the delay into investment sort of situation. Take fun looking for harass on Ocelot. He's going to keep wave clearing back and forth, though. Minions just dying at the whim of the players.
Okay, really good here. 40 seconds, 30 seconds on Dragon. JWoww backs right now just to buy some items for himself. He has the Trinity Force completed. He's had it for a while. He buys himself some magic resistance and a pickaxe. And
okay.
He's going to go ahead and go top. He has his teleport available. Kuban does not.
Interesting. Yeah, that's going to be important for them. JWoww not that durable, but he's going to lose top lane turret starting on Zephyr as well as Banshee's Veil. Is going to be a bit of a split in priorities, but we'll see what he ends up getting out of this fight. Of course, Take Fun could have one-shot him without the cowl, so that makes sense.
There is ward advantage right now, though, in Dragon Pit for Loveland Shore, and they are there first.
Oh, yeah, and sending Kuban down right now. They don't need to use TP if you get there with your feet. Ward's coming out across. Gamers 2 are going to sweep this ward away, though. They're still on top of a few. They haven't swept everything out. These wards very easy to kill. I'm surprised they're even trying for these. Morden loses a third of his health. Take Fun now ulti on cooldown for 20 more seconds. Q comes out. Just some more harass. And JWoww's actually gotten to mid. He's actually pushing the wave up. He's going to require action from Loveland Shore.
Yeah, they're putting a timer on this Dragon saying you have to start it up. And if they start it up, they're going to get poked inside the pit by Ziggs. Or they get pushed in. And now look at this. JWoww, he's actually in a position to try and duel.
Wow.
Why he gets the flash? Because he waited for the distortion for wave clear.
Take Fun loses his flash because of the pressure in the mid lane. Nicely done by JWoww. Now it's actually Dragon aggroed by Gamers 2. Take Fun forced to go all the way around. He's not part of this fight just yet and does not have flash. Now 1/3 health. Who's going to smite better? They're trying for it. Now JWoww is hooked in. Does not have much durability. Colin comes across. Doesn't find too much smite. Nicely done by Morden. Claims the Dragon. Now G2. Will they walk away? Looks like yes.
Morden's had really good smites all game, whether it's a blue buff or a Dragon. And that's the third Dragon of the game, going over to Gamers 2.
Oh, wow. Take Fun losing all of his health. Yuki picks up the kill, but it's a team effort. 3 assists on that one. Nicely done right here. Black Shield as well, helping to save Morden. And now the mid lane being pressured by G2. They keep finding these picks, and now up almost 4,000 gold. Actually, almost 6,000 gold. They can push mid.
And they're going to go straight for it right now, picking it up for themselves. But they've had control of the objectives all game long. They got all the outer turrets except for that top one, because Yuki and Dude were just pressuring that bottom lane. They got Dragon control off of that as well, because Ocelot showed up, and they had a really good fight around the Dragon. around that time that Ocelot had that little disconnect and stuff.
Yeah.
So they started running away with the game from that. But it really started from the beginning when they had that 500 gold lead, 1,000 gold lead just from CS. Mostly due to that bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have just destroyed 4-1 and 5 Lucian. I mean, Ocelot also did well in his lane, but individual performers, yeah. Yuki and Diode were awesome. Ocelot has been awesome as well. These guys have really come up to play today. Kuban is trying his darndest to carry this game from the top lane. He beat up JWoww 1v1, but he alone is not enough.
Yeah, and this was pretty much just a back and forth. JWoww ends up getting out of there, but then it's all about this dragon. Morden gets kicked away through people, and he smites at the same time that he's flying backwards.
Kick is actually smited first, too. He smited a little bit early.
Just a little bit.
Also well done by Morden.
Just a huge burst here from Take Fun. Even though he was invisible, he's not invisible when that pink ward's right there in the bush.
True.
So that's how they were able to see which one was the real LeBlanc.
And the real LeBlanc did pick up that blue buff there. Ocelot tried the steal, did not get it. He just got his own. Take Fun's happy here. Hence the name Take Fun.
For one of the first times in the game, he's actually getting his own blue buff.
That's true.
Because Gamers 2 has just had utter control of that area. Next place that might be in their sight is Baron control, as well as that top lane tier 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's still not down right now, but Gamers 2 have just focused on the southern side of the map a little bit more.
I'm actually really surprised that they're still hanging around the middle and focusing their wards around this area.
That's true, actually, yeah. We don't need blue buff wards anymore on top of that, so maybe they get their way towards the top side. You're seeing Morden head his way over right now. Morden is not doing the Sightstone Elise build we tend to see a little bit more in recent history. He's doing standard tanky stuff for himself off of Ancient Golem. Not even the Locket build either, actually.
Yep.
He's really going for individual tank stats.
And now they're going to start making their way up top. What they were waiting for was Yuki was getting red buff, so that when they go ahead and pressure this,
goes in, Kuban, yep, Dragon Form's out, he's fine.
They make the kills that they could possibly pick up a little easier.
But they have control of this turret now. There's no way it gets defended. Gamers 2 are going to get top lane out of turret, and they could keep going if there's no real defense. They would push faster than Leblanc Shore, so they're going to require a response.
Ocelot isn't there, and he's clearing mid right now, so it'll be another 4-on-5 fight if it gets engaged by Leblanc Shore. But once again, they don't have Kuban's ultimate. It's very hard for them to make an actual engagement here.
Because wants to try, but he can't slow down JWoww thanks to the Black Shield. Cocoon's going to land at a Take Fun, though. Makler also rooted up. They dodge away on Libic. He loses a lot of health bar. The ulti comes in. He's almost dead. Ocelot looks for Makler. Can he claim the kill? Yes, he can, but I don't know. Okay, there we go. Picked up. Ocelot claims the kill. Now 80 carry is gone for Leblanc Shore. Now 5-on-4 to Gamers 2.
Gamers 2 just starts these fights 5-on-4 every time, and then they just hold off and wait for their last member to trickle in on the backside and either zone the right people or pull attention.
All right, there we go. JWoww, though, he's got to be real careful on this one. Look at the burst back and forth. Man, these guys just keep fighting each other.
And Gamers 2 is coming out on top more often than not.
Yes, they are.
And they just keep getting objectives off of it, too. Not only did they get kills, they're going to get turrets for it in response. Objectives seems to be the game here for Gamers 2.
They're certainly getting fought off in every sort of case, which is why you're seeing so many kills, but they're still targeting these turrets the best they can. Now they're up to 5 turret kills. Many, many dragons as well. Blue buff steals on top of that one.
Yeah, I assume they're going to ward Baron on their way out, maybe with 1 or 2. But it looks like, actually, no, they're not going to do it. They don't expect power play from Leblanc Shore anywhere near that area, despite not having vision of it.
There's a real good chance they're out of charges anyway. I mean, it's part of the reason you actually go to Ruby Sightstone is sometimes you just have to put
JWoww had his trinket available.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I was thinking of just trinket ward.
Okay.
Put something on it, because they have no vision on that right side of Baron. Like, potentially, Leblanc Shore could just rush right to it.
There is a route they could take. You're absolutely right on this one. Mid lane going to get pushed down. Ziggs will wave clear it, but the turret's already died. Leblanc Shore find their 3rd turret kill of the game. By the scoreboard, you wouldn't think they're down very much.
No.
4 kills, 2 turrets, but it's a bunch of dragons and a bunch of minions.
Every dragon has gone to Gamers 2. They have set up for it a minute in advance, and because their bottom lane is so powerful and Ocelot's so powerful, you can't really contest the dragon, whether you're there first or you're there second. If you're there first, you're in the pit, you're getting poked by Ocelot. If you're there second, he's throwing his bombs down choke points and throwing the explosive minefield, and you're like, I can't walk by into the dragon pit at all.
Yeah. It's a big risk for everyone.
Really good zoning tools here from Ocelot and all of Gamers 2.
Yes, absolutely. These guys have been playing so well as a group. They've really come to show up today, I gotta say. They look very sharp as a group. Gamers 2 now 40 seconds on Dragon, and like clockwork, they're there about a minute early. The pink ward down in the pit, the upgraded sweeper being used by Diode. Trinkets coming down. Like, you're seeing such good ward coverage. They are sure that no one's coming around. Even Morden's getting deeper and deeper wards to say, are you even close to your base? Are you coming down this path? Like,
yeah, and they're actually starting to stack on the magic resistance now for Lublin Shore because Ocelot's becoming such a threat. He's actually been a threat all game, and now they're acknowledging him.
Yeah, but it's actually even so late, though. Void Staff's already been completed, so those Negatron Cloaks are worth comparatively a little bit less than they would otherwise. Morden continues to sweep out wards. Good insight to see where these wards are coming in from. 2 seconds till Dragon. JWoww has teleport.
Yep.
Dragon's going to be an easy grab.
Back up right now. The pink ward is on it. And Lublin Shore just aren't in position to do it. And they're down about 9,000 gold. It's going to be more than 10 after this Dragon is done. And Gamers, too, just playing it very methodically, very safe, because they had that early game advantage off of early game bullies, and then just a champion select lane advantage in the bot lane. And they played it really well.
They did. Played absolutely phenomenally. And Dio hit so many good bindings. That's really the one thing to talk about. Is he set those up. Those aren't kills you just get for free. Ooh, nice steal there. Yuki gets the big blue Wraith. So now, 10,000 gold up. Gamers 2 has to be looking at, like, they have to know they're ahead by quite a bit there because they know they've never lost a Dragon in this game, if we're remembering correctly here. So the test now is how do you close it out? Because we've seen games get turned around by, like, just individual mistakes, like really bad base trades, things like that. You want to close the games out to make sure nothing bad happens to you here. So Gamers 2, your test now is you're against a team who are largely not throwing away kills, not getting too badly out of position. How do you close against these guys with a Twitch that will keep scaling?
Yeah, you have to close it pretty soon. Twitch hasn't even hit 3-item power spike just yet. And we have Yuki, who's going on his 4th right now. Big thing here is the ward coverage around Baron. Gamers 2 has a distinct advantage in gold, vision, just overall experience coming into this game right now. But they're going to bait this instead. They have ward coverage. They could go after Kuban if they wanted to. But, I mean, he's very tanky. Well, they're going to do it.
They miss all the skill shots. He gets away from all that stuff, just runs backwards.
Doesn't even use a flash. Doesn't use his Dragon's Descent.
He pressed W and right-clicked. Morden now looking to do something across this one. Binding not quite going to land, so close from Dude. That could have been a pick as well. No Merc Treads on the top laner here. Actually, there's only one. It's just the jungler here. Now Take Fun is in
that's
the
a lot of damage.
spot. Cocoon hits as well, and the burst comes out. JWoww claims it with the ulti. Now a 5-on-4, and look at this. Morden is going to find Kikis. Will they force the flash? He's going to walk around the walls. Morden lands the Cocoon. Yuki's going to come in as well. Good damage coming out there. Flashing over the wall is Kikis, but now that gives away some control over Baron.
Yeah, and the fact that they got the flash out of Lee Sin means he's pretty much going to have to sacrifice himself if he wants to try and steal the Baron. Gives him less options, less abilities to do so. Started it up. Kikis, he's going to at least try, but Dude is zoning.
Ward over the wall.
Oh,
Yuki kills
TP coming into the back left side.
Oh, man, this is going to be the fight that's going to mean a heck of a lot here. There's the damage coming on in. Q onto Morden, and they stop DPS on Baron, but it's going to turn around and go for the fight instead. Satchel Charge, Ocelot does get out. Dude kicked around. Can't find the stun on this one. Battle comes in. Ziggs Bomb lands. There's the binding. Kikis goes down. Now Mockler getting chased out. He's got nowhere to go. AD carry drops, and look at that. That's a 3-for-0. Back to Baron.
And back to Baron. Full HP once again now. The smite is gone. 5-on-2 in the Baron pit right now. Can Take Fun do anything about it? He got locked up last time by the Cocoon and Binding. 5-second CC, but Kuban, he's going to go for it.
Kuban goes in, he launches, big burst comes out, they find 2 kills. JWoww's going to make that a 3rd, actually. Take Fun stunned up, he's maybe going to survive, but he can't get back to distortion there. G2's got to walk back out of the Baron pit. Take Fun stays alive. 3 kills picked up. That is some painful stuff right there.
Distortion, he flashed in, distortion, mimic distortion for the immense amount of area of effect damage on top of them, and they were taking damage from the Barons, the increased magic damage by a static amount.
Yeah.
Then he used his Ignite and just picked up 3 kills immediately in that fight.
Yeah.
Stops them from doing Baron, brings it back within about 9.7k gold.
That was some good heroics by Lublin Shore right there. That pretty much completely equalized what that fight was before.
Now his name means he takes your fun away.
Oh, you're darn right. Baron equals fun when you're winning.
Yep. Take that right away from him there. We actually have Mockler going for an ambush.
He's going to try. No Soul's going to land. Dude goes for the stun right there. There's going to be a nice stun, and now the teleport. Mockler's got to be a bit careful. Kikis might have to run away from this one. Teleport is actually canceled there. JWoww realizing there's no kills available to him. So lots of a cooldown. Nice attempt by Mockler.
Yeah, at least he's doing those types of moves now in this game. He hasn't completed his 3rd item just yet, But when he does, he's going to be even more fearsome. He might be able to pull off an assassination like that. Granted, that was against the support. Sometimes we see a Twitch get so far ahead that the support, the AD carry, even the top laner doesn't stand a chance in an assassination. Here, very underpowered Twitch currently. Down 50 CS, 1-2-1 to the 5-2-9 of Lucian.
Yeah.
Who, very close to that Infinity Edge here.
Yeah, it's a 1375-ish from where he is right now to the combine. Depending on items and golden inventory, maybe he's going to get that one real soon.
Oh, he got it.
Okay, there we go. Eye Edge is done. He actually bought a new Doran's Blade. He actually wanted to keep his items full up.
No pink ward.
Stats. Yeah, actually that one, pink ward's actually probably a better choice to be completely honest. Ward control is going to be more than 8 AD.
I don't know how long he's going to have it, though, is the thing. Because you could buy Pink Ward and Red Pot for the cost of a Doran's Blade for the most part.
True.
And it might be a little more effective, but we'll have to see what he does with that and how long he sticks with it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Pink Ward, Red Pot is actually a great idea. Yuki, however, going to scumbag his team, go for the selfish stats.
Whew. But yeah, now the siege has basically begun. The 30 seconds on Dragon here coming into a huge power spike for Yuki. Having the Infinity Edge on top of the Static Shiv, he has all of his damage items completed. He could go for a defensive one next, which I assume he will do as his last item. But now we see Mockler. He's still on 2. 2 to the 4.
Oh man, that is rough. He's got it close to Last Whisper, but like he can't get through JWoww until that item is done.
Exactly.
So it's like a 30% damage bump when he gets it.
Despite the fact that Kuban's done so well, Yuki has so many items in his inventory. He can shred through Kuban right now.
Ooh, there's going to be a flanker looking for this one. Speaking of Kuban, he wants to get in from behind anyway and try to make it happen. They don't have Twitch just yet. He's going to back off, put some wards down as he leaves. So
Blue's up, Dragon's up. Gamers 2 are going to try to take those before they end up getting the Dragon.
I like that. It does clean. So obviously it steals objectives away from the opponents, but also if you do lose the fight, then there's no Dragon attack, nothing to really grab for the other team. But looks like with the posturing going towards Baron, they've got to respect that. Gamers 2 cannot Dragon. So Lublin Shore, even just by moving west, is going to prevent the Dragon here. Good play.
Going to go ahead and set up the vision control too, and that's going to make Gamers 2 run around, make Dude use some of his time to reward, use some of his wards there too. And now they're going for a pick.
Oh, not going to land. JWoww had Banshees anyway. Dude, Black Shield early. And stops all the damage from Take Fun's Q as well. So nothing earned so far. Gamers 2 pushing in towards the mid lane. As long as they're in the right position, they should be able to take a lot of damage on this turret. Yuki and Ocelot are now trying. They're losing a lot of health. Lublin Shore.
Flank from the side from Kuban though.
They're going to try, but the turret goes down. Can they get the Libic now? Very, very low on health. Inhibitor's going to go down, and LBS just still not trying to get in. Libic's going to be going down. He flashes, and he dies anyway. The Tormented Soil from Dude claiming the last hits now, so 5v4. Gamers 2 still trying to wrest control over the map. Going to be the dodge away on the Cocoon. Then the minion wave now. JWoww there as well. This turret will be taking a lot of damage there.
Kuban's trying to come in from the side. He's been trying to do this all game long. What is it going to reward him with?
Well, he's going to try for a one-man with the 5v4. Mockler's in this fight. There's the ulti kicks. What can he get? He kicks actually Yuki back in. Damage on a Dude. Kuban actually not going to go down. They find the kill. And he flashes out 2 for 1 overall, but no AD carry is a big deal.
Yeah, and the kick backwards was really good there. It got Yuki, the highest damage threat on the team, out of the way, and Ocelot wasn't hitting his skill shots for the remainder of that fight, so his damage, his DPS was effectively 0.
All right, look at so JWoww trying to go and can't quite find enough damage, pushing Lublin Shore back though, but it means they lose a lot of health. They will get the top turret for it, and they go back, and actually Morden wants Mockler. He flashes back, the damage comes in. There's the retreat away from Morden. Can he stay away though? Kuban is around the flash in. Take Fun finds one, does not get the chain down, though he's still going to try for Ocelot, though. Can he get the rest in? Dashes in, yes he can. JWoww shows back up, finds a kill, and now he's got to run away from Kuban, though. Random Omen puts a slow down. Mockler still chasing, though. Morden can only put so much damage down. Puts the burst in. Oh, he's going to try.
He's waiting for the cooldown. Oh!
Too far away. Yeah, that was going to be a kill picked up. Nicely done, Mockler, to claim that one. Lublin Shore now within 13,000 gold. JWoww trying to get away. He can't do it. Libic putting the damage down, claims the kill. Lublin Shore win a fight, actually. If you count Yuki from a while ago, that's an ace.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's an unofficial ace.
5 for 2 overall.
Yeah, and they have to go back to their base right now, though, because they're going to lose that turret in the mid lane.
So it's 3 turrets and an inhibitor for a 5 for 2. For what that's worth, that's still better for Gamers 2. They're getting more out of this, despite the respawn timers.
But Baron is being started up by Lublin Shore because there's such long respawn timers here for Gamers 2. Yuki's going to be there, but what can he do to all these members? He's just shredding Mockler and Libic,
This is risky for Mockler. He's like 1 hit from dead right now. He's got to get out.
But that's all who's in there. Oh, he's going aggressive.
He's trying. He finds one. Now on the kick is the kick back to keep him away. But now That was just a great play by Yuki.
He wants to start it, but at the same time, he doesn't have a smite anywhere close or a tank. But now, Dude coming in, he actually disables the ward. And now he's going to get close enough to use his abilities.
Does not land the binding torment. So no, he's going to ult in for Libic. Big damage going to come out. Libic's going down in this one. 100%. There we go. Kill picked up by Yuki. 4 item AD carry. Yeah, it's going to go quite well for them. So Gamers 2 just keep finding ways to fire back. Up 6 kills again. Up 13,000 gold as well. This could be game soon.
Dude played that so well because he disabled the ward and didn't attack it. He walked straight by it, so it won't reveal him.
Yeah.
Then Yuki attacked the ward. So then he was off on the side, and it just showed, oh, Yuki's... Nope. There's a Morgana right next to you.
Yep.
Speaking of warding, there aren't any around the Baron pit anymore for Loveland Shore. Gamers 2 are going to pick this up for themselves. They have super minions down the middle, Baron buff on themselves, and a 14k gold lead. They just have all the cards right now. And you can see JWoww, he went for the Zephyr after he went a little bit tanky. So now not only can he duel people, but he's a fantastic team fighter as well.
He absolutely is. There's a lot of power on pretty much everybody now on G2. You're seeing the tank builds really coming out. Frozen Heart looks like it's the next item to be picked up there for Mordin as well. So he's going to add a lot of teamfight utility. He's going to hurt Mockler pretty bad with that one. There's the cooling. Put the damage down. Why the heck not? Fancy footwork for Yuki.
They'll also give him the cooldown reduction he needs for the max CDR.
True.
Because he's not going lock-in.
He's at 35 right now in items. So Mordin, typically you actually often run 5% CDR from Masteries. Some have run it from runes as well. So yeah, he's in a good spot. Dude, level 15 Banshee's Veil on him. Has gone for the more defensive type of build. I've seen some guy rush Locket. Not going to be the case for Dude. That's fine. He's doing well. 2, 4, and 13. A great score. Inhibitor is respawning, though. So Gamers 2 don't have any extra aids in the map aside from this Baron buff to try to close the game out. But, you know, Golden Baron could be enough.
Yeah. They definitely have a lot of cards in their hand that they can play, and Loveland Shore have to play a little reactionary right now and wait for a misstep or try to force something onto Yuki, get him out of the fight as fast as possible. They did it before with Kickus and a kickback, but now these Banshee's Veils are going to put a huge damper on that.
So we're going to get with this one.
Just to put it in perspective, Yuki is full build.
Yep.
He's not going to get any stronger than this. Mockler, 3 items.
Yeah, he's got a lot of room to grow. And actually, big damage comes out. Libic, oh my gosh, look at that one!
Wow!
Ocelot Ultimate takes down Mockler. That's not going to be good for Loveland Shore. One turret's already dead. They got a minion wave as well. Go ahead and grab 2 inhibitors real fast for Gamers 2, but with the 5-on-4 push, with the Baron buff, no AD carry, minions flooding into the base. This could be it closing out in about 44 minutes. Kuban trying to wreak some havoc, goes in towards Yuki. He's going to try to kite back as best he can. In comes Kickus, burst comes out. Kuban takes a lot of damage. He will fall. Kickus cannot find a way in on this fight. Could be a second kill picked up as well. Nothing really permanently gained for Loveland Shore. And down goes that last turret. Down goes the Nexus. And Gamers 2, in a hard-fought 44-minute game, take out Game 1.
And despite having the less impressive performance against their semifinal opponents, Yuki and Dude come up huge and show that their performance throughout the first 4 games where they almost had 100 KDA wasn't just for show.
Yeah.
They bring it today. They had a great performance against Mockler and Libic, who aren't pushovers and are actually very key components of Loveland Shore. They shut them down, they rotate all around the map, and they pick up objectives. It's Gamers 2 from start to finish.
Yeah, 9, 7, and 29, the combined KDA for the bot lane of Gamers 2. It's like a 5-ish something KDA, like very, very well played by those guys. They played it really well. They dunked on the lane. They transitioned that into control in team fights. I saw them play almost every battle near perfect. And Gamers 2 just played the entire game around, we're going to take your blue buff, we're going to take your dragon.
Yeah.
Over and
the
over
bottom
and over
side of the
again.
map, where they had control and an advantage in the bottom lane that they kept pushing in terms of jungle control and objectives.
That's a really smart way to play the game, to identify where are you good. And like,
It's the crowbar.
Yeah, of course, of course. You can see the microcosms of it all across the game, right? When you have the 2-on-0 meta, the level 1s, you're like, okay, cool. We're going to, you know, one team owns top and left, the other team owns bottom and right. And like that rule applies throughout the game. You own the sides of the map that you're strong on. That was the turret that went down first. They pushed those waves in all the time. They kept owning that side of the map. They kept playing that one as well. And yet you didn't see the same happen for Loveland Shore. They could not abuse the fact that Kuban started the game 2 kills up on JWoww.
Yeah.
JWoww still scaled up and did well.
Yeah, very, very well for JWoww there, despite being camped in the early game. But yeah, they pretty much crowbarred that bottom lane. That's the term I'm going to use for it, because it's your advantage.
Yeah.
And you immediately just use it to pry open the game, and you apply pressure.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very great strategy just to realize what your strength is. Coming into the game, you're like, we have an early game bot lane that beats their bot lane.
Yep.
Let's push it let's push their jungle, get the wards out there that we need. And Yuki and Dude played it perfectly. And Ocelot played it really well as well, focusing most of his attention on that bottom half of the map.
Yeah, he did.
Just constantly wave clearing, constantly roaming around that area and keeping Dragon for himself. They didn't really get that top turret, tier 1, until they had already gotten mid tier 2. So that just kind of shows where the pressure was on the map in comparison, because they always went for Dragon. Even if the top turret was like, we could get that, but Dragon's in a minute.
Yep.
Let's go get Dragon.
Set up
They
Dragon.
didn't drop a single Dragon that game.
Yeah, and that was just impressive. And I got to hand it to Ocelot's individual play as well. You mentioned him a second ago because he did win the lane against Take Fun. I mean, it was a close battle overall, but it was Ocelot always holding a small to moderate CS lead. Every jungle gank that happened in the mid lane, Ocelot would heal bait a teammate and keep them alive.
Really good.
Those
were
absolutely great. Those are absolutely great. Those were really, really well played. And time and again, something would happen there, and a fight would erupt, and Ocelot was powerful enough that he could convert the fight for his team. His ultis were good, and that worked exceptionally well. Just the fact that he could kind of contribute in team fights, and that was kind of the battle that Gamers 2 played. Was a very slow, controlled, teamfight-oriented game. You notice that Lubble and Shore are running a LeBlanc, and they're running a Lee Sin, they're running a Twitch. They have such good individual playmaking and pick potential. So many ways to roam around the map and just look for a kill somewhere, and they were never able to find it. Some of that could be Lubble and Shore, some of that could be Gamers 2 being safe, but the fact that you never saw Lubble and Shore's lineup do what it's supposed to do is an issue.
Yeah, because the lineup that Gamers 2 had selected for themselves, they just got 500 gold advantage doing nothing in the game but CSing.
Laning phase.
Yeah, just through the laning phase. Then it got extended to 1,000. They got first blood, but it would return to kill in the mid lane because of Ocelot and the heal and the bait. It was very well played there through all of them. And I do actually have to go back and say Take Fun was being really, really nice there when the disconnect happened.
Yeah.
I do have to say Take Fun is very respectable for that.
Just kidding.
He was like, I could kill you. You know what? That's not fair.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be a scumbag about it.
Yeah.
So I really, really respect that. Because there's a lot on the line here. A lot of people would jump at the opportunity and just be like,
sure.
Well, it's not my prerogative.
We've all played solo queue. We know what that's like.
Yeah. It's like
everyone's had that happen.
It's like, you disconnected. That's on you. But he was like, no, I'm not going to be a scumbag about it.
Yeah. When you realize he's not running, we're like, well, that's not normal. There's pressing S to juke skill shots, and there's pressing S and being like, auto attack.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, we've all seen that one before. So, so that was good. And of course, you guys saw the disconnect and reconnect message.
Yeah.
That was obviously paused for a short time.
I thank him for the sportsmanship integrity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, everyone involved, I think, played that one pretty much right. And of course, Gamers 2 won the teamfight right after. Right.
Yeah.
And that was I was almost glad that they won that teamfight just because he took 400 damage he wasn't supposed to take. But of course, that still panned out. So that was good. Okay. So let's think about the next game then.
Yes.
I think I
think you ban Lucian or you take it for Lubble and Shore, just flat out.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? And it was funny because G2 put so much effort on Aurelia instead, and yet that wasn't the determining factor.
No.
And so you consider Ocelot's champion pool. His Nidalee was left open. That didn't even matter. They went for Ziggs, actually kind of more well-rounded champion.
First time he played it too.
And it went great. Again, Lucian, yes, massive. Dudes Morgana also pretty scary. So you got to consider, the high priorities, what people are going to go for. Does Gamers 2 definitely seem like they've pulled out new tricks, right? Bring out things they hadn't been playing before. Again, the first big Ziggs, for example, or the first time Ziggs. So there's things that LBS are like, oh shoot, what do we worry about now?
Well, here's the thing too: is Lubble and Shore, they use wombo combo team comps for the most part. That's where their victories come from. Whereas Gamers 2, they love poke and siege. Most of the time, they fail when they pick something for Ocelot that doesn't have that type of the 2 games he lost were on Lulu, where he's not a deciding factor. He's more of a support for his team, and it's on somebody else.
Yeah.
They win when he picks Nidalee, Kassadin, LeBlanc, and things along those lines. So he's won both games he's played in Nidalee. He's won his Kassadin game. He's won his LeBlanc game. He won a Lulu game, but that was way back in the round of 20.
Yeah.
Which is just, you're against
you generally have weaker opponents.
Generally, you do have weaker opponents back then. But overall, Ocelot is a very big determining factor in this game, and as the shot caller, you want to be able to have a playmaking type of mid laner that sets up the strategy.
Yes, absolutely. When you can kind of start the moves yourself, it is actually a pretty big factor there. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, it's time for the second game between Gamers 2 and Lubble and Shore. Lubble and Shore's got to pull this one back if they want to go into the third place. Don't go anywhere. Going Gonna put damage to Kickus. There's the bomb as
Wow.
well. Uh-oh, Loveland short. The flashes come over.
Oh,
The
he gets
kick
kicked
over
back.
the wall. Wow. Dio kicked around. Can't find the stun on this one. Battle comes in. Zig's bomb lands. There's the bind, and Kickus goes down. Now Moxley getting chased out. He's got nowhere to go.
5-second CC, but Kuban, he's going to go for it.
Kuban goes in. He
Oh,
wants
there's
his
a
big
distortion.
burst comes out. They find 2 kills. JWoww's gonna make that a 3rd actually. Yeah, he's got a lot of room to grow. And actually, big damage comes out. Livic. Oh my gosh, look at that one.
Wow.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Summer Challenger Series. It's time for the second game between Gamers2 and Loveland Shore. And with one more win, Gamers2 advances. They automatically qualify for the second Summer Series. They get an extra point. They get that third place match. Loveland Shore has to 2-0 from here.
Yeah, they do have to 2-0 from here if they want that automatic berth and third place for the extra point. I think the biggest part is the automatic berth, though. You don't have to go back to ranked 5s, and the ladder freeze is actually next week. So you have a lot of grinding to do if you haven't been doing it already.
Play rank 5s. Get the victorious ward skin and qualify for the Challenger
There's rewards
Series.
for it, too, already.
Yep.
More incentive.
Imagine getting both rewards. You get the victorious ward skin and how do you even...
I don't know. But you know who's on their path to that right now is Gamers2. Now, Ocelot, he went 8-3-11 on Ziggs, and they flourish when they use poke comps and things that wave clear and siege and control objectives. That's really their biggest strength.
Yes.
Like, I think when I'm thinking back to the NIP game, Ocelot's in Italy, he was 2-2 and 3, right?
Yeah.
But that was because they kept poking people off of Dragon, poking NIP off of Baron, poking them off of turrets, and they didn't really get kills for it, but they just made them back up and give up objectives.
Yeah, like, I wish there was, like, a way to track a score for, like, spears landed in front of a turret or dragon or whatever, because then it'd be, like, 2, 2, 3, and 70.
Yeah.
Which is like, oh, yeah, by the way, you earned, like, 15 turrets and dragons this game. And it's like, oh, there's no score for that, but it's a really relevant stat in this case. So, yeah, basically, I guess the summary of it is, like, it feels like it's a damage champion. Things happen, right? If he can go make the plays individually, that's a big one.
His utility plays aren't that high because he's relying on somebody else on his team to get going, where he seems to be a really big facilitator of his team.
Yeah, he is. Speaking of people that are also facilitating for Gamers 2, their bot lane went big. Yuki and Dude. Gotta keep saying it because it's true, man.
Yeah.
They crushed.
Oh, yeah. They crushed that game. 7-3 and 14 for Yuki. Dude, 2-4 and 15. Utterly crushed the opposition there. And we can see first ban there, Ziggs, coming out. No question for Ocelot.
Not a single one right here. And Aurelia banned as well by Gamers 2. They might add Jax to that list on top of that one. Because again, it just, every game with Kuban seems to revolve around first pick and top lane.
Yeah.
It just has repeatedly now where these guys
and a lot of
really
bans
care about
targeted towards him too.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised that they're going to just focus a ban on Aurelia here instead of trying to leave Aurelia and Jax open and waiting for the ban first. Because you would at least get one of them, but one does a little bit better than the other.
Yeah, Jax tends to beat up Aurelia.
Yeah. You
can't outplay it, but when you're this good, you typically don't get to. Cassidon banned away by G2. That actually frees up a ban for Loveland Shore.
Yeah.
They're going to maybe keep target banning Ocelot here. First pick Lucian's not a bad way to go if they need to grab a first pick here. Then you got a question, does Gamers 2 leave up Jax? Does Loveland Shore leave up Jax, but then have to first pick something else? Because again, we talked about how strong Lucian was. Like, there's a couple of games here that
you might also leave Braum on the table too, which was banned previously.
True.
And has been just neglected.
It's like a 90. He's a 90+% pick ban.
So you ban Jax or you ban Braum here,
or you leave both.
Yeah.
And you get one. That to me is the safe. If that's the clear tier list.
There you go.
Well, here's the question then, right? Is like Twitch. Oh.
Okay.
Really?
They banned Lucian, pick Twitch.
This makes no sense to me, actually.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right. You're right. I forgot about the Lucian ban. You're right. That does make sense. I take it back. I think that's actually a pretty good play by Loveland Shore.
Mockler's actually played Twitch 5 times out of his 7 games.
Yeah.
He's played, actually, out of his 8 games at this point. Because he played Kog'Maw and Lucian twice.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so this makes sense. I'm surprised then to see the Jax banned just because G2 knew there was a pinch on the top 80 carries, and then they removed the pinch on the top laners. So I want to see what this pick rate is. Okay, Morna goes back to his favorite champion of Lee Sin. They do get the Braum here, so okay, you know what? I buy that. That's pretty all right.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. They want to go ahead and take that away from Kikis, make sure it doesn't have Lee Sin. It's their most played across both of them. And since they aren't going to synergize at least with Morgana, just go ahead and pick Braum.
All right, good and pretty decent in this one.
He also does really well against Twitch. Braum does really well against Twitch.
Yeah, he's going to lock that guy down.
Yeah, and his Unbreakable against Rat-Tat-Tat is unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely it is. Well, you know what? One ban that didn't go through from G2 last time is Yasuo, so we get this now for Loveland Shore. You still get the Thresh on top of that one, so you've got ways to set up the Yasuo. You've got a whole bunch of damage in this lineup, and it's like, all right, it's time to set up this Yasuo, man.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen Take Fun play Yasuo yet in the Challenger Series, so I'm really excited for this. Yasuo is one of my favorite champions, so whenever I see it, I'm like hyper-judging the person. I'm like, how well can you play this?
How good is your dash?
Yeah, how good is your dash management? Because you the long cooldown between you can use the time you use it on one person, you can't use it on them again.
True.
So what is it like? And I'm sure that Take Fun has really high mechanics with this, so I'm excited.
I'm ready. It's gonna be all kinds of great. Yeah, so one of the most fun champions to cast. We're gonna see him flow back and forth across the map.
And you can revolve an entire team comp around him.
Oh, you can.
And it's very helpful for him. We saw it yesterday with Niantanso's team, Frank Van Gaming, where they kept trying to set him up in the top lane. And now I actually like this, where they're going to take Lulu away, because that means you can't get it onto Kuban top lane. It's the second most played behind Aurelia, and you don't get it to synergize with Yasuo.
Yeah, great choice here. I'm actually surprised they didn't grab the Lulu on their first, or their second round picks for Loveland Shore. They grabbed Thresh with no contest. So they are actually saying, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's go for counter picks here. We're not going to rush pick the Lulu. It doesn't matter to us, apparently. Shyvana still works in this case, for example.
Here's the thing, though. It could be a Lulu for Ocelot.
Yeah.
And we've talked about how when he's a facilitator of his team, he lost his last 2 Lulu games.
Right.
And Nidalee was open, and he's not going to play that. Because, of course...
Unless JWoww goes for it.
Because Yasuo is the hard lane counter to Nidalee. So they picked that for Take Fun. to basically dissuade Ocelot from playing that.
That makes sense. I understand that pickup here. So Ocelot going to make his last few choices suit. I think these are the lock-ins here for Lublin Shore. Eve makes a bunch of sense here. I think Shyvana is the obvious pick in this case. You do have set up for Yasuo. He was good on it last time around, so why not reprieve that? Really?
Okay.
So I know Kuban plays a lot of top lane carries like Yasuo, to be honest. Like, this actually works with a champion, with a player as well. So, okay, cool. I like this.
that. I love
like
that.
this too. I like the adaptation that's available here, but it also means that you know you're not facing mid lane Yasuo. I don't know. I feel like Nidalee here is really risky, just because there's enough ways in that you can break apart the siege. I feel like there's enough engaged for Lublin Shore that Nidalee's a really big risk.
You have a lot of thinking to do here for gamers too, because when you're up against a Yasuo top,
so Renekton would beat him up 1v1.
Yes, Renekton would beat him up, but your scaling would be very poor. The Lulu against Yasuo does really well in the top lane. Lulu's going to be an early game bully, and they are going to go for it. So there's that does play to their strengths, though. I do like that because that's more of a Gamers 2 winning strategy, is to have Ocelot not on Lulu, but on Nidalee or Ziggs or something along those lines. So I do like that in terms of their play style. In terms of the composition, though, it's a lot of poke.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
just poke.
That's a lot of more poke on top of that.
It is poke
pretty much what
poke.
it is. There is no wombo combo here, which Lublin Shore, I said that they win when they use wombo combo teams. Twitch, Orianna, Evelynn, Yasuo. There's a huge wombo combo in here for Lublin Shore. They're playing to their strength. Gamers 2 are playing to their strength right now. This is a really exciting match right now because everybody got pretty much what they would want in terms of style.
And I like games like this where you're like, we have this very clear objective A, and if it fails, we're done. This guy's like, we have very clear objective B, and if it fails, we're also done. And it's like, all right, how good are you at kiting away from this one? You've got so many ways to kite around. You have Braum ult, you have Lee Sin kick, you've got Lulu speeding people up, you've got Flame Chompers. I mean, it's going to be fun. Like, I don't get to see matchups that are this cut and dry very often, so I like it when they're really obvious. It's just like,
and it's really good on both teams to recognize what their strengths are, because these are the types of compositions they both ran when they got their victory in the semifinals, but ultimately ended up losing 2-1. But that one game they clinched against H2K and NIP.
Teams in the finals.
Yeah. It was really, really potent teams that are in the finals in London right now. They played compositions like this. So now they're going all out, no holds bar, going for that third place.
It's going to be fun to watch, guys. We're about to get ourselves into the game, and here we go. Gamers 2 up 1-0 in this series. Ocelot's Nidalee back on the Rift. Did not garner a ban in Game 1.
If he ends up having a great game with Poke and Gamers 2 take this, he'll probably jump in his jacuzzi after this.
Yep. Put on one of his 25 scarves.
Yeah. All of them at the same time. All 25.
Just because you can, man. It's how you celebrate when you're Ocelot.
I think he has more than 25, right?
I forget how many he said in the house tour.
Ugh.
I thought it. What? Ooh.
Wow. That was blind.
I mean,
it's always blind because he's Lee Sin. Okay, I beat you to it, Freak.
No,
I know what you were going to do.
I missed it. Sonar's not ready for Morden this time.
And now just the defensive line coming out here for Gamers 2 is actually really good because both teams actually have pretty weak early game if they were to all 5v5 each other. Kind of just be a tickle fight. Nidalee's early game, not that great here, level 1. Jinx, pretty much the same boat. Braum does have a good level 1. So does Thresh.
Potentially 5 stuns.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know if you'd stay alive for that long.
But you gotta punch each one once. Q1, punch another.
Yeah.
Let your team sort it out from there.
I was just informed Ocelot has over 50 scarves.
Over 50. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think he only puts the colorful ones on display. He's a bunch of like monochrome ones like in a drawer that are like aren't prominently displayed. That guy's room is gigantic. He's like 4 closets.
Yeah, I could never pull off a scarf.
You can. You just like you grab one end and like unflex your arm.
Wow.
It's really easy to pull scarves off.
Really? I just end up choking myself. I must be doing something wrong.
Yes.
I'm tying it different than you think.
Yeah, apparently so. Morden actually, the Q hits one of the smaller little mini wannabe golem friends, so he's going to actually have a slightly slower clear rate here. Kikis actually will be able to steal away the red buff on the other side of the map, and with Morden's slow clear, there's a real chance that we see Kikis get away with a 3-buff start.
And also the fact that it's Evelynn, he bypassed all the wards. wasn't seen coming in there. Morden would have to use like Super Spidey Sense or try to counter Kikis at his red.
Yeah, he's not, and Gamers 2 is the funny thing. Gamers 2 are actually pushing the lead in this bottom lane right here. There's a real chance to get into this one. We're seeing Evelyn actually waiting around in the mid lane as well. And looks for some damage. Ocelot will lose like 60 health.
He's going to show that he has red too.
Yeah, he shows the steal attempt. Now, the real question is now how good is the bottom lane? Because whichever duo pushes up has the chance to support this red buff. And it's going to be Mockler and Living, but it actually goes in. Dude looking for what he can. The stun almost there. Slow on the Mockler. Can they find anyone?
Oh, he gets the stun.
All right, but no follow-up there.
Libby gets chunked down from that. And this bottom lane, last time it was the deciding factor throughout it. And Morden, he's going to go for blue.
But look at this. So smart right there. We're having Yasuo come down. Kuban's going to contest this blue buff. So good by Kuban.
And if he gets any crits on Morden, it's going to hurt a lot. Yasuo.
Wow, don't save for this one. He flashes the wall. Kikis is around. There's a ward down as well. There's a W. He's got no way of getting out.
He'll have to flash an E.
Where's Lulu? Lulu, help him. JWoww doesn't even show up in time. Kuban picks up the kill. First blood goes over to Yasuo.
And he gets a blue. Granted, Yasuo doesn't make much use of blue at all, except for Windwall.
No.
Because his Q is based off of attack speed.
I think it does it scale at all CDR? I feel like it has
I don't think it does.
Okay.
I think only his E and his R. Maybe his Windwall a little bit too. But the speed at which things come out and also the cooldown on his Q, max is 1.3.
Don't worry. He'll regenerate a bunch more mana now.
Yes.
So useful.
So he'll never be but he's always
Yes.
Yes, exactly. But now, it also means they just killed the jungle. A lot of pressure available here for Kikis. He can go anywhere he wants.
And he's going to go right behind Ocelot, who's going to get hit by this red buff here. Good damage comes out. Nice distance as well. Beautifully played flash and heal used. Ocelot, they're going to die, but he's got nowhere to go. Javelin will hit Kikis. He's going to flash over the wall. Perfect play. Lublin Shore. 2-0 to start the game out.
Wow, just the jungle pressure right now coming out from both sides. And now Kuban.
Really?
Morden's not actually going to do it because JWoww is farming underneath the turret. He can't run up and give up the CS.
He's going to have a better run here. Kuban's actually burning a lot of his spells there. There's the last dash used. Now can they get into this one? Into the first
they know he doesn't have his flash.
He dashes in. He's going to get on towards Morden. Good slows coming out, though. You're right. The knockup's going to be attempted. This is going to be the kill for sure.
They want to give the blue to JWoww.
Nice. You're right. Exceptionally played Gamers 2. Getting the all part of the plan for Morden.
Yeah.
Wanted the blue within the top laner.
So Kuban was in the situation where if he wanted the kill previously, to get the blue buff off of Morden, he had to flash, use his E. When he did that, they timed his flash, Morden comes back top, is in the bush before the ward comes down, makes the gank, knows there's no flash available, and they make sure that the blue goes onto JWoww so that he has that constant regen, because it's much better on him than it is on Morden.
Absolutely. So beautifully played here by G2 to get their way back in at least a little bit. 400 gold difference between these teams.
JWoww bringing the bling. So many rings and boots. Three Doran's rings.
3 rings, man.
He doesn't want to get burst out by Kuban right now.
You know, most RPGs you can't use 3 rings. You're capped at 2. So JWoww breaking the rules a little bit there.
Ooh.
JWoww, rule breaker extraordinaire. He's going to use these rings to great effect if he can.
Never understood that. You have 10 fingers.
Usually because the magic is so potent, you can't have things close together. That's what I've read from like manuals. Doran apparently not that much of a magician. His rings are less potent. That's why they're on the 400 gold.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So in minigames, 400 gold's a lot of money. In League of Legends, it's like, start with that.
Yeah, that's true. And gold, because you don't have a smaller currency than gold.
No. We should have platinum for like every 1,000 gold. Infinity Edge is 3.8 plat. For no reason at all, just because
And then everything, when you get like 10K, it's diamonds.
Yes!
But gold is now diamonds. Anyway, this bottom lane, though, no advantage really created here for either side. It's just Yuki being pushed under his turret and being jinxed in the early game. He has Braum to back him up, but right now the gold in favor of Lublin Shore, but no dragons taken just yet. And here's the thing. You have a Wombo combo team that wants to fight at the dragon. You have a poke team that wants to get there late and then poke you off of it.
And this is great because we've got the dual lanes in the bottom lane as well. You're going to see like microcosms of the general gameplay of like, hey, how well do low damage javelins work against like a level 5 Evelyn? And you're going to see them kind of go back and forth. Ocelot going to spot Kikis here actually. They both run away.
Not sneaky enough.
Wow, Morden though. Actually really good start. He's got to slow down. Kikis already burned his W, so he's going to take a bunch of pain here. They're going to go in. Shockwave goes out now. Kikis trying to run away with the shield. He will stay safe. Morden losing a lot of health too.
Wow. So that actually puts Kikis all the way back. And doesn't look like they're going to get anything for it, though. It just means that they get their blue uncontested.
There's actually then a chance to steal away the opponent's blue buff. Now, Pickus got a late start to it. Morden knows the rough timer in this one. So maybe they'll have enough levels and enough XP, and of course no shockwave. That there's a chance they can contest buffs early on, rely on a mid lane lead. Not necessarily a bot lane lead for G2, but Yuki is hooked up. This is not good for him. In comes Braum, puts the shield down as well. Mockler gonna get stunned up soon, and yeah, he's gonna get forced away. Actually, big damage comes out. That Zap hit him. I can't believe that at all. And they're forced away.
Very close to the level 6s here for the AD carries. This is going to be very scary when they hit that.
Well, he's got Flash, so if he plays it right, he's going to
Flash and heal from Mockler. Yuki has nothing now after that great hook by Libic. Here's the 6. He's going to throw it. Oh!
Nice. Fancy footwork. Rat stays safe slow, though. He's got to be real careful. Zap blocked by a minion. They're going to be all right now still.
It's 3 points in football.
Yeah. We're not playing that, though. Man, imagine you got 3 fantasy points for every skill shot you missed.
Between
Hot shot
2
GG
people
would be the best.
Wow.
Just because I can.
Because can. Because that's the reason. Because can.
It's okay. No, he's a great player.
Yeah, he is. Anyway, we see Kikis. He's trying to apply the pressure to his own buff now, seeing if he can get it. But at the same time, Morden up top, making a long way around. They have a pink ward in the bush. They know that this is up right now. And they aren't going to contest. They're actually going to sneak him into that top lane bush and try to focus on shutting down Cuban.
Okay, well, the knock up on a J-Well. Yeah, this guy is very low on health. Thing is, he went Static Shiv off the recall, so he has gold income, but horrible regen and fight stats. Kikis will show to support the wave, but this
is... Wow. Kikis is here, and he's going to get seen by...
Cuban's going to be in a bad spot. Q lands. Goodbye! The Lee Sin kick claims it. Greedy from Kuban, not the right play. Now G2 has 2 kills in the top lane.
Hey, that's what happens when you're most played as Lee Sin. You know how to land those Sonic waves. And now they're going after Kikis.
Oh, goodbye, Kikis. The flash not gonna matter. Red buff goes to JWoww. This top lane is snowballing. Now you're kind of seeing why they first picked for him in the first game.
Oh, yeah.
This seems to happen a lot.
Oh, yeah. And they got the Lulu top who will just crush the lane. And they're just continuing to apply their pressure here. Very good job there by Gamers2 now to put a crowbar there. And at the same time, they don't get punished for this because the jungler was top. They're going to get the turret, 2 kills, red buff, and they don't lose Dragon.
They don't lose a thing for it. Actually, Dio going to actually take a bunch of damage. He's got to be careful. Mockler and Libic putting some pain down, but the stun comes out. Minions tanking the shots still. Mockler takes a trap, though. Ulti puts some damage down. All right, why not? He's going to clear the wave out. Okay, so Lublin Shore down to the bottom lane. Actually holding a lead with this Twitch.
Ooh, they just poked him out. They might go for Dragon here for Lublin Shore.
They have grouped the team up. This is a nice play for them. They've still got Kuban on the top lane with his teleport, but Hughes just shoved the wave out and gotten his static shiv. Libic going to look for some damage onto Diud, pushing him away. Krikas comes up for this one. Ulti pop, but doesn't find too much. Krikas wants this, and the hook comes in. Libic claims the kill. Now Lublin Shore one more time in control here.
What happens when you have to ward? You have to put yourself in that situation, and he was too far up. But there's nothing you can do about that because they didn't wrestle control of it earlier.
That's not a thing. So look at this now. Lublin Shore, they were tied in gold from that kill. Now they've got a 1,000 gold lead. Well played to pick up that kill. Their bot lane, I was talking about it a second ago, are actually winning 80 to 73 in minions. The kill as well now from that Thresh roam. And this is good. It's different sides of the map now. Not only the comp's different, but it's different sides of the map that are winning their lanes.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. They just swapped it. And now the top lane, JWoww, he's all good by himself right now. Going after Kuban, and he's very close to getting that top lane turret for himself.
He's gonna go ahead and try to deny what he can, but Kuban's not really doing too much here.
Yeah, that's a big thing, is that Windwall doesn't really help you against Lulu.
Not a ton.
Because Help Pix will just do the damage straight to you, and then you can Glitter Lance off of his own body.
Yeah, and even the, I think Pix itself will still attack. Even if your attack itself dies, Pix will still get like that 12 damage down.
Because it originates from Pix, not from you.
Correct, Amundo. Well, short. Ooh, Shockwave actually in the mid lane. Ocelot and Morden won't get their way in. Top lane turret does go down to JWoww. So Gamers2 get some gold back. They're within 400 here. Evelyn kills off the white camp, soon to be Grump.
It's the first dragon that they've given up all series. Gamers2, they don't have the same type of objective control and presence as before because their bottom lane isn't as strong in the early game. So they're going to have to transition later on into a siege comp that can't... But here's the thing, is they're going to get flanked. You're going to get flanked by Kikis coming in with his Agony's Embrace, and then you're going to get Wombo comboed on. You have to ward up your sides in the later game and make sure the Kikis can't get the flank in the slow.
Which means Yuki can't buy a Doran's Blade as his 6th item.
Yes.
Better be a pink ward.
Yeah.
You were right.
So salty about that.
I'm just saying, man. It's selfish. They still won, but not in the right way. You should buy wards, AD carries.
Hey,
it's not all
Nexus
about you.
explodes the right way.
True.
I think it forfeits the right way too. Surrender.
I mean,
as long as it works.
Long as you win, I suppose.
Yep.
But don't hit people in their DC'd, and then you're okay.
Oh yeah.
Then you're a true sportsman.
Still
way.
have huge respect for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Gamers2 looking for the way in on this game. 500 gold down, and at some point they've got to group up to make the siege happen. Zapped is not going to hit right here. 3 kills per side. Buff control attempted. Nice dodge by Yuki. And some slows on Olympic. Javelin hits as well. This is not good for him. Rocket comes out. He stays alive. But now Libic on very low health can't easily participate.
And now they get their own blue. And this is Gamers2. Like I said, they like to poke you off of objectives and make it so you have to back and they get something for themselves. Granted, this time they get their own blue buff, which should be theirs rightly, just by territory. And they end up securing it, which is great, because otherwise they would have just lost it and lost control. Because now you want that on Ocelot. It allows him to siege, allows him to poke out people.
Yeah. Ori versus Nid with a blue buff difference is like a really rough matchup.
Yes.
Like, you definitely have to control that or you're going to have a really hard time. We saw that actually last game.
Yep.
Where Ocelot just would not get pushed out of lane because there's never a blue buff on the block.
And now the blue buff up on Lublin Shore side. But no Orianna. Take Fun is not around just yet. And Kikis is going to have to clear.
He's going to clear the mid lane.
It's going to stop Ocelot from going back. And now they're going to set up for the contest.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. Right now, Morden's still grabbing his own red buff. But
if he can land one spear, it makes it so much easier for Morden and himself to contest the blue buff.
True. See if that's going to happen here. The skill shots can come out. Mockler.
They are outnumbered, though, because Kuban is right there and JWoww's a little further away.
He has TP if he wants it. Morden does get pushed out. Shotgun. They want this fight, and there is the ulti in for Yasuo. Look at that. Kuban help the team take the kill. Take Fun gets the credit for it. Now Austin's got to be careful. Knockup is there for Yasuo. Lands it onto Ocelot, and there we go. Big damage coming out. He's a couple hits from dead. Flashes. Summoner heals as well. Jumps to the brush. Knockup not quite going to hit there for Kuban. Now JWoww's in the wrong spot. Ulti comes out from Eve, but look at that wind wall. And look at the slow comes out. They're going to be okay.
Yeah, Morden was looking for the invade there, but of course Ocelot didn't land any of his poke beforehand, so they were still going to go for the aggressive play from Lublin Shore. And Kuban comes down at the right time. He's there, JWoww isn't, and isn't there for the wild growth and the disengage.
Oh my gosh, Take Fun takes another javelin, does not shield himself in time.
Oh, the Kikis is off on the right-hand side. Here comes Super Mega Death Rocket. Oh!
Hits him in the back of the head. Out he goes.
He walks up. Oh, nope.
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 That might have hit. He did take it for Take Fun. So thankfully, you know, some teamwork going on there. Gonna heal back up, join up again in the lane. Now Ocelot does probably have money for Athenes, but Take Fun's already bought his and is on his way back.
There's an advantage here in the mid lanes for Gamers2. They have 3-on-1, and Take Fun's a little far away, so they're gonna get this turret.
They get the damage, they get the pokes. Nicely done. Gamers2 now 2 turrets to 0.
And they get the blue.
They're only down 1 kill. Morden does get the blue buff steal. Very well played by these guys. Only 200 gold down.
So he sacrifices his life for a blue buff and a mid lane turret.
Great, worth it.
Definitely worth it at that point. They put themselves even in gold. Now, big thing is they're going to have those blue buffs for the dragon. And Orianna's not going to have a blue buff. Take Fun is not going to have this blue buff for this dragon, which is really big for Orianna. Because you want that lower cooldown, especially at level 11, when you're just trying to smack your ball around and he doesn't actually have max command attack yet.
True. It's just the bursty setup, not the high mobility sort of one. Kuban gets himself a Vamp Scepter on his way up to the lane. Zerk Greaves on there as well, so going for the standard Ruin King second build. Seems to be the normal situation for Yasuo's nowadays. Kikis knows Dragon's up in 14 seconds. Teleport available for both top laners. Pink wards are down. Dude trying to play the ward control game.
The ward just came out of nowhere. Dude, freaking out on the inside.
He has no idea what's happening. It might be a ghost.
I don't even know what's real anymore.
Wards come down. Oh, I put it right in the sweeper. That is unfortunate. Pink wards on both sides up there.
Ping's coming out. TP available for JWoww. Kuban already en route. Mockler looking for an assassination, though.
Damage on a Dude. Slow comes out. He's going to be okay. Takes the lane to back out. Mid lane has been pushed right now, actually. You've already got Ocelot down with the team, which means that wave comes in. It's free gold for Lublin Shore, not picked up by G2.
Ooh, they might get pinched in here.
I don't know if G2 wants to pinch in, though.
I think Lublin Shore might pinch in.
Oh, yeah.
They are flanking from multiple sides.
But G2 can push out towards the blue buff. Like,
Yeah.
they're not going to easily get force engaged, except for that dude. Put up, it's out.
When you're flanked by an Orianna team, your attention is split. If you're not paying attention to the ball placement, you're going to get punished for it. And right now, Yasuo is trying to come from the left side. So he might force you onto the ball.
Flash shockwave onto 2, and there they go! The damage comes across. Now can Lublin Shore win this. JWoww low flash without, he stays alive. Rocket hits, but not enough damage to pick up any kills. Mockler forced to run away though. Javelin hits Takefun. G2 hold on to the fight.
Both teams are playing their strongest type of team comp in their style. You can see it right there. Nobody dies. Flashing HP for both top laners. They both have TP though. If they can back, they can TP back into the fight and be healthy.
They're both doing that.
This is going to be a decisive dragon because it's not only going to be just going to be a dragon, somebody's going to die off of this, most likely. Gamers 2, unless they get poke, they're not going to win this.
So this is the fun thing. This is what I like about these comps. So we had the 18-minute version of this fight.
Mm-hmm.
Flash shockwave. Of course, Lublin Shore could get in, and they could try every dragon fight because Flash's cooldown is shorter.
Ooh,
but they didn't have the burst to pick people off. Lulu had enough AP to save people. I want to see what happens as items come in. What scales faster, the disengage or the blowing people up in 1 second?
We'll have to see. Both top laners decide not to use their teleport. Mockler makes a great decision, and instead of staying around the dragon and trying to contest it, he pushes a wave out and pulls attention from Ocelot, who's now going to get a blue and have this up for the dragon fight.
Nice. That's going to help G2 quite a bit. It's a whole bunch of poke. 66 gold for the blue buff pickup. Merlinomicon done for JWoww on top of everything else.
So the story of this game is really the compositions here.
Yeah.
And who can play it better, the poke comp or the wombo combo. Wombo combo converging right now. TP actually on the right side.
They're staying for it though. Dragon picked up by G2. No, can they get out? That's the question. Shockwave onto 1. Also trying to run away, but there comes Morden, and it's a bunch of paying off in this one. A nice play as well. Mockler kicked into the battle, but Dude's gonna go down. He's helping to deal damage at this point. Kickus takes a Javelin, doesn't care too much. Wards go down. A kill for a Dragon. Gamers 2 still come out ahead.
Yeah, just barely though. Morden, he actually wasn't really involved in that fight. He smited, and then he stayed in the Dragon Pit the entire time because he was just flanked out by the teleport of Kuban. His exit route was cut off.
G2 does escape properly for that one, and they're actually healthy enough. They're going to keep sieging. Takefun gets some damage down on himself. Minions keep taking Javelins. Kickus still wants a way in. No knockup quite lands for Kuban. He doesn't have an ulti for another 20 seconds or so. Can they find their way back in? More poke back and forth. G2 playing the siege constantly. Bottom turret goes down. Then Mockler getting some extra gold for himself. Doesn't want to keep splitting.
He's having a much better game this time too.
Yeah, he is.
He's got the 20 CS advantage coming out of the laning phase now. And look at this siege coming out here. And Jinx takes turrets so quickly, which makes her so good with this poke composition. So once you poke somebody off, the couple of seconds they give you while they back, worth even more.
Yeah, she has the, I think the I think Kog'Maw has more. I was going to say like almost the longest range of any level 9 champion. But again, I think Kog'Maw's W puts him a little bit farther than this one.
Tristana has like a single digit higher.
At 18, but I'm saying at level 9. At this stage when you're sieging. Jinx is arguably the safest champion in this case because it's not even, it's a toggle as opposed to a cooldown. So, and then hey, if you're safe, then screw it, minigun.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
As long as you can stay safe, best champ for this comp for sure.
And the fact that it's a permanent attack speed steroid that just, as long as you're attacking.
Long as you're safe, it's definitely the best choice. Jinx looking for the poke. There we go, back in on the turret. Damage comes through, but you can see they have to back up. Kuban, the wind walls hold them mostly safe. JWoww on the wings. He's got to be a bit careful, though. He's flanking pretty far down. Flay's going to miss. Libic will not go for the hook here.
Takefun actually getting poked out. He's below half HP. He's going to lose his blue here, and Kickus.
Spotted, too.
Another blue. Gamers 2 have had great blue control all series long. They just try to take Lublin Shore all the time. That's basically off of the synergy of Ocelot and Morden. So it's funny because the map, when you talk about these microcosms, they kind of affect each other in this way. Because it's like Ocelot gets a tiny advantage, or sometimes he doesn't, and then he just is like, I'm going to go help Morden take their blue, which gives me an advantage over the laner. I might be even in CS, but it's a Nidalee versus an Orianna even in CS.
Yeah.
Granted, Orianna has 100% kill participation. We're going to have to see what happens here.
There's the big ulti in. Kickus takes a bunch of pain, though, and down he goes. There's the ulti in as well from Braum, and Kuban's got almost nowhere to go either. Another kill picked up, double for JWoww. Lublin Shore gets a turret, but now Mockler's in a bad spot. Stun's going to come out. 3 kills. That doesn't even matter.
Wow. 3 kills just picked up there because they were split. They didn't have Take Fun involved in that fight at all, and Libic couldn't lantern anybody out appropriately. They overextended past the turret. They had no right to be there.
They have no wards.
They were way too far up. Their ward coverage was very poor, and they just give up 3 kills for nothing and an advantage to Gamers too.
Wow, such excellent play now by these guys. They've gotten themselves right back into this game. 800 gold lead now for G2, up in kills as well.
Yeah, they're going to get this bottom turret because Yuki's been pushing this entire time. But we're going to watch this again. They just got vision control of that, and they found Dude, but Kikis is way too far forward. Ocelot lands the appropriate poke, and right there, Kuban actually can't use his ultimate, and they get knocked up and just obliterated. Super Mega Death Rocket, just for fun.
Yeah.
Another 3 points.
That ulti from Braum, actually, I think we really can't understate it. Yeah, preventing the ulti from Kuban, which would have prevented damage output, would have made him tankier as well, which would have allowed time for Makler to kill people. That fight easily could have been a different way if Dude didn't ult right then. So, very important time for everything involved. Of course, we saw bottom outer go down during the replay. Yuki got that one. So Gamers 2 now farther ahead, 1,000 gold up in turrets, up in kills.
And it's pretty much a full damage build here for JWoww. Of course, he doesn't need the Athenes. He goes for the Morello. He's got the cooldown reduction. He's got all the rings. He's going to start selling them, getting some more goodies for him. But Kuban. Yasuo has very distinct power spikes based around crit items. And since you delay your Infinity Edge by going Blade of the Ruined King, standard build, you have to wait until about like the 25-minute mark or even further than that to actually get to that point where he has the 100% crit and he's at his full damage potential. So we have to wait for that. Or Gamers 2 can just poke it and end it before that.
Yeah, you know, why not? I mean, they don't really need the crazy 80 carry DPS stuff, right? Just like G2 is all about forcing their will with what they've got right now.
So like Take Fun hasn't died, but Gamers 2 beat NIP without NIP's mid laner dying.
Yeah.
They beat
Not
Exile.
a relevant stat. They don't need to kill champions.
They don't need to kill champions. They need to kill turrets, and that's exactly what they've been doing. 4-2 in turrets. They're up in gold. Look at that. Oh, from the side.
Going to force Levenshore back. They can't realistically try to fight a 5v5.
30 seconds on Dragon. If they get 1 kill, ooh!
All right, Tank Sadap, he's going to stay safe, but Levenshore now losing even more health. They're really far back. It's going to be hard to get to Dragon in time.
Man, this Gamers 2 team is just a lot of ooh, ah, ooh.
Uh-oh, Living. No, why are you there?
Oh.
Never recall there. Nicely done by JWoww. The assist going to Jinx for the AoE on the Rocket as well. Gamers 2 making such better choices right now.
Yeah, and the Dragon's up in 5 seconds. There's no more support. Libic, he's not around. He can't wrestle control of that area with wards because he's dead. And what are Gamers 2 going to do with that? Doesn't look like they headed straight there. Instead, they're going to plant a trap. Try to poke them off of this tier 2 turret. These turrets don't respawn, Dragons do.
Yeah, this is the exact right call. They can always run. Ooh, also taking some damage. He's going to be hurt a little bit, but he's going to be okay. Makler forced away in this one. They still could get some turret damage down. Take Fun is there for the defense. Hits some of these minions off in G2. Going to be a little bit gun shy. They can still take Dragon though.
Yeah, they'll have to get Dragon for this if they want anything from it, because the wave clear from Orianna is kicking in right now. You have to poke Take Fun off. When you're a poke comp, if you get rid of the wave clear, you pretty much get an objective. Flank
coming in for Kuban right now. He TP to the ward. It's a 5v4. Can the next one happen? There we go. Damage on Yuki. He's got to be careful. Ulti in from Dude. Shockwave hits nothing. A sombrero there. And Morton just kind of wreaking havoc in the back line. Kuban gets one. The Yuki goes down. 1 for 0 so far. Levenshore. And we've had the trade back onto Evelyn. Dude still falls. So Kuban getting big damage through in this one. Libic getting hit up now. JWoww trying to keep himself alive. Flash goes nowhere. He falls down as well. 3 for 1 to Levenshore.
There's just a lot of panic there from Gamers 2 in the overall. They're going to give up Dragon for this too to Loveland Shore, who are going to take a gold lead off of this.
I don't know why G2 stayed at that turret after the first attempt for sieging failed. Libic respawned. They could have ran back towards Dragon, and they let the flank happen. I think that kind of fight Loveland Shore needs is get around behind them, separate the poke, find a way in.
I want to see that again because that was just... Overall, there was a lot of different misplays that happened back to back to back there. From both sides, actually, because the Shockwave completely whiffs. You're going to see it here, where Take Fun actually uses it on himself. Nothing happens from that. Kikis is trying to get in the back line, but Yuki gets destroyed. And then there's, in the end, the flash from JWoww, where he flashes in place and basically does nothing. Yeah, he tried to get over the wall.
He's too far from it, though.
But overall, it was a good play by Lublin Shore, despite the fact that the Shockwave came off from Take Fun onto nobody. Because Kuban got into the back line, and he got onto Yuki, who's a priority target with no escapes, because Dude abandoned him. He's too far up. And JY wasn't there to use Wild Growth on him yet. JY is actually the most fed member of that team.
And I actually like what they've done with his build. He's going for his Lich Bane, trying to get split push. That mid turret goes down. Mockler in tow with the rest of the team. 5 men there. G2 forced even farther back. Okay, disengage for now. And the game's back within 1,000 gold. Lublin Shore now winning. I like Lich Bane next on JWoww because he can use his individual power to split push, remove the wombo combo, right? Kuban has to defend him. He's not part of that engage team. It's not going to work for Lublin Shore.
Now the siege is coming out. Ocelot isn't here to poke people off of the turret just yet. And JWoww, he wants to flank from the side. And they're going to try to go for this. Libic.
Little something ulti comes in. JWoww taking a big partial damage and no Jinx Rocket hits. This could be bad. Shockwave gets one. And now Dude forced to run away. He's going to be a second casualty as well. They trade back on the Evelyn. Lublin Shore win that fight 2-1. Morden goes in. Can't find Kuban just yet. Gets healed back up. Wow, the Orianna kick. Beautiful play there. Double kill now for Yuki and Ocelot on the chase. Good wind wall. Mockler nearly gets hit by the Q. And his timer's going to run out soon.
Oh.
They see him.
I saw him.
He does run quick. He's got Phantom Dancer.
Kuban's still getting chased down by Ocelot spears at the same time.
I think he's out now. Mockler continuing to walk by wards. Ocelot looks for Libic here. Mockler soon to have that Q back up 2 seconds away. Rocket hits Libic. One hit from Dead. They're going to get the damage down. No way he's getting out. Kill picked up. Libic goes down as well. Look at that. Gamers 2 turn it around. 4-2.
A big part of that was the flank that came off, and the last breath was used on 2 members. They get both of them, but then Morden comes up huge with the kick backwards. That was what really sealed that deal.
Absolutely massive, man. Morden, his favorite champion.
Oh, yeah.
Selling.
So Libic is very low right now, but then the Shockwave comes in, and they miss the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it doesn't matter. Right here is where it starts turning around. Kikis gets killed by Yuki over the wall, but then Morden takes that all the way back, says, oh, well, I guess I'll kick Take Fun into my team. They pick him up, and then they just chase them down from here. Ocelot just landing spear after spear, and the wind wall used very early on. So we won't have that, because it's actually fairly long cooldown, and you max it last.
Sure. But man, what a back and forth game this time around.
Yeah.
Jeez, 2 kills off, and to be fair, these actual teams.
Well, they're both playing it really, really well.
Sure, yeah, but like both these teams have actually been close in kills both games.
Yeah.
Game 1 is really close in kills as well, but this is a lot of lead changes. Now only 200 gold difference. G2 just barely ahead in this one. 4 turret kills to 3. No Dragon up for a short time. But G2 trying to set up Baron Nashker now, and of course, again, they've got poke. They've got ways to land some damage from out of range before Lublin Shore can react.
And I love that both teams understood their strength at Champion Select, and they're playing the comps that they love. So can Ocelot poke people off of objectives? Can Take Fun get the shockwaves he needs to set up Kuban? And then Mockler on top of that.
Look at Kuban's build. He was rushed second out of Banshee's Veil.
Yeah. He doesn't want to get interrupted.
He's not that burst, but yeah, he really cares about not going down the javelins.
Yeah.
not getting ulted up by Braum and having the chance to get his ulti combo.
Happened once already.
Sure it did.
So he didn't go for the IE, he delayed that even further and goes just for the tankiness, because as long as he gets his ultimate off, he's going to get the penetration, the bonus penetration.
Sure. But who cares about bonus penetration to damage? There's actually a risk that he just isn't a threat anymore. Like, I want to see... I mean, the cool thing is, like, Mockler's pretty big, actually, right? Like,
yes.
Mockler's close to Last Whisper. Mockler, 31 minutes is a little bit slow on Last Whisper, but it's okay. It's still acceptable because there's no real tanks on G2 anyway.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that he's going for Last Whisper, considering if you look at what Yuki's doing, he's going straight IE afterwards. He's not going for Last Whisper because there's no tanks. It's a very squishy game.
I'm glad Yuki understands the power of not buying Last Whisper when you don't need it. I'm so happy for Yuki right now.
Freak's got his fist in the air right now. There's power to the people, power to the AD
Finally,
carry.
someone understands AD carry itemization.
Somebody understands Freak, Yuki.
Yuki is now my new favorite AD carry in the entire world. Just because he builds properly.
Okay, okay.
It's the only reason. I don't even know the guy.
Yeah. Well, his lane partner's Dude, so I like that.
At least I've met Dude.
I like that name because it has a liquid U in it. Dude.
He should be playing more Nami then.
Okay, okay, okay. I'll give you that one. Give you that one. He does actually play no Nami.
That's too bad.
From what I've been seeing in his match history.
Sounds like LMQ's jungler.
No Nami. Okay.
Okay.
I had to think about it. I had to think about it. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Oh, we are back into this game. Of course, Dragon's up in 18 seconds. Loveland Shore going to get blue buff on Take Fun. Morden's going to find a way in on Libic and Mockler. Oh, no. Twitch goes down. The Rat's been exterminated. Now Libic in the wrong spot as well. Morden shows up. Yuki executes. Take Fun forced to flash away. Morden still wants more. His Q is up. Does not land it.
What set up a lot of that is the fact that they were on the wrong side of the map for Cubon and Kikis. They were up in the top left, and then he TP's down to the bottom. He's answered by JWoww just now, but that means the TP is not available for this Baron. Kikis off on the left side, though.
Okay, 4 versus 2. Jungler and mid laner trying to defend against G2's lineup there.
They saw him over there.
Yuki knocked in the ice. They did. That's actually pretty important. Their flash is up for Eve, and Kubon's made it across as well. He's going to be there.
Shockwave
or Lulu.
Last breath this.
Oh man, this could be gigantic. Windball's down. He finds Asa. The 1v1 is on. Gets some good damage down, and there's the 2-man Shockwave. He's going to keep going into this one. There's the knockup on Kubon, though. He's going to be getting in on this fight. Can he get it? No, he cannot. Out he goes, and the kill's picked up by Ocelot. He gets the slows down on the Kikis, but Baron is regened up, so they've only lost 1 kill to stop the Baron.
Yeah, they stopped the Baron. Attempt by Gamers 2. And they have to pull off because of the low HP bars here. And Kikis is still around, and they haven't gotten him off the field. Okay. So really, really big part of this is that he's always the flash smite threat.
That was about as well played as it could have been there for Loveland Shore, so I got to commend them for a good performance. And now they're going to be the ones starting up Baron Nashor. This is a risky move.
It's a good move, though.
Too many guys in G2 recalled. I'm surprised everyone went back.
If they have a Blade of the Ruined King Twitch, it's going to go down extremely quickly. Morden's not even going to get there in time.
Oh my gosh, wow. The Baron Nashor, despite losing 3 kills in a row, is going to Loveland Shore. The hook comes in, nothing from the rocket as well. Kubo wasn't even alive. They 4v0'd the Baron Nashor. Libic does get out in this one as well. But again, G2 only had to recall like Dude. Everyone else should have stuck around with word control. Very, very smart by Loveland Shore to rush that down.
Yeah, very smart. Kikis right in position for it. Knew that Morden wasn't around. I'm surprised all of Gamers 2 backed on that one. And they're going to get the consolation prize of Dragon. I mean, Gamers 2, they're known for getting the Dragon so far.
Gonna make the gold back to their favor. There is only a 1,000 gold difference, 1,500 actually at this point, which is a lead for G2, but it's up to Loveland Shore to make use of the next 3.5 minutes of the Baron buff to get a lead back in this game, get items in the right people, and make their comp work some more.
And now Gamers 2 kind of on their back foot right now. They don't have all of the wave clear that they need. They have Jinx. She does fairly well at that. They have Lulu. She'll do that as well. Take Fun, on the other hand, he'll instantly clear the waves and then try to set up the fights. But will you get poked out? I like the fact that Lulu can clear the waves and then you can just poke down, because minions are the biggest hindrance in the poke comp. They really are. So if Ocelot can position correctly, they can get a pick or two. Cubon, he doesn't have the temporary combat stats on him, but they all have the gold.
Doesn't quite land with the balls in the way that's going to stop G2 a little bit in their tracks. Ward coverage now is here for Loveland Shore in the top lane. JWoww, Cubon still dueling up there. Void Staff has actually stopped at Sheen.
Half HP.
Wow, that is 1 javelin, and there are no heals on Loveland Shore. Just Baron regen, which is actually pretty high.
Take Fun, though. If you're poking out the mid laner, that's the main person the main mid laner or AD carry is really what a poke comp wants to get rid of, because you get rid of the mid laner, you get rid of their siege, you get rid of their wave clear, typically.
Yeah.
You get rid of their AD carry, you get rid of their potential in a team fight to turn it around with just sustained damage.
Giant wave bottom lane right now. G2 might get a turret kill off that. Kubon's been sent to defend.
No TP on Kubon.
It's true, but there's
TP
really
on
no way.
JWoww.
Here's the problem though: is there's no way for G2 to force a fight.
Yeah, there's
like
nothing
G2
here.
can't use 5-on-4s to do anything, except like rush down dragons and barons. We've seen how those turn out sometimes. So Loveland Shore actually, like, here's the thing about fighting a poke comp: you offer the luxury of time, unless your opponents are actively hitting your turrets. You can take time, clear out waves. There's not a lot of pressure on you. When they do pressure you, it's very obvious because they have to follow their minion lines. They don't have a tank to like get there in front of the turret. I mean, yeah, okay, you're getting items on Dude, you're getting items on Morden, but like, Mockler still kills those guys.
Yeah. Mockler's going to shred through them pretty quickly once he gets his 4th item, which I assume is going to be IE, based on what he did last time.
Yeah, there's no way you don't go IE here. You don't need Banshees.
Yeah, once again, Yuki coming out into the late game with a CS advantage and just kill advantage overall. The Yuki Dude bottom lane has been coming up a lot bigger than Mockler and Libic so far in these series.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They've been so freaking phenomenal. 3-1-3 on Yuki here. This Jinx has been really big. Last Whisper now getting started, which is the right timing for it at this point. Armor Pro level's enough that you'll care. Cubon takes down the last of the Wolf clan in the northeast corner. He'll be back with replacements, though. Can't keep Wolves down. It's like we're in Copenhagen or something. So many Wolves.
Get some roster subs in there. Swap them into the jungle.
Well, why not?
3 junglers. WTF.
Oh, JWoww gets exploded out of nowhere. He was fighting top of a ward, and down he goes. Well done. And that's going to be a big move for Loveland Shore. They've got a 5-on-4 push attempt.
That's a lot of the wave clear from Gamers 2 gone as well. Yuki's going to have to be using his switcheroo, his fish bones to try and clear this out. But it's very, very risky.
Oh my gosh, Kickus loses Hextrigger Shield as well. Turret goes down. That's one of them going. Yeah, I know. I had the same reaction. I had the same reaction.
That spear just like disappeared in front of his face.
It's gotta be weird.
I don't know.
It's like hitting you and it's gone.
Just happened again. Libic.
Evelyn just hit a trap. She's real low.
Oh.
Yeah, Kickus, you gotta run, dog.
I hope there aren't any like in these bushes or anything. He runs into one.
Yeah, it would kill him.
Just, whew.
It's okay, he's gonna heal up on this camp. Yep, smites it. There we go. 300 health is alright.
They're looking for him though.
Sweeps the ward, smart choice.
And there he is.
Okay. Kickus will stay safe, and you notice that the recalling and backing off right as JWoww respawns, so G2, they have to set up their siege, and Loveland Shore will be healthy and available in time when that siege happens.
So the Baron buff is no longer on any of the members of Loveland Shore. It's pretty much close to even in gold here. Just a 1% difference. And the Dragon and Baron are actually very close in timer. So most likely, a team will either do the Dragon while the other team gets Baron control, which is not a smart idea, or you just go to Baron and say, yeah, it's okay, you can do Dragon if you want. So you have to actually set up for this, like right now, at this minute mark. You have to set up the objective that you want early on. Or else you can't get it when the other team's already in the occupied territory.
True.
It's the big, big part of this.
Yeah, throwing spears into the darkness is pretty hard to hit them.
Ooh, Kickus is already sitting here on bottom.
I like this move, actually. Loveland Shore setting up. I mean, again, G2 pretty much has to play 5v5s just because Nidalee by herself can't really handle this kind of stuff, and definitely Jigs cannot. And so they're creating pressure and forcing the lanes in, but otherwise they are just setting up for the objectives.
They're setting up around Dragon right now, which is up in 30 seconds. Mockler just doing some scouting duty. Seeing what's around. Baron up in 50. So Loveland Shore might just try to rush down the Dragon, and in that 25-second period, rush from Dragon to Baron, which is extremely doable.
Yeah, they have time.
But they are there first. Gamers 2 are now getting the memo that, hey, we should be a Dragon. Should have been there a minute ago, setting up with wards. Is the big thing here.
Ubon's got teleports up in 4 seconds, and G2 still not in the right place for it. Of course, they've got no wards. As you mentioned, you can't do it at this point in time, so Kickus will solo out this Dragon. And the rest of the team will siege mid to give him cover. G2, of course, must respect that.
And a big thing here, too, is all the wards from Loveland Shore are focused on this Dragon area. If Gamers 2 make a move on Baron,
Kickus is making really slow progress, actually. He's not here in time. G2 pushing
down.
Tank it. Lichbane, they are rushing this mid lane. Teleport comes in. Kuban's looking to flank. And they still do not have Kickus, though. He is still fighting Dragon. It finally goes down. Turret falls off, and now they're going to run away. They're going to run right into Kuban if he's not careful.
That's a great play there from Gamers 2, and they are going to run straight into Kuban. So they're going to run to the unwarded area and be completely safe.
Alrighty, so look at this.
Now they get to poke from here, too.
For what they can. Take Fun's going to back off. They threw that. So turret for Dragon, pretty equal trade. 1,600 gold difference. Loveland Shore holding a small lead.
The open inhibitor, though, is really big for Gamers 2.
Yes, it is.
Because they will be able to just siege up around that. Have multiple angles to come in from. And it really only takes one misstep and one spear to give Gamers 2 an objective here, considering everybody on Loveland Shore is squishy, except for, I guess, Kickus a little bit. Everybody's pretty squishy, though.
Absolutely the case, man. Banshee's Veil for Libic. He's got some MR. It's good he can take a couple of javelins now. Libic's, I think, the only Thresh I've seen who goes Frostfang. It's more gold than the other GP10s.
It happens all the time. It happens multiple times, and he pretty much keeps it at the Frostfang.
Yeah. Ooh. Get some minions. Kickus stays safe. He's been revealed, though. Ward coverage now the very important game for these two teams. Traps for Nidalee helping as well.
Mockler actually just backed, and so did JWoww. So Mockler completed his Infinity Edge, and it had a huge power spike just now.
Yeah.
Off of that item.
Yuki's
Same
got
time,
his last whisper.
Kuban, he has his Infinity Edge completed.
That is big.
They're ready to do some damage here for Loveland Shore in these team fights.
Oh, Ocelot's also hit a pretty big spike.
But you have to start the team fight. Is the
Sure.
thing. Loveland Shore has to get in. That's the big thing. Can you get in, and can you get to Ocelot? Because if you win a fight, or half win a fight, Ocelot will poke you down all the way back to your base.
Yes, he will. He's got his power spike as well, right? Zonia's and Void Staff there.
Ooh,
Kick
Kickus.
one hit from stun, but the big damage comes out on Yuki. Can they keep him alive? They're trying the best they can. It looks like they will do so, and Libic. Oh my gosh, look at that. He can't do anything, but Kickus will go down. The ulti and Mockler falls!
He gets the speed up!
Oh no, Morden gets this, doesn't quite land the E, the slow, but here comes
Oh,
Kuban
the
to the side.
Shockwave!
Shockwave is massive! They get two back, and Diud has to flash the wall. Look at the plays being made. Diud trying to get away. Take Fun pops the Zonia's javelin hits, takes the Mikhail's, outside has a shield. Kuban trying to get into this one. What a hectic fight, 2 for 2 so far.
You got to play this very mechanically sound because you have no front line tank on either of these teams except for your junglers, and they're actually pretty squishy.
Yeah, comparatively speaking, absolutely. These guys have so much gold. The damage dealers are massive here. You're seeing another big item come out. Looks like Zonia's soon for JWoww. He's going to need that next time around because he died so fast. Jeez.
Yeah, just
No
a
one knows
bloody
who's gonna win
fight.
this.
Bloody fight just going off there. Big thing there was the fact that Yuki was just doing consistent damage. They ended up getting the stun onto Kickus when he flashed in. We're going to see it again right here. 1, 2, 3, and then he actually comes in, flashes the knockup, and gets stunned as he comes in, and then the kick back into the turret area gets Yuki right here, and then Mockler just takes so much damage from the Superman Death Rocket. All three grouped up, see an opportunity, Take Fun takes it, and Kuban follows up, and that's the wombo combo that they wanted from Champion Select. And they end up going 3 for 3 here. Take Fun almost dies, but of course, there's Libic to help him with the McHales.
Man, if Kuban had flash right there, to jump the wall, that was like possibly game. He would have got on both those backliners that were stuck up there. But,
oh!
Rocket nearly hits Kickus. Actually going to hit Take Fun instead. It was a fair bit of health despite being full HP. And now, Gamers 2 setting up now Baron control. They've got enough damage down. They've forced Loveland Shore back. Wards are gone. G2 throwing out the javelins, couple of wards, and traps down to spot things out. The way they're trying to set up traps, this is a very important part of this game. 45 minutes in, either team could take the game-winning team fight.
Yeah, next team fight that doesn't go even is going to be the game for the most part here.
It's going to be significant leads.
It's going to be pretty big. It's going to be pretty big. Maybe just one or the other, but we'll have to see. Everybody's just looking for that opportunity. You can't rush it, especially for Gamers 2. You have to poke. You have to play it very methodically. You have to go back to your roots here and just keep doing the poke competition. Loveland Shore, though, you have to have a fight like that.
Yeah, you
but
do.
not with that opening.
But, you know, without two guys dying at the
yes,
start.
without Kickus doing that. You want that wombo combo. You saw it turn around when there was a numbers advantage for the enemy team for Gamers 2. Loveland Shore started off like that. It's a great start to a fight that they can just clean up afterwards.
You see Kuban has the knockup available, and all of G2 must run away from him.
Yeah, so they're looking for what I thought they'd look for from champions like Kickus coming in from the flank, and then using his Agni's Embrace to set up the Orianna Ball, or Mockler running in with the Orianna Ball, or something on top of that to set up Kuban and Mockler for their AoE damage. But Libic, he's caught out
in
again!
the wrong spot, Q, and he was in the wrong part of the jungle. G2 says welcome and takes out Morden as fast as they're going to go to mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to rush inhib. They're going to go straight for this inhibitor with that numbers advantage. Kickus, though, he is stalking Yuki right now.
Okay, can he reach Ocelot Yuki? Do they even try the 4v5 or do they give up inhib and try again another time? G2 have cleared the wave. They are in on the inhibitors dying.
They're all going to be pretty grouped, though.
Incredibly fast. They're still waiting. Ball comes out. They're
a little faster. They're going to see Kickus, though.
They find Kickus. Ulti comes across. They're pushing him down. The knockup is there. Can they kill him? Shockwave on 2. Here comes the fight. Here comes Twitch to the side. The burst damage comes out. They find 1. Yuki goes down. They've found 2 so far. And look at the engage. Look at the knockup. Diud goes down as well. They find the 3-man kill in the 4v5.
Yeah, this team fight from Gamers 2 is very poor. You have to go ahead and siege. You have to use spears. They caught them out with Kickus, who sacrificed his life for that. Actually, no, he didn't. He got out. Libic wasn't even there. It was the 5-on-4. And now Kuban, he's going to go straight up this mid lane. He had that huge power spike off of the Infinity Edge, and now they're ready to just take more.
One loses some health, but he's going to have just enough. Does Morden go? Nope, doesn't. Okay.
There's still heals available.
Uh-oh, Mockler, one hit from dead. Now the shield is on. Inhibitor goes down. Q lands. He could get it. He could get it. He could get it. The summoner here with the flash. Well played, Mockler. Kika's got to be careful. Take but a half HP. Can they keep going? There's the lantern. Oh, they got to be real careful on this one. Shockwave comes out. Good damage comes across. Ignite is on. Ocelot's going to get away. Maybe. Even if Zonia's the Ignite, he's ticking down. He does stay alive. Just barely on this one. Morden doing okay.
Ocelot, such low HP right there. And he ends up getting out. They trade inhibitors for inhibitor. And now the bottom lane has a gigantic wave pushing against it. Rocket, it sweeps by.
All right, we're okay.
All the way off the map.
All right, well, Mockler is hiding. Not anymore, though. Gonna clear things out and kill off these minions. All right, we are happy once again.
Were we ever unhappy?
Oh no, this game is awesome. But in terms of him like killing minions, you know, we saw minions die. That's always cathartic for me. I like it quite a bit.
Baron being started up here by Gamers 2. Last time they tried this, didn't go too well. Mockler, he's on his way. All the wombo combo available except for the Shockwave.
Coming in the best he can. A lot of damage coming out. Baron naturally losing a bunch of HP. Kikis wants to go away. It's going to be smited away by Morden, though. And here comes the fight. Kikis the front line.
Shockwave available now.
Backwards. Can they find it? There's the hook in on Yuki. He does not want this. 3-man Shockwave. And a 3-man knockup for Yasuo as well. Yuki goes down. Loveland Shore just finding the fights despite Baron. 3 for nothing here. Knockup on a Diud as well. This could be the game-winning push. Kuban in on Diud. Another knockup. A triple kill for his Yasuo. And they've gone in towards the mid lane.
Kuban playing to his strength as a carry top laner. Basically, before that fight started, the Baron went down. Takefun didn't even have his ultimate. Uses it there. Kuban follows up. Perfect fight. And now they're going to try to end the game.
Well, 50 seconds to do what they can with this one. And here comes the damage happen. By the way, Windball does not stop turret shots, but who cares? It is a 4 versus 1. Morden alone to defend the Nexus. And Loveland Shore want to pull it back to a game 3. And they will do so. 49 minutes. The top lane Yasuo is huge. They pull it back to a game 3.
Having a game 3 for the 3rd, 4th place match here, and the auto berth into the round of 8, and not having to go back to the ranked 5's ladder.
Freaking phenomenal play by these guys, man. And this is now the tense moment. It's really big one.
Well, they both played their strength, and Loveland Shore came out on top, even though Gamers 2 had a substantial lead for a while, and it just got closer and closer. Then the team fights started happening.
Yeah.
And Loveland Shore, like just by looking at their team composition, and in the early game, we talked about how you have to pink ward the sides. You have to keep Kikis away from your back line. Or it's going to slow him just enough so that Kuban can get there. Takefun can get there. Put yourself in the Baron pit. You're all just right clumped up there for Takefun. As soon as his Shockwave came up, the instant it came up, he was like, yep, throw my ball back there. Kuban, go. And triple kill immediately for him.
Yep. And that was what I was looking for, actually, was like, how are the comps going to scale? The 18-minute Baron, or the 18-minute Dragon fight. Shockwave, 2-man Yasuo ulti. Disengage. Okay. 45-minute one, Twitch 2 shots people.
Yes.
And you're like, oh man, Gamers 2. Like, it's so hard to respect the Shockwaves the whole time. You get in the Baron pit, life's difficult. You try to, siege up and you run out as a group. 2-man Shockwave, you lose 2 members immediately for that one. Loveland Shore played it patiently, and then they found the openings. The fact that they chose to fight the 4v5 in the mid lane after they lost the mid inhibitor. It's like they're just retreating. Like, there's nothing else for Gamers 2 to get. And they're like, we're going to 4v5 this.
That was actually one of my favorite games that I've seen in the Challenger Series, because each team played to their strength, and there wasn't really a whole, like, this was a star player on either team, because everybody came together. Even the losing team Gamers 2 in that match had a really good showing all throughout. Like, there's really nobody you can be like, yeah, they could have probably stepped it up a whole button. No, everybody's playing really well at that game.
I really think so, yeah. And the individual performances, I like the ones that turned around as well.
Yes.
JWoww started out massive. I think I would have liked to see G2 use him as a split pusher a bit more. Yeah. I think the fact that he was ahead, he could have beat up on Yasuo a bunch and pulled apart the team. Again, Loveland Shore couldn't play their comp without Yasuo. There was like no way they would win a fight without Yasuo. And G2 didn't try to pull him away.
Yeah, that's
JWoww
true.
didn't. And the thing is, like, he went after Deathcap Sheen, and I was like, what a great choice. He's going to go Lich Bane. He's going to be a split pusher. He's going to have turret pressure. And it's going to completely screw over Loveland Shore. Then he grouped up for 5v5s. And he got shot.
And they kept losing 5v5s.
Yeah, and I feel like that was the one adaptation I needed to see go differently. I actually think
Poke with a split pusher.
In this case, yes, because you're facing a hard 5v5, and the only anti-split push is a key part of the wombo. It's either Ori or it's Yasuo, and those are both required for the comp to work. And I think that would have been big. I actually think back to the spring split. Gamers 2 fought, I think it was, I want to say it was SK Prime.
Okay.
The old SK
Yes,
Prime.
SK Prime.
And they fought Trundle Yasuo. And they had no idea how to deal with it. They had no idea how to be. Oh, God. They would just like get picked off out of nowhere every single time because they didn't know how to react mid-game. They came with a plan. The plan was good.
Yasuo's power spikes are enormous.
Oh, sure. But that's the one weakness I see in G2. Whenever I see these games, I'm like, okay, so what is keeping them from first place? What is keeping them from LCS? It's like mid-game adaptations is one I think needs a kick up. It's like how, because you want to play your game, but you still do want to consider what they're running. How can you adjust to break apart what they're doing? And that was, I think, a necessary adaptation because Plan A wasn't working.
Yeah, and also looking at Loveland Shore's composition, just when you have a teamfight comp like that, even if you are 7k gold ahead on like Gamers 2, with a poke comp, you're going to lose the teamfight.
Yes,
if you're 10k gold ahead, you're going to lose that teamfight if they land it correctly.
Yeah, and that happened.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That was very excellently played. So, grats, of course, to Loveland Shore. The guy's going to take one more quick break, but when we return, it's time for that final game of the Challenger Series third place match, a series ender between Gamers 2 and Loveland Shore. You guys don't want to miss it. Little something ulti comes in. J1 taking a big burst of damage and no Jinx Rocket hits. This could be bad. Shockwave gets one, and now Dion forced to run away. He's going to be a second casualty as well. They trade back on the Evelyn. Loveland Shore going to get blue buff on Take Fun. Borden's going to find a way in on Libic and Mockler. Oh no, Twitch goes down. The Rat's been exterminated. Now Libic in the wrong spot as well. Borden shows up. Yuki executes. Oh my gosh, look at that. He can't do anything, but Kickus will go down. The ulti and Mockler falls.
He gets the speed up.
Oh no, Morden gets the, doesn't quite land the E, the flow, but here comes the Shockwave. Shockwave is massive. They get two back, and Dion has to flash to the wall. Look at the plays being made.
They're going to see Kickus, though.
They find Kickus. Ulti comes across. They're pushing him down. The knockup is there. Can they kill him? Shockwave on two. Here comes the fight. Here comes Twitch to the side. The burst damage comes out. They find one. Yuki goes down. They've found two so far. And look at the engage. Look at the knockup. Dion goes down as well. Here comes the fight. Kickus the front line.
Shockwave available now.
Backwards. Can they find it? There's the hook in on Yuki. He does not want this. Three-man Shockwave. And a three-man knockup for Yasuo as well. Yuki goes down. Loveland Shore just finding the fights despite Barrett. Hey everyone, welcome back to the European Summer Challenger Series. It's time for the third and final game between Gamers2 and Loveland Shore. Whoever wins this game gets third place in Series 1 and automatically returns for Summer Series 2.
Yeah, and a big thing in that last game for me was that both teams just played their heart out.
Yeah.
Like, you could tell both teams really want this. And Gamers2, they brought the poke comp, and Loveland Shore had the great team fight comp, and they played it perfectly all throughout it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Loveland Shore, their take fun, their mid laner, 6-1 and
Man.
14 on Orianna.
Yeah.
Game-changing ultimates with the follow-up off Kuban.
20 KDA is pretty decent. I feel like that's, be like, you know, it's do or die. Let me pull out a 20 KDA this game. I gotta say, Take Fun is freaking awesome. Kuban, 9-4-7 was a massive threat. Massive threat. The other score I want to point out actually as well is Makler, the AD carry. So, went big on Twitch. His score was 3-4-10. Not because he was like doing bad or anything, like 3-4-10, that just feels like a mediocre score. It's like, you know, oh, it's only like a 3 KDA. But like, the fact that he was putting out so much damage, he was basically setting up Kuban for all the kills.
Yeah.
Like, Shaka comes out, spray and pray, rat-a-tat-tat, destroys health bars, and Kuban gets the cleanup.
Yeah, just a lot of wombo combo from this team with the team fighting.
Yeah.
A lot of threats is the big thing,
Yes.
too. You could poke one to half, and it's like, okay, the other two can kind of do something to you if they synergize. But they never got Yasuo out of the fight early is what I'm thinking.
They never did, because he was always ready to win wall himself. And that's actually the funny thing I was thinking about, the fact that you're like, they're running all damage threats. Oftentimes, full damage teams are very weak as team fighters. When you're facing a poke team, you don't need a tank, because no one threatens your front line regardless. No one even threatens your back line. Just javelins you have to dodge, regardless, no matter who you are. And so, full damage team, for the most part, work exceptionally well against something like this. So, you know, Loveland Shore champ selected quite nicely. Gamers2 ban Yasuo. Smart choice. They didn't in Game 1. Didn't in Game 2. Grave mistake.
Oh, yeah.
And now Ziggs removes from Ocelot. Catherine, I think, joins that list. And maybe without Yasuo, Nidalee has to.
Yeah, that's very, very
Maybe.
possible. It's very possible that that gets taken out of here. We'll have to see what ends up coming out, but I do like the Yasuo ban, the adaptation. It was kind of an adaptation to Game 2 not to ban it, and then they realized, we kind of have to ban it.
Yeah. They prioritized a few too many things above that.
Yes, a lot more things about that.
The Ziggs and Kale still removed away. The Lulu banned out by G2. They don't want to first pick it, but they don't want to give this one away. As you talk about, Kuban's played that guy before and keep the one off. Actually, wow, it's Gamers2 who banned the Kassadin.
Okay.
So to me, this signals they really want a tunnel on poke.
Well, also at the
Kassadin would work well against
same
that.
time, it means we're either going to get Aurelia or Jax.
Yep.
Because you had to ban one of them.
Thing is, it didn't pan out in Game 1. I would not be surprised to see first pick Lucian just for lane dominance, because that's how they crushed Game 1. I feel like that's actually the best play in terms of thinking about your history. They still want Aurelia, though. I mean, to be fair, JWoww did... Actually, no, he lost the lane in a straight 1v1 against Kuban. So either he learned his lesson since there was one misplay, I'll get it this time. But that is interesting to me.
Yeah, they're going to pick the bottom lane here with the Lucian Braum.
Oh, man.
Pretty much force Yuki to take Twitch.
This is...
I mean, he has played Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw doesn't do very well against Braum, though. He also has played some Graves. We'll have to see what he ends up bringing out here, because he kind of avoids the Twitch almost at all costs.
Yeah.
He'll play it very rarely, but he prioritizes other things above that.
I want to see. I want to know what Gamers2 angle is, because I think that pick right there, the Loveland Shore first round draft, is scary. Because last time, Mach from the big one lane. Game 1, they got destroyed in lane. You just gave them two of the best laners now, so they can win lane again. That is a very grave risk to take.
Yeah,
Gamers2, what is the plan here?
They aren't going to win their top lane, though, based off Aurelia. You're not just going to flat out win that because you're Aurelia.
No.
Aurelia does not win lane until way later. You kind of have to survive. So they aren't going to pull an advantage up there. So yeah, I guess he's going to take the Twitch, and they're going to go ahead. And Lee Sin has been picked second rotation every game.
Yeah. I mean, and Morden's...
Second or first?
Yeah, first, second round. I mean, it's a high priority pick. Morden's favorite. I understand the reason to go for that one. Again, the rest of these picks fairly safe, and G2 want to react to the lineup right now with their mid laner here. So they've got no rush in this one. Take Fun insta-locks the LeBlanc. Says Whip, we know we want this one. Ocelot will play whatever he can. No Ziggs this time around, which he played in Game 1 and won the lane with. Mock there might just go back to the Shyvana Aurelia matchup. Why the heck not? It's an easy choice. But the fact that Loveland Shore didn't go for their jungler, they're like, no, we want LeBlanc over all else. Gamers2 didn't care about that. They could have grabbed the insecure to Twitch.
Yeah.
there's actually no reason to even rush the LeBlanc because obviously G2 didn't care about it.
Yeah. Well, also you'd be able to last pick it.
Yeah.
I guess they just don't want Ocelot to have that for a burst comp
Yeah.
that would have some assassination potential.
But again, it's the fact that G2 picked Twitch when there's no contest on it.
Yes.
The fact that they already wanted to last pick a mid laner.
Well, they're
so.
waiting it out, but now they're going to be able to counter pick everything here.
Mundo versus Aurelia. Okay.
Okay.
That I actually like the matchup because Mundo buys health, and health is the best defense against the 10 style. Stuns
True damage.
also. Yeah, right. Against true damage, you just buy health, and you're like, oh, cool. It doesn't make a difference from what I bought. And the fact that like you stun him, he doesn't care. Like I actually think Mundo's a good matchup here, and I like Kuban's Mundo. I think he's a very good Mundo player. He's really good teleports. He's one of the best teleporters I've seen. This is a former teammate of Sharu, who used to run teleport on Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
So the guy knows teleports. I'm gonna be real with you. It's his whole team. So, I mean, Mundo's one of the best teleporters. I think one of the best people for that. Split push for days, then show up when you need to. And Dude hovering on Morgana is a great choice. I loved his Morgana in Game 1. And look at this, Syndra. So look at that. Gamers 2 heavily pick focused.
Yep. Very pick focused here. And I can't help but think that they would have gone for the LeBlanc if it was open. So the take fun pickup actually seems pretty good. Because you do want to synergize that with things like Morgana, because you put a black shield on her and she just uses her burst, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't even stun her or use anything on her when she goes in.
Absolutely, that's going to be maybe a difficulty for these guys.
Ooh, you're gonna, okay. So if you pick Vi into a Morgana, it's really kind of just, okay, yeah. I was like, J4 works better than Vi because you knock people up and you can knock both people up, and Black Shield does not negate Cataclysm. It's 3.5 seconds of just impassable
You're
terrain.
in this area.
Exactly. I think that's a much better pick than Vi, because if you put it on Vi, okay, then they're going to go for it.
Here's why I don't like Jarvan, because of Mundo.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
lock him in.
need Mundo to get to the back line and mess with Twitch and give him a bad rat-a-tat-tat angle. And if you run Jarvan, you really lower that chance. So I actually like the choice to go back for Vi. Yes, it is hard to play around Black Shield. We've seen it work successfully sometimes.
Some people have done it, yes.
We've seen some guys just stuff the ulti.
Yeah.
So certainly, like...
At that point, you suppress yourself.
Yeah, you're just like locked up, like, I'm hit punching you, and nothing happens. You're just kind of sad for a while. Your ultimate's on cooldown, but if they can make it happen, if they can make the picks elsewhere on the map as well.
It'll give them assassination potential in the mid lane.
Oh gosh,
on Syndra, for sure. That's the caveat here, is that you can just go ahead and be like, once I hit 6, going after Ocelot, and you're going to silence him during the entire combo, and he's dead. So if they can make that type of lead in the mid lane, then that makes Vi a fantastic pick.
I agree completely.
Also, if you pick Jarvan against a Syndra, if you're a very good Syndra, you just E the EQ combo.
Yep.
Mid EQ.
You can stuff the knock-up, so...
Basically, you're sitting there like, I kind of want to go Jarvan. And he's like, I kind of want to go Vi, but there's Black Shield. And he's like, what about Jarvan? There's a Syndra.
Yeah.
All right, what about Vi? Okay, I can outplay the Black Shield. So
Probably.
he's just weighing his options there because he wanted to focus mid.
Yeah, and I think that's a great choice. I think we've seen mid go close to equal every game. So game 1, small lead to Ocelot because of the Ziggs. I mean, Ziggs is just such a good laner. It's hard to get behind. Game 2, fairly close. CS lead for Orianna, but it's to be expected. It's like as the lane match is supposed to go. But again, I guess that's kind of both games went according to matchup. This one, LeBlanc versus Syndra. I've seen multiple Syndra counterpicks to LeBlanc. I think Syndra's damage numbers are higher. They're both easy to hit. Like they're all skill shots for the most part, but like they're easy to hit skill shots on kind of both ends. And so you just kind of tend to be able to burst out the LeBlanc. So it's what I've seen to be a minor counterpick. I see that one as one of these counterpick matchups. And then, yeah, exactly as you talked about, the Vi pick to just kind of crush that champion. I think that'll be a highly important lane because LeBlanc can one-shot Twitch, but of course so can Syndra one-shot someone else in the back line. So there's a lot to look for. I think the mid lane is an important matchup. At the same time, though, I am scared for Gamers 2's bot lane because they gave away Lucian Braum. And that is a scary duo lane.
Oh, yeah. Lucian Braum is extremely potent because of the concussive blows. Actually, I guess both passives together, concussive blows and light slinger.
Yeah.
It's just doubly effective. Makes it extremely scary against Morgana and Lucian. Granted,
Morgana Twitch.
Morgana Twitch, thank you. Morgana can use the Black Shield to stop the stun from concussive blows, but that's about it.
Yeah. And
it's
that cooldown's gigantic.
Yeah, it's such a long cooldown, whereas concussive blows, it's like, oh, you're spell shielded, swap targets.
Yeah. Wait 5 seconds, start it again. Or exactly as you said, swap targets.
Same
there's
thing,
there's a whole bunch of pain available. And actually, here's the fun thing. Actually, so here's a fun part with the concussive blows mini game.
Okay.
So of course your Q applies it, right?
Yes.
And the spell does magic damage. So you want to like black shield the Q. You're like, okay, that makes sense. Now at a certain rank, I think it's probably by rank 2 or 3, you'll actually one shot a black shield with concussive blows because it does decent enough damage. You know, it goes to like the 240-ish range plus % of your health. So you can one shot the black shield, and then of course you get the stun. But also keep in mind, black shield only lasts 5 seconds. And anytime you hit someone with concussive blows, the duration goes back to 5 seconds before the stacks fall off, right? So if you do Black Shield and it doesn't break, you're like, hit. Okay, now just time up Black Shield. Hit. Oh, Black Shield fell off, stun. And so there's a bunch of like these little mini games you can play where it's like you can juke the last attack, like there's all these like weird things
If you
going
can stay
on.
in range of the person for 5 seconds.
Sure, if. I mean, to be fair, that is an
Dang.
if. That is an if. To be completely fair, that is a big if. But I want to see how these two will interact because it's kind of like Thresh and Leona, right? You can put the Black Shield
Yes.
on, as you talked about, switch to someone else. We'll see it play out. Ocelot on Syndra here. This is going to be this all-important Game 3. Gamers 2 head to the north side.
Yeah, and like you were saying with Black Shield, there's always human error, there's always human reaction time, and there's always your opponent outplaying you. And look at that. Kickus getting invaded on just immediately.
They kill it. Dude!
Oh! Dude!
Scumbag dude did not hit the ward.
Dude, where's my ward?
Right in front of him. Didn't care. Well, Livic makes his way down to the jungle as well. Has not triggered anything just yet. Now he puts it down to spot if there's a red buff start.
I found Kuban. Extra gold for Dude.
Binding's gonna hit, forces the flash.
Wow.
Wow. He's gonna have to recall back and heal, but this gives a window until 6 minutes into the game, which is plenty of time to gank top lane with no flash mundo. That is a big risk here.
They didn't get the kill, but I call that a window.
Yep. I didn't get that.
Don't worry about it, Freak.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
What do kills and windows have to do?
Window. I had to explain it to you.
I don't expect you to be funny. It's my job.
A summoner has disconnected.
Wait, we hire you to be funny? I thought you were the good looks.
Let's all be real here.
Okay.
You got me in that one. Ocelot take fun, hitting each other soon with their eyes. They're looking at each other menacingly. It's painful enough.
Oh, it's about to start between these two purple bitches.
Uh-huh. I don't know, man. LeBlanc's wearing a lot of, like, furs in here with this one. It's really Ocelot with, like, the blue-purple one. Take fun. Here we go. Ooh, no CS just yet. It's okay. There we go. First CS on the board. Take fun. Draws first blood of the minions.
So,
Morden, JWoww. Actually, and they actually... But look at that. Both
Dang.
sides getting a
So-
greedy jungle starts.
Loveland Shore, though, they actually do the lane swap. They put Lucian Braum top.
I like that.
Despite having that huge lane with the advantage we talked about.
I like that a lot. Mundo's a better jungler.
Yeah.
And without flash, he was a big liability in the lane.
He's also really fast at taking turrets because of his masochism.
True. If they want to do a 4v0 push in the top side, they can. Morden and JWoww now going to get towards their own red buff. We will have a 2-buff start on both sides. JWoww doing what he can to help out. The early stun doing a little something for him. But there's the Rotos coming through. Good smite. And everyone is happy. Kickus now joining up with Kuban, who had soloed the white before. And they're actually one camp ahead. Loveless Shore actually have one extra jungle camp under their belt right now. So a bit more golden XP for those guys.
Yeah, Mockler, yep, standard. So we've seen 2v2 lanes this entire series long. One side will win it, create a big advantage. Other one will kind of go even, then scale into late game. Now it's just like, all right, Yuki and Dude, we don't want you fighting Mockler and Libic.
Here's the real test, though. It's a 4v2 right now. Vi, Kickus on the wrong side of the map. She's heading down to the southeast.
Uh-oh. Gonna encounter at the wolves, but JWoww, he's actually teleporting top, so Morden's gonna be left by himself.
Okay, Mord's going to be a little bit careful. I think
He's a level
he might
down.
be safe. Oh my gosh, the Q's going to land. Kickus got big damage flash over the wall. Kickus trinkets it, doesn't go for it. Morden should be safe.
See if he can get him with a concussive blow.
Oh man. Cleaver? Oh, if he guessed that one, that would have been so sick. Alright, well, Morden gets out pretty safely. Doesn't lose too much, but his flash. I liked all the adaptations, though. So, Loveless Shore really, really wanted to get XP on Kuban. They teleported him down. They sent the support there to keep him alive. That worked just fine. G2 saw that. Oh,
he's
no.
right here.
Q's going to land. Big damage. He's got no flash. One more hit to go. There we go. Nicely done. Kickus with the solo kill. Refreshes the buffs. And Loveless Shore looking very good now in Game 3.
Kickus saw the level advantage and just pushed it. Came up to him, found him in the jungle, got him again after he knew that the flash was down, and just kept the pressure up. He had his own flash, so no matter what, even if he safeguarded away, he would still be able to land his Vault Breaker.
Absolutely beautiful play then. So that's going to be very heavy pressure removed there. Morden still level 2, no buffs, only 1 longsword. That is not the start you want as a jungler. I gotta say, that is rough at 4.5 minutes. Kickus waiting around behind the walls.
Counter jungling and has a refresh, and he's looking for Ocelot.
He can flash Q onto Ocelot too to set up this kill. There's a lot of damage available. Ocelot has flash though, he could outplay it. Morden hitting level 3 now. He is near the mid lane. He could be around for the counter gank by chance.
He does have a little more in the combat stat department, but look at that. He's going to find Kickus, and Kickus is going to go
for the flash Q. Big damage. Ocelot does get back. 2-man stun. Morden stays.
Oh, Kickus.
Oh, does he have enough damage?
Buffs.
They got Morden enough. Yes, he does. Double buffs go back down. G2's jungler going to be happy with that one.
And then they end up picking up double buffs back onto Morden, and that is really big. He's back in this game immediately. Ocelot with the 2-man stun.
Beautiful.
Crazy beautiful there.
All right, well, JWoww gonna keep his farm going. 15 minions on him. You're seeing Cuba push around. Also with the Ignite on, has to get away from this one. He does stay alive, but now Morden looking for the play. Take fun. Can he outplay this? No, he's done. Oh my gosh.
This distortion.
Yeah, he's dead. All right.
Very far off from cooldown.
Nicely done. Morden right there. Now 2 kills on him. G2 making the plays in the mid lane. I thought
that's beautiful though.
The Vi match would be so good, but
oh yeah,
Morden got back.
The fact that Kickus took it to Morden in the jungle very early on, double buffs is actually going to make Morden come out on top here.
Can they get the outplay on the Q? Kickus does not have his cooldown. Apparently put some damage back down, but he's down to 300 health. Ooh. I don't think he should have dived that even if he did land it, but he won't in this case. Ward hops over.
They ping him out. It's like, I know where he is.
He ward hopped it. Yeah, don't be dumb.
He's going into our jungle, trying to look for more.
Ooh. But JWoww's healthy enough. They could win this 2v2. They ping him, though. They know Morden's in try.
JWoww and Morden. Can they make something happen here? JWoww has low HP, so he will get the stun on Equilibrium Strike if he goes after Mockler. Coming in, they see him.
Morden's there. JWoww, can he get there? Q's going to land. Livic's going to take some damage, puts the shield down. They don't chase it. They know the stun would be dangerous. Out they go. Mockler's out of mana now. Kuban, oh wow,
he's
he
gonna take
was
a lot
in
of
the wrong
damage.
spot. Pops his heal or his flash as soon as he comes back up. Slows her out, almost gets the kill. It's close, but he will not burn down.
No. Too much regen there from the Mundo pass. Basically negates the Twitch passive, and he has the potion ticking at the same time.
If you ran Ignite, that guy was dead.
Yeah, went for the exhaust for the extra little slow.
It does stop the. Ooh, the outplay by Take Money goes in. Damage on Ocelot. Nicely done, man. Dodge the stun as well. Beautiful play.
This is a very skill-dependent matchup.
Yes.
Because Syndra can outplay LeBlanc's distortion damage by using Scatter the Weak if you time it perfectly, but you have to time it perfectly every time. I was talking with some pros about it. They're like, yeah, it goes back and forth, but Syndra has an edge if you're a more skilled player.
It's Ocelot trying to be the more skilled player in this one. You're seeing a 3-minion lead, although Syndra pretty easy to kill minions on, to be fair. Kickus gets the ward into the southern jungle. He's going to start counter-jungling these wolves away. Plays this really nicely so far. Looks like he will steal this camp successfully. And Big Wraith is gone. Ooh. Morden did not time the red buff.
Ooh.
The thing is, I don't know if he knows that they didn't start red, or if he doesn't, because he died so quickly, I don't know if he could actually time the buff properly. So it's he either thinks it's been gone, or he didn't start red. He doesn't know which, necessarily. He's got ward coverage now. It's that respawn. Okay, now he knows. He knows red's back up. Never mind.
Hanging around the dragon area right now. Actually, he might get his red counter-jungled by Kickus.
He's going to see it from a ward, but yeah, this could be a dangerous game for him, Kickus. Doesn't want to stay to clear the ward out, though. He's like, you know, I got seen, never mind. Morden level 6 gets the buff seal. 8 minutes in, level 6. He's got a level lead now over Kickus, thanks to all the plays.
But Kickus is actually going to roam straight to his red.
Wow.
And he's going to run in. Oh, he's going to miss Morden.
Oh no, this could be dangerous. Can they get the CC now on a take fun? Can they get the damage? Q's going to land. Big damage comes out the ulti as well, and they claim him. Wow, Morden now gets a 3rd kill in this mid lane. Couldn't quite give it to Ocelot, but big lead now.
Yeah, really big lead now. In that early game, have about 10% more. Oh, he's going to go for Kickus. He's going to let him use his abilities on the camp, and then he's going to fight him.
Ward hops over. Kickus just walked back to the turret.
Ooh.
I think he should have walked left. Oh, Morden gets it.
Stealing the experience, trying to delay the levels from Kickus. So Kickus kind of set up to get his mid lane snowballing, take fun versus Ocelot, but Morden saw that plan and has been ganking pretty much exclusively mid.
Finding on a Mako. This fight's going to start. There's the ulti from Diode as well. Big damage comes out. He's actually going to tank some of this one, but Libic blocking the rat-a-tat-tat. Now it's going to end up, but he's got to be careful with the stuns. Going to have damage in the mid lane, though. Also taking a bunch of pain. Will he go down? Yes, he will. But now Kick is kicked away, and good pickup by Morton. He's got all the kills in the team versus a 1, 2, and 0 on pretty much everybody else.
It's 100% kill participation for both junglers and for Ocelot. And now Kuban.
One hit from Dead. JWoww wins the matchup heads up. He was a level ahead when he went in for it, and he gets it. Nicely done.
Yeah, really, really big come up there for him. Morton's going to be able to refresh his red buff here. And all the attention's been mid for the most part.
Yeah.
And a big part of that kill top was the CS advantage. He has almost 20 CS, 25, higher on JWoww. He also has his teleport still available, so he can go make a play somewhere, whereas Kuban, he'll have his up by the time that anybody starts doing Dragon.
He will have it up, but yeah, JWoww having the double Doran's Blade there, just giving him enough damage, and again, the level lead we talked about.
Excellent play here. So Gamers2 now winning everywhere on the map right there. Didn't go for the poke comp, going for something more conventional, and right now it's looking great.
Yeah, this pick of Vi, he's trying to make something happen when we got the Assault and Battery and went for Ocelot in the mid lane, which is his strategy from just picking it a champion select. But I love that Morton sniffed that out and said, you know what, that's a telltale sign. You're going to camp a Syndra.
Yeah.
And he's been camping that lane.
He's got every counter game.
Yes.
It's been perfect.
He had every kill before that solo kill that JWoww got. And Ocelot had been a part of every kill. So this jungler and mid laner are doing exactly what they need to do. And this bottom lane, though, is still going in Loveland Shore's favor, though, by about 20 CS, because Lucian is just a big bully over Twitch in the early game.
He absolutely is, man. This is looking so good for Gamers2. 50 minion lead, yeah, okay, it definitely matters, but it's better than I think would have maybe given credit for.
Morton's
Morton looking for
extend
this
his
one. Libic's going to get ulted as well. Dude really wants this kill to happen. Ulti comes in for Libic. Going to put the shield up. Yuki could move upwards a little bit more. He won't, though.
Oh, the binding.
Another binding. There goes the kill, and now the teleport in for Kuban. Flash away by Yuki, and nothing's going to happen here. Here comes a really big fight. Kuban's going to lose so much health, and he's going to get kicked up, and down he goes. More good things keep happening for Gamers2.
And Gamers2, very momentum-based team. We know Ocelot is an emotional player.
He's going to look real happy with this one. The damage coming out, dodging more of these skill shots. Take Fun puts some damage down, takes the ulti. Wow! Losing a lot of health there. Ocelot is 1 Q away from the kill. He's got Flash Q. He's got Ignite as well.
Ocelot, can he do it? But Take Fun has his Flash, and they aren't going to go for the Duke out for the outplay here. Instead, wrestle the Dragon.
And the minions clears.
Get it for the team.
Oh, Yuki's going to catch out Mockler. This is going to be his dash if he needs it. Damage comes out. Black Shield is there. Mockler stays for the fight. There comes Exhaust. There comes Kickus. Uh-oh, Dude's going to go down. Nicely picked up. Tenacity of Mockler to say, no, I've got
has his ultimate. Is he going to use it? He is. He's going after Yuki.
Gonna try. There's a flash. Auto, E, and the Q. Okay, didn't need E. That's fine. Q auto attack, all it takes. Some armor for Libic. Why not?
Just in case.
Yeah, just, he's helpful.
Morton's going to find Kuban. Go straight for him right now. Has the Dragon's Rage in a couple of seconds. He'll have it next time.
Man, this is so good. A 5-1 Lee Sin. Like, Gamers2 looks so much better in this game, man. I'm giving so much respect to Morton right now. He has played this match so very well. He's actually going to push his damage farther. He understands that he has to keep making plays because he's all the gold in his team. So he's rocking an extra longsword, maybe a brutalizer coming out for this Lee Sin.
And Kickus is going to go Trinity Force. As his second item.
Unless it's Glacial. I doubt it highly, though.
I don't know. It's a very expensive item to go. It's very possible. We see Dexter do it. It's a very great build on Vi. It just takes a lot of time to ramp up, and you don't get tanky for a long time.
True.
A lot longer than typical junglers.
So both junglers going squishy here. Brutalizer does come out for Morton. He's going to be so deadly with no tank items on many people just yet.
It could be a Glacial into a Frozen Heart to deal with JWoww.
Or even Iceborne? Would that even make sense? I guess you know jungle better than me.
Iceborne Gauntlet, I don't really see the reason for it. I mean, he could go for it, but I feel like if he's going for damage, it would just be the Trinity Force.
Okay.
Iceborne Gauntlet, you close the distance. I guess Ocelot couldn't get away, but there's just too many tools they already have available to them to accomplish that.
Okay.
But we'll have to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand your point, though. Yeah, it's like, if you want damage, pick up the real damage item. So, I feel you.
Freak questioning the Trinity Force. What has happened?
I didn't question Trinity Force. I just looked at the items build and said, hey, I know item recipes, dog.
Yeah.
Right now, Yuki going for Gunblade plus a Stinger. No.
You got me there for a second. I was like, what are you...
Dude, knocked him in the air. This could be
Ooh.
bad for G2.
Oh, but Mockler got bound.
Oh, what a perfect binding. Mockler forced away. Beautiful.
He was so close to being in distance. Kick is going to come over the wall, but Morden, he's actually going to see him off the ward.
Uh-oh.
And they're ready for this counter gank.
Oh, the
Yuki's
slow
there.
in for the Q as well. The kick back. Perfect by G2. Did not respect the ward. Great play.
Yuki was out of vision and used his ambush when Loveland Shore's bottom lane couldn't give the information that he was cloaked.
That was awesome. Well played. Then Gamers 2 just individually and as a group playing so well in this game 3. That's all I can say, man. They're playing so great. Oh, good pink ward, though. You can get spotted.
They're playing out of their minds right now. They really want this. You don't want to go back to the rank 5s ladder. You want to get that 3rd place and that extra point and the auto birth for 2 more.
That was a good find by Dude. Well dodged by Mockler. And we're going to stay safe on this one. Gamers 2 looking for that 3rd place match. You're seeing doing whatever he can. Stun from Ocelot. More burst comes out to take fun. You see a 12,500 gold lead in the top laners. You see a 1,200 gold lead on the junglers. 1,200 gold lead in the mid lane. It's like, oh my gosh, you've got so many powerful players here in G2.
Dude actually has more money than Libic does, but Yuki has less than Mockler.
It's true. Mockler's been farming very well, and their actual scorelines are pretty similar, but the problem is, like, he's not able to convert that gold lead. It doesn't really matter. G2 have played very well despite the bad lane matchups. I mean, all hats off to them.
Yeah, it actually is a Glacial coming out here, so he's going full tanky as opposed to a damage item. Yeah, he might be going the Frozen Heart for slowing the attack speed of Aurelia and for Twitch.
You're not leaving it down if it's Glacial, or if it's
Iceborne Gauntlet. If it's Iceborne Gauntlet, I'm going to have to do some thinking about that.
Well, Dio losing a lot of health bars right there, but here comes the counter gank. Morden doesn't want it. All right, it's finally going to back off. They do get the turret, though, so Mockler and Libic, despite having been ganked a good number of times, have still found their way into this one and have taken this turret down. So I got to start commending Mockler and Libic for a very good job well done. And maybe they can actually put the game on their back right here. Only a 3,000 gold deficit is, of course, surmountable.
Kikis looking for the gank on JWoww top, has the ultimate available, no turret here.
And he goes in for the fight, so JWoww's stun is down.
2 levels up, too, for JWoww.
But he can't fight Kuba here. Flash Q not gonna land, but there's the ulti as well, and there comes the everything
try to
burned.
Q back.
Can he get back on this one? Q used, Flash already down.
Oh, here
Cleaver
comes Morden.
hits, here comes Morden. Can he get enough? JWoww almost out of health. He goes in, they get Kikis. Would you believe it? Here comes Take Fun to turn it around. Morden has very few places to go. Jumps to the teammate, flashes the way. Dude gets the stun, or the root, I should say. 1-for-1, Q lands. No. Okay, good.
And they give up mid-turret for all of this. Ocelot's here. You can't really defend it.
Nicely done. So Mockler and Libic get another turret down. Loveland Shore actually, by the way, undefeated in turrets this game, 3-0.
Yeah.
They are playing objectives quite well. Only 2,000 gold now. This lead is shrinking. Ocelot getting some slows on Libic. He's got to be a bit careful. Yuki's coming around.
It's such a bummer when you want to use your ultimate on Braum, but he has Unbreakable still.
Yeah.
The balls just kind of crack against it and do nothing. But despite having all these turrets, Gamers 2 has more potential gold on the map just because they already have a lead, 2K, and they haven't taken the same number of turrets. Dragon is up now, and nobody's really poised for it. Loveland Shore is actually very far back in their base, and Gamers 2 has a little advantage here in numbers.
Ooh, big risk then. Let's see what we can do with this. Loveland Shore moving around in the wings. Looks like it's going to be started out by Gamers 2 that they still feel more confident. Looks like there's not going to be anyone stopping it. So Dragon comes up. G2 continue to play the Dragon game quite well. Ocelot, good flash to get away from the chain. That could have been potential death to take from landed, but Libic's in the wrong spot at the wrong time. He's going to get over the wall, though. Still dies, and now you've got to be careful if you're Kikis here. The damage does come across, but this Vi's got nowhere to go. Dodges skill shots, but misses the Q, and Yuki picks up the kill. So 2-1 plus Dragon. Gamers 2, they'll look mid lane.
Yeah. Started off by a flash Soul Shackle from Dude, and they come up big on it on the side fight after they get Dragon. So 4K gold lead, get a turret for themselves, potential gold now rolling into their pockets for Gamers 2, and they're just opening up the map now.
This turret going down rather rapidly. 2 kills off of that, like, after the Dragon fight right there, and the lead has exploded now to over 5,500. Gamers 2 have a lot of money to spend. They've got a gigantic lead with Brutalizer's Sightstone.
We're going to see a flash Soul Shackle here from Dude, who just keeps the distance.
Wow.
And gets both of them in it and locks them up when they just take out Libic And at this point, he actually gets bursted, and Ocelot dies to the Ignite. His kick is just barely doesn't make it over the wall. Charges it not long enough.
And what was great was the fact that Dude's flash actually stuffed the initial
The
ball
ball breaker.
breaker.
That was awesome.
So she couldn't get out. That was so kind of beautiful. Man, Dude's playing so well this series.
A lot of people are playing really well this
I
series.
guess I can name everyone,
Like,
but like...
Morden right now, 6-1-3.
Yeah.
Huge kill participation. 9 out of the 11 kills on the team. One of was a solo kill on top by JWoww, so there's no possible way he could have been involved in that. But man, Morden being a huge facilitator of his team, but not just a facilitator. He's taking a lot of the kills too.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of why he's been able to itemize so much. And the fact that he's buying, I think, the correct items, right? More damage to snowball his ganks, more durability than afterwards because he's got so much money now. He will stay ahead of the curve. He won't fall out. He'll be a really powerful champion. And it's something that Love Shore is going to have to respect quite a lot here. Livic and Mockler still feeling okay in their sort of 2-on-2, but Yuki's now got 3 kills. He's now got most of the Phantom Dancer. This matchup's going to get harder and harder.
Yeah. It's going to be extremely hard for Loveland Shore when the match gets going for Yuki. And you're right about the whole Lee Sin thing, because with all those kills, he's basically been gifted a Sightstone and a Brutalizer where he would normally be.
Absolutely. Now Livik's got to be pretty careful, though, but the burst comes out. Doesn't even matter with the Unbreakable. Damage is too much. Ocelot.
Now they're getting
a
turrets.
bunch for this.
They're going to go ahead and get that potential gold into their pockets. Teleport up for JWoww so he could reinforce this top lane if he wants to. He's going to see that the ultimate from Cubon is now down. So he has a little bit more of an opportunity.
It is still
go
more
for an
turrets,
all-in.
though. Gamers 2 looking pretty happy with this one. Bottom outer is gone. Second tier top lane is under fire, and JWoww will now join up with this.
See, here's the thing, too, is Loveland Shores, just looking at their team and their strategy and their win condition, it's really kind of, can we burst somebody and pick off Ocelot? But Gamers 2 just have more threats and more pick potential.
Yeah.
They do have a tanky frontliner on Loveland Shore, but overall, it's very difficult for Loveland Shore to actually win a fight based on their comp. They'd have to use Take Fun appropriately, and the fact that their jungler's 2 and 5 is not going to be relevant for a very long time.
Yeah. You only have a giant spell Glacial at this point in the game is pretty rough, to be honest, with total durability here.
We're never going to know what that Glacial was going to be.
It might, yeah.
We'll watch it never turn into anything.
He'll buy 2 Warden's Mails in a row.
Ah!
Go Randuin's Frozen Heart. Why not? At this point, I think you would Frozen Heart because you're right. At this point, he just needs the tank stats against all the armor, or all the damage on the attack speed characters. So I agree with you in Frozen Heart. Just joshing you a little bit, you know.
It could be Iceborne Gauntlet, though. It honestly
Okay, now you're on Iceborne Gauntlet.
But
hype
it
train.
could
Okay.
be. I'm not on the hype train. I'm just
Ooh.
saying he could build it. I've seen weirder
I've seen
things
it.
before.
I see it sometimes from top lane Vi, actually. Because you care more about
Playing
chasing
with
someone
Ryan
down.
Choi now, his top lane buy.
No, this is Smash Gizmo, dude.
Oh,
Original
okay.
top lane Vi.
Yeah, everybody knows Ryan Choi for the Rengar. He actually plays Master Yi top
Nice.
and Vi. Just plays things that people didn't play top before.
Yeah.
Trying to make it a thing.
Being hipster is awesome. It's super fun. You get to like claim credit when people start playing your champion.
And then everybody in solo queue is like, "You're not Ryan Choi. Stop it. Stop playing Rengar. Stop playing Rango."
Rango Knife Gut's fun, dude. That's the reason people play him.
Fun? I don't. It's not fun. Like, to play
I mean,
against
one-shotting
it.
people's really well. I mean, I'm just saying playing as. No, I hate facing Rengar.
Yeah.
It's okay though. Take fun. What Rengar does to the game.
Yes. What Take Fun does this game, it's up to him. He's 40 CS down right now over Ocelot, who has that advantage, and he has the Zonia, so he can now stop a lot of the burst if he sees it coming in.
Yeah. It really works in both these cases, but of course Ocelot just has so much more gold that he gets to do this one first. Looks like Death Cap's actually going to be the choice for Take Fun. Could be Void, but I think we typically see Death Cap second on champions like this. Sunfire done for Mundo, so Kuban is still skilling up, but he's 50 CS down as well in his matchup, as well as a full level.
Yeah.
You're seeing advantages down the line kind of everywhere. The only one that's actually pretty good is Mockler. Triforce is more expensive than Phantom Dancer, so he's, I think, potentially still up in gold right here. But still a tough situation to be in if you're Loveland Shore. You don't have many places of actual power. You can really only win from 5-on-5s. And G2 just keeps making good things happen on the map, though.
Yeah. G2 does still have a really good 5v5 composition because they have Twitch and Syndra and Leona in there. Like, they're all very good at fighting this, and Dude can set up the fights really well. But Loveland Shore, they just don't have as many options available to them based on comp and based on what's happened in the early game to them.
go. Minions getting cleared away, and look how good this game is looking for Gamers 2. Blue buff steal makes them all kinds of happy.
And the dragon is up now.
Absolutely it is. There's Gamers 2 going for it right away. Nothing is really getting stopped by these guys every time they go for something. There seems to be so little resistance. So more gold comes in, 237 per person. Money, money everywhere.
Yeah. And I said it before, Gamers 2, everybody knew Ocelot is a very momentum-based player, very emotional player. He puts his heart into the game, and you can see it now. He's putting his heart. He wants to be back in the LCS. They want this third-place match win so that they get the auto berth and they get just one step closer, because it almost slipped out of their hands last game, and it almost slipped out of their hands when they lost the semifinals.
Yeah, now they're just in with a vengeance anyway. There's the jump on in. JWoww getting a little bit down here. This one with the turret now under fire. Pop the Twitchell for it just because you can. You gotta be careful with poison. There comes the Lucian ulti as well, but this turret might just still die first. He doesn't get any stuns in from Drom. One shot till dead. The turret's actually gonna survive. You gotta be careful about the engage more. Nope.
Vi's coming in from the side here.
And Black Shield's down.
He's gonna go for JWoww here. JWoww's very strong.
They gotta be careful. Stun, bind, damage output. Gotta be careful. Kickus tries to get out, but he's not gonna get away. Yuki gets the kill now. Morden on the side. He will stay alive for a short time, and Makler gets the kill credit. Exhaust is on the stun from Dude is going to land the flash in. Ocelot claims the kill. 2 for 1 so far, and look at that control. Now JWoww looks to close out on Limbic, and he will do so. 3 kills for 1. Nice by Gamers 2.
Dude soul shackles this game. He's just splitting people in max range for that ability.
Yep.
He's going crazy. They're going to go ahead and try to get themselves a turret right now with all of these auto attack based champions. Possibly an inhibitor too.
Well, beautiful stuff with these guys, I gotta say. Dude, kind of the sole reason these fights are going so well. The shackles have been great. Then it's going to go down 26 minutes into the game, and back they go to cash in on some more gold.
Yeah, his bindings have been really good too. All throughout the game to start them off and get that type of advantage for his team. Morden was a great facilitator in the early game with the confidence. JWoww got a solo kill up top. Ocelot has been where he needed to be, and Yuki's position have been great. Gamers 2 all across the board are playing extremely well. We're going to see it right here. The binding hits Kickus after the equilibrium strike, and then they try to turn it around, but Loveland Shore can't do anything about it. Morden actually decides to go back in and try to get a kick, but Makler ended up on the left side of him instead. Didn't want to kick more. Look at that. The max range Soul Shackle and just the Ocelot combo afterwards. And JWoww, he's waiting on his Blade Surge cooldown that comes up right at the last second and closes the distance. It's the movement speed Aurelia.
Yep.
Go ahead and catch the Braum.
That's what regular boots want as well. She's just fast enough anyway.
But of course he has Moby boots. When you're in combat, they're about as good as boots want.
What? Who? Sorry?
Braum.
Oh, Braum. Sorry, I heard movement speed Aurelia, and I was like, wait, what? I got really confused for a second. No. Okay, we're good now.
She's chasing Braum down, who basically had boots 1 as well.
I now understand.
But she had the Trinity Force over him.
Ooh, Take Fun's gonna get...
He's
There's
gonna
a
have the
Twitch
fun
right here.
sucked right out of him. Ah!
Damage output first comes out. Oh, he's gonna win that! Take Fun is gigantic. Whoops. Flashes away, but the Bind's gonna get dodged, but the puddle's gonna be enough. There's the kill picked up. Shutdown goes to Dude.
Even Black shielded that.
Yeah.
He Black shielded that. It was on cooldown afterward.
No, did enough anyway. Well done right there. The burst for Take Fun. It's like, okay, look, you still gotta respect that damage output. Be careful, guys.
Oh yeah, and the reaction time too. So you can be shopping at that moment.
You can die for free if you're shopping at that moment. You gotta be real careful in this one, especially with Twitches. Ward goes down. Ocelot gets the kill credit. It was his sweeper anyway, so.
What's funny too is if a binding had come out first, it stops you from using the distortion ability.
Oh, true.
So it would have stymied the damage output.
It really would have.
But he wasn't in range just yet. And Yuki was like, I gotta go now.
A little impatient. He had a couple more seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, though. So Gamers 2 still just clearing away. 70 minion lead now in the mid lanes. Been getting worse and worse. 80 minion lead among the top laners. That's massive. You're just seeing farm leads everywhere above the 80 carries, basically, in terms of places that matter. Makler, level 14, same level as a top laner. That's how far behind Kuban is right here. He is not having the game of his life. His Mundo is good, but he got soloed out by JWoww. The Mundo pick instead of Shyvana. He won the match with Shyvana.
He's 3k gold down right now.
Yeah, that's rough.
So is the mid lane. The mid lane's actually a little bit less, but that is the biggest gold difference in the game currently, is that top lane on a solo laner. That means a lot.
Yeah. And yeah, 2,000 in the jungle, 2,000 in the support lane. Only Makler's holding equal. 400 gold, you know, he's been farming enough. That's the one place you can look for strength, but I don't know if he can solo carry a team fight when JWoww's going to be on top of him. Morden as well, to be honest. There's a lot of threats for this Lucian. He can't get optimal DPS out.
And I like that Ocelot is once again on a playmaking champion with Syndra, where he has actually some poke available to him. It's kind of pokey, kind of bursty. Makes some plays. It suits his style perfectly.
It's interesting actually. Is JWoww's second time he's gone just pickaxe after like this point in the build. He just like stays on pickaxe for AD. It's very interesting. I wonder if that's like a damage break point to like one-shot Cashman into the Q.
It's possible.
There's a really good chance it's around that. Wait, watch out. Okay, one save.
That'd be super meta right there.
I mean, if you play a lot of Aurelia, you learn those kind of things. Like I said, Aurelia players really know their champion.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. Especially European Aurelia players.
Yes. Yes.
Playing that since season 1 for most of them.
That's the original Aurelia master area of the world.
I actually like that's a champion that's played pretty much exclusively there.
I really do too.
It actually played a couple times in Korea.
Sure.
As a counter pick to Rise back when he was in.
Some guys do that, but yeah, it's still like, it's always kind of the place where it comes from. Ezreal's kind of like China's signature AD carry.
Yeah.
Occasionally he's like popular everywhere, but like you can always kind of count on like Wei Xiao to like crush people on it. Alright, now speaking of crushing people, Gamers 2 looking for the killing blow. Ulti is missed by Libic, but will they go in anyway? Black Shield is down. Kickus goes in, he's gonna find Ocelot. Can he get the damage down? He gets CC'd up and down, he goes, 1 kill picked up, but they're still chasing. JWoww is low, Makler goes in, they find Asa. They get 1 for 1 so far. Diu's gonna get rooted up. Nah, Black Shield's on in time. 1 from it. Now Mortar goes for the re-engage. Can he find much? Yuki's ulti is down.
He has his Dragon's Rage.
Chubon's healing, they could go back in.
Bottom lane turret is being just pounded on right now by a huge minion wave. And they were right on the doorstep. They lost Ocelot because Kickus, he did what he wanted to do all game long. Get Ocelot.
Oh, good hop from Mord. Close in the binding, that could have been a chase kill. Flash E, yeah.
Large minion wave top for Loveland Shore as well. That's pushing in. Nobody's going to go clear it right now, by the way. That's Dragon for Loveland Shore now.
This is good for them. They're going to get some gold back in. 9,000 gold. They've closed it a little bit. This will be around 8K now. 1,300, 1,400 gold Dragon here.
It looks like Gamers 2, they're just going to start warding up around that Baron area and then start pushing mid, possibly get the inhibitor, or possibly bait them into the Baron. Those are their options right now as a team that's ahead. That's what you should be doing.
There's the setup. Lee Sin is out at his Banshee's Veil.
Support's going to go clear top.
Okay. Dude's getting that cash money. He is going towards Zonia's. I mean, his Soul Shackle's been so good. I actually think it's a great choice.
Oh, yeah. Definitely think so.
Puts his Frostfang on cooldown, but worth it. JWoww, he's not in the brush, by the way. Not the...
Close.
Now he's...
Close. Now he's just playing with that.
He's like, yeah, I know, guys. I'm sorry.
He's like, oh. Peekaboo. Where'd he go?
Side.
Where'd he go? Oh.
He's on a ward. He actually gets revealed by the jungle monsters as well. They know about this. Gonna push him back. Cleaver lands. Oh! Gets it anyway. Kickus had his smite up and couldn't put it down in time. Libic gets rooted up. More poke goes down. Actually, wow, yeah. With that one unbreakable on, he takes some good damage from Ocelot.
And now they can just push up the mid lane if they want to. JWoww is going to go clear this. They're trying to bait the Baron. They're trying to get rid of all the wards. And the waves are actually pushing in their favor bottom. And it's pretty equal top, but it looks like it'll slowly push in their favor.
We're going to send Kuban towards it anyway on the bottom side. Top side is around where G2 put themselves. They should run that one in before too long. But no one is opposing this bottom lane push. That will be a turret under fire before, within about a minute it'll be getting hit up. So you got to be a bit careful if you're G2. They run back towards Baron. There are no wards in the pit. They're going to try to bait a fight.
Yeah, looking for it.
Binding hits Libic.
They got a binding on Libic, but now they're looking for Take Fun. That's the one they want. And there it goes.
Ooh, nice jump back. He stays safe. Doesn't burn anything for it. Libic's going to get pushed away, though, losing a lot of health. G2 goes in. Mikhail's using the Makler.
He used the distortion to dodge.
That was great.
It's fantastic. Baited that one out. Didn't want to ward it. Just wanted to get the bait. And now,
there's a lot of health there. Bach loses all his health for Ocelot. Solos him out. That's going to be the Baron picked up almost for sure.
Go for it.
Oh no, Kickus in the wrong spot. Pumps the old. He's going to be going down though for this one. Another kill picked up. Gamers 2 pick up Baron and two champion kills.
And now Ocelot definitely on upswing there after the 2 kills for himself. Kubani's trying to clear out the mid, but they're just going to go straight in. They don't have a turret there. It's going to go right for the inhib with a Baroned up Gamers 2.
It's going to be a big risk. Well, actually, a bad situation actually for Lublin Shore. There we go. Inhibitor under fire. That will go back down here 34 minutes in. Minions are cleared away. They will look to backdoor the top lane. 5v3. Morden's there in front. Ulti comes across, knocks up Dude, breaks a couple Banshees fail.
Oh, they're going to just tank it.
Now some damage on the Living. They gotta be careful though.
In
They're
front of
splitting their
Loveland.
focus here. Yuki actually some flash out, took a lot of turret shots. He had aggro. They go back in on take one. They're trying for this one. Binding's gonna hit him. He's gonna go down. One kill picked up. Yuki must get away. Pops 7 he'll stay alive. Stun into Livic. Q lands. Another kill picked up. Kick back onto Kuban. He's gonna be in a bad spot. Ulti comes across. Down he goes.
The binding onto Mockler.
Finds another one. Mockler stunned up, but it's not gonna matter too much. 2v5. Gamers 2 still own this side of the map. Minions do finally get cleared away, and a wave is coming to join them. Waiting around, they're gonna backdoor this bottom. Nexus turret, damage coming across Mortar, waiting around, stun on a kick as he's not in a good spot. Damage comes through, there's everything, and Osla gets another kill. He's on a rampage, forcing the flash from Mockler. This turret now gonna be going down. Dude's gotta be careful, doesn't have too much armor. But there's the first minion wave. Turret number 1 goes down, respawns in 8
Oh, they get
seconds.
the stun
on Mockler, down he goes, that's the ace, and they're gonna go in for the Nexus. 35 minutes in, the quickest of the games, and Gamers 2 will close it out 2-1 for 3rd place.
And they don't have to go back to the rank 5's ladder. They get the automatic berth into the round of 8 in Summer Series 2, and they guarantee themselves 1 more point and 2 more for that one.
Yeah, so they're now firmly in 3rd place in the standings. Of course, what you expect for getting 3rd place in the matchup overall, but that is a good spot to be now for G2. The highest they have ever faced or placed so far in the Challenger Series. They look so much better as a team. The individual contributions were awesome as well.
A lot of that might have to do with the gaming house and just dedicating your life to the sport for them and the team, because they're all right there around each other, really close. They're like, I've seen that house tour. They're right next to each other in that gaming hall.
Yeah.
So also I can go ahead and throw a scarf on and jump in a bubble bath after that one. This is really good.
I mean, yeah, and heck, at this point, their pool's filled up too, so they can all go for a dip.
That's true.
I mean, it's like 9 p.m. over in Spain or whatever, so maybe not so much, but you know, still, this guy's played their minds out. I gotta say, Morden was phenomenal. I think it's the best I've ever seen him play individually. And Dude played the best series I've seen him play. His Morgana was so freaking good.
Yeah, I liked that they identified the game plan from Lublin Shore, because that team composition that Lublin Shore brought to the table was, we have one goal, shut down Ocelot.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it. They couldn't do it because Morden was just camping that area. I like that he got first blooded, but he came back with 2 kills almost immediately and turned it around. Because when you get first blooded in your jungle, you're down a level, you get very demoralized very quickly. You're just like, man, I lost double buffs.
I'm level 2.
I'm level 2. How am I going to turn this around? Ocelot in the mid lane gets ganked, double stun, pick up the double buffs back for your teammate, and then turn it around. It was just really good play there from Morden. And then he was able to be, when you're on equal footing with a Vi, as a Lee Sin, you're always going to win that duel.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it was a really well done fight. I do have to hand it to Kikis, though, the jungler of Lublin Shore, because he made the first move, right? He finds Lee Sin in his jungle, fights him off, forces the flash, and then is like, based on what I know about your champion and where you are on the map, you're going to go double golems. Because I don't think he walked through any wards on his way back across. He crossed river and he's like, you're probably going to go golems. Finds him there, kills him, waits for the E cooldown to go back up just to like guarantee the damage there for the kill. Like, Kikis earned that first blood by being a really smart player. I do have to hand it to Lublin Shore as well. A lot of great players there, right? Some good game plans. That game 2 was awesome. Their team fights were great. But, of course, we did see G2 just being a better group of 5.
Yeah, the group of 5 for them, and the fact that they came in with a plan. I like that they put so much focus onto Aurelia and first picking that for JWoww. Gets a solo kill top lane. You don't see a lot of solo kills in high-level challenger.
No.
It's kind of like you don't
multiple this series.
Yeah, multiple solo kills, just by himself, just dominating that lane. And it's the top laner that they wanted to put him on something very comfortable. Jax being banned out, Lulu kind of not being the thing he wanted to go for. Goes back to the Aurelia, and it comes up big.
Yeah, and the tenacity to say, you know, I got hit pretty hard in this matchup in game 1. Like, JWoww lost straight up to Kuban in the 1v1 when he went for Shyvana versus Aurelia. Blind picks it again, first picks it again, saying, nope, this really is important for us. Deny that champ from Kuban. They did get rid of it.
And I want to touch on that, too, because Kuban pretty much won the first game in laning phase.
Yeah.
Second game, he won in team fights because his Yasuo was huge. JWoww, he wasn't going to have any more of that and decided, I'm going to play Aurelia. I'm going to play it right this time. I'm going to stick it to the person who's been keeping me down this whole series.
He beat up the Mundo, man.
Oh, yeah.
And that was exceptionally well played, of course, as well. So looking at this one, these teams now, they're done for Series 1. Lublin Shore, they've been rebuilding the roster a few times. They've replaced Sharu since they were MYM. They've replaced Makata. pretty recently now. I actually talked to the manager. Libic and Kikis are the ones talking now to the team to fill that void. And, of course, they're going to keep getting better as time goes on, right? You don't play for Shot Caller for 3 years without picking up a thing or two, but also having to build a new skill set when that guy is gone. So I think these guys will continue to get better as well. Fourth place still a good showing. The EU Challenger scene continuing to stay very strong. No teams left, right? Like North America, it's like, oh man, who's going to fill LMQ? So with the EU, it's like, well, we still have NIP. We still have
H2K.
Yeah, H2K.
You have the Cloud9 Eclipse guys.
Yeah.
Actually, all 5 Cloud9 Eclipse guys are going to be in the finals. We have Voidal. Oh, my mind. Voidal.
I mean, as far as guys on the other side?
Well, they
Voidal
spread
and
them
Co.
out.
Yeah,
Voidal
on
and
NIP
Co.
now.
on NIP. And then H2K has Fibevin, Odwamna, and Yarnan. So
Yarnan.
Yarnan.
Learning Swedish slowly, one word at a time. Right, and so you move on and you look at, like, these teams obviously look good. You have the final coming in as well, and that's going to be tomorrow before the LCS, if I remember properly. That's going to be a great matchup to look at because those teams both look so good. We've been hyping up Ko for like the last year, basically, watching him on C9E, watching him on NIP as well. I think he's probably the best new jungle talent in Europe. So he's
I don't know if it's new. He's been around for a while. He just hasn't been able to play because of his age.
Well, yeah, but it's like he kind of broke out, like for the most part this year, right? The more televised events, the stuff like this Challenger Series right here. This is where you break out and like people start to realize and respect you and figure out who you are. Like Ko, like I feel like he's one of those players, and we saw this with some of the Cloud9 Tempest guys as well, and we saw this from Shifter and Zion Spartan. It's like even if your team doesn't make the LCS, you as players can make the LCS.
Yes.
We've seen Shifter be ludicrously good. We see, again, you've got the chance for guys like Ko as well, who I think NIP is a phenomenal team. There's a really good chance they make that. But, like, people know who Ko is now.
Yes.
Right? Like, people are aware of this man. Alex Ich as well, becoming a top laner, getting better over time as well. People have the respect of this player on top of this one. So there's a lot of individual pride, but also team pride on the line. That final's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be freaking amazing. And they have to play on stage in front of people, too. Just got to get those jitters out.
Mm-hmm. I want to see how it happens now. After that great match, let's check out what the bracket looks like. Gamers2 has clinched third place with the win today, meaning they will earn another point in the standings and automatically enter into Summer Series 2.
And the final match, the EU Challenger Summer Series 1, takes place tomorrow when Ninjas in Pajamas takes on H2K Gaming live at Wembley Arena in London, England, before a sold-out live audience. That best-of-3 match takes place before the EU LCS, so you won't want to miss that.
Let's check out the schedule. Of course, the North American LCS starts up in just a few minutes when Team Dignitas takes on Complexity. Then it's Team Solo Mid versus Evil Geniuses.
Then it's Counter Logic Gaming goes up against Team Curse, and Cloud9 battles LMQ.
And those games begin just after our commercial break. Before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. We'll leave you now with a look back at today's Challenger action, and we'll see you next time. Oh no, this could be dangerous. Can they get the CC now on a take fun? Can they get the damage? Q's gonna land. Big damage comes out, the ulti as well, and they claim him. Tries to get out, but he's not gonna get away. Yuki gets the kill now. Mort on the side. He will stay alive for a short time, and Makler gets the kill credit. Exhaust is on the stun. From Feud is going to land the flash in. Ocelot claims the kill. Black Shield is down. Kikis goes in. He's gonna find Ocelot. Can he get the damage down? He gets CC'd up and down. He goes one kill picked up, but they're still chasing. JWoww is low. Makler goes in. They find Asa. He actually some flash. That took a lot of turret shots. He had aggro. They go back in on take one. They're trying for this one. Binding's gonna hit him. He's gonna go down. One kill picked up. Yuki must get away. Pop 7 he'll stay alive. Stun on the Libic. Q lands. Another kill picked up. Kick back on a Kuban. He's gonna be in a bad spot. Ulti comes across down. He goes. JWoww finds another one.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Yeah, right, come on. I look good, right.
Get down goes the Zyra, probably getting locked up. The ulti, big damage comes in from Shift.
That's a big catch right there. Inox once again, the front catch. Good damage back onto Wild Turtle. He dives, copies out full time right away. What a dive in from Seraph. But do they have the follow-up? Dominate takes a few more culling shots on the backside. It is not going to be enough. Vasili's low. Wait a minute. It's going to be High coming in. He's going to get the rock down to the Guardian Angel of Vasili. Meteos on the back line. A few more shots for him can solidify a kill, and kill secured. Welcome to Week 5 of the North American League Championship Series. We've got another full day of summer split action coming to you live from our studios here on the Pacific Rim. It's Friday, so you're probably wondering why the NALCS is on right now. It's because we love you so much. Hello, I'm Rivington Bislin III, and they say one is the loneliest number. So joining me at the analyst desk to kick off the day are Joshua Jatt-Leesman and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. Everyone, we entered Week 5 with a three-way tie for first, and then there were two. LMQ has been knocked from their perch by Counterlogic Gaming, and now CLG and Dig are tied at the top of the table. What are we thinking, guys?
Yeah, honestly, CLG looks better than they have the entire split I've seen, maybe even the year. Early on, when Seraph first joined, CLG kind of played a little bit 4v5 for a while as they were playing on communication. He was not doing well, but he seems like he's really calmed down and settled in, and in the meantime, Doubled and Aftermove have just taken it to a whole nother level. They are just carrying pretty much every game they're in. But as you can see, the Dexter-Seraph synergy is getting higher as well. So CLG actually might be the best team in NA right now.
All right. Kobe, what are your thoughts on Dig?
Now, Dig, they're also a really interesting team because they have such strong individual players. However, even with these two new coaches, they sometimes get into trouble in the draft phase. And inside the games even, they give off this feeling that they're kind of flying by the seat of their pants. However, they do it with so much confidence. That's really what fans love about a Dignitas team. It's that sanguine attitude. And they just bring this over and over. You have to wonder, sometimes at the interviews, are the jokes really just covering up some of the reasons behind their strategies and the thought process so they don't give away too much to their enemies?
Yeah, you got to wonder, Crumb's being like, yeah, this guy, Kiwi Kid, did the level 1. And Kiwi Kid says, I don't know why we did that.
What did we do?
Do you actually? I'm not sure.
There's got to be some reasoning behind it.
Well, the shift in the standings was accompanied by a real shift in strategy. We've seen teams evolve this split, and the latest fashion right now is the Quick Dragon so far. LMQ took the fastest of the split yesterday at 2 minutes and 58 seconds, but Get Rich just kind of seems like a quick trend.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of my favorite things because the value of the early dragon is the same while the average level in the game is 6 or below. So if you take it at 2 minutes, it's worth the same as if they waited till 3 minutes to take it. However, this is a very risky proposition for any team, and it necessitates that juggling of the dragon aggro so that you don't take too much damage. Because if you take too much damage while doing it, the objective's not even worth it in that case. And we've seen how easily this can be interrupted. EG performed it very well. Going over, all they had to do was look at the team that was doing dragon, and they stopped it. Because dragon in the early game does more damage than one champion, so you only have to bring 2 people to interrupt a 3-man dragon.
And Kobe, we've been seeing more and more of the early dragons in North America. I do think we saw the start of them trying to contest it, and I think we're going to be seeing even more of it next week in the North American LCS as the early game Dragon Gold has been increased to make it more of a even bigger objective early on in the game. So I'm really interested in how that evolves in North America.
Shifting from the strategy to champion select, we're seeing a shift in emphasis here. A higher priority on bans to the AD carries and junglers has seen 2 very now exclusive clubs. AD carry VIPs are Twitch and Lucian, if to say, and the jungler VIPs are Elise and Lee Sin. Outside of that, teams are really trying to come up with something viable option to compete with. Yeah. What have we found so far?
Well, I feel like because teams have tunneled so hard on Lee Sin and Elise previously, when those are removed from the table, teams are kind of left without many options. Helios, I think, brought out the jungler who might kind of join the club, even regardless of some of the bans. Nunu brings everything people are wanting out of the jungler right now. We're seeing early Sight-Stones on Elise and Lee Sin. Nunu can buy a Sight-Stone before all of them and has stronger objective control. So we saw No Name do it, we saw Helios do it yesterday, but Nunu is probably my pick for the next big jungler.
I really like the Nunu pick because not only does he have great buff control, but he also can buff up AD carries really well with that late game Blood Boil. And we've seen a trend again towards late game AD carries here.
Jinx yesterday.
Jinx popping up all over the place. I like this because a lot of teams are tailoring their compositions around using one of these end game hyper carries where they bring Lulu and Orianna. Not only do they provide shields, but they have all these slows and so much utility to kite backwards for the late game for these hyper carries. Plus, with the new changes you're talking about next patch, we're already looking forward to new changes for AD carries. Infinity Edge gets a boost, so late game AD carries are going to be big.
All right, well, we're talking right now about big plays. Why talk about them when we can show them? Here are a few of the huge moments you were calling out with hashtag LCS Big Plays.
From LMQ versus CLG, it's the Afro Ace. At GDabs22 writes, Afro landing the bind for his teammate, CLG caster minion. Here's your number 3.
These teams are not backing down from either one of us.
Whoa, whoa. Alphamu going deep.
See him.
Oh, he hits it with the caster minion. Oh my gosh, that just happened.
That is 100% kill participation for Afromoon.
Whether you're pushing minions or getting kills with minions, I love anytime minions are participating. And you wanted to see more from the same game, so here's more. From the same game, at White Tiger Ice says, nice name, Moore's Lantern to save Vasily was amazing. Here's your number 2. Use it. See
wanna
what
get the
happens
pick.
right here. In and out, quick enough to get someone to die. Whoa, the Lantern on the other side.
Yeah, COG threw the kitchen sink at LMQ right there and still didn't come away with the kill, thanks to some sneaky moves by Moore. Seems like every week we have a Thresh highlight somewhere in the LCS big plays.
Yeah, I was talking to Double Lift about the Orianna and Jinx synergy there too. He doesn't like it anymore because it's hard to hit rockets. People moving all over the
By
place.
the way, from the Cloud9 vs. Curse game, Cop got carded in that one. At Nick Doggy Dog tweets, high gold card turnaround in the bot lane against Jinx was beautiful. Here's your number 1.
Jinx is excited, Balls goes down, Boss falls as well, but can they get high? They've got to be careful, Zap, gonna get flashed away, Bob, dodging, gold card, damage, kill picked up.
I'm gonna kill this guy, okay, Sneaky?
It's a gold card.
Yeah, kill him, kill him. Okay.
False sense of security, secure. Keep an eye out for more of those hair-raising or hilarious moments today. Then share them by tweeting at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Taking a look at the standings, and as we discussed, Dignitas CLG are tied for first each with 8 wins and 3 losses.
Then Cloud9 and LMQ are sharing 3rd place, followed by TSM in 4th.
And in 6th, it's another tie with Evil Geniuses and Curse, and Complexity, unfortunately, is sitting in last.
And we are looking to take to the Rift today and launch off with our first of the 4 games as Dignitas takes to Complexity.
Then TSM will square off against Evil Geniuses, followed by CLG taking on Curse.
And we get to wrap up the day with a battle between Cloud9 and LMQ.
Now, we want to get your unique perspective on our Twitter question. Today, we're asking you which player has the best mechanics in the North American LCS and why.
Yes, send your responses to us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. And stay tuned because we'll be reading your answers when you least expect it.
Or right before Game 3. Before the games get underway, head over to fantasy.lolesports.com and set up your fantasy league.
Yeah, play commissioner and draft your A-team. Varsity lineup from the North American and European pro players. Then dominate your friends by racking up points based on the actual LCS games.
Yeah, log on to fantasy.lolesports.com for all the details on how to set up your team today.
This split, fantasy owners have an influx of young up-and-comers joining the LCS to choose from. And some of these young whippersnappers could learn a thing or two from their forefathers in the old guard.
Yeah, like the fact that some of them aren't even that old.
I came into playing the game before there was seasons.
I came in Season 1. I've been here since closed beta.
Back when League of Legends only had like 700 players. And my first competitive League of Legends game was actually in DreamHack Season 1 Championships. I qualified with Darius Salsi, Dan Din, Double Lift. And I played in the World Championships, so I'm a pretty old school player, despite being particularly young.
I was on Rock Solid with Skara and Cutie Pie, and we basically just made a ragtag team of like underdogs.
The moment that I was a part of the esports scene was in IPL 3, which I believe happened in 2011. 2 people showed up to the event. There was literally 2 people, a whole thing of seats, and 2 people just showed up in the audience, and it's like, yeah, woo!
I don't even think I had a mic at that time. I would just play the game. I'd like type. I'm like, top's missing, guys. I'd start pinging, and then Scar would be like, oh, voice saying top's missing.
The amount of people that have increased since I first started playing is enormous, and the fan base has just increased beyond all possible belief.
Definitely happy to see all these like new up-and-comers coming into the scene.
A lot of people always say that there's going to be like new young kids coming in, kicking out the old guys. When I see younger players, I think Wild Turtle was the first one that I was like, wow, is this it? Is this when somebody surpasses me in skill? It doesn't worry me that all these young kids are going to come in and steal my job. I know I'm capable of playing with them right now, and if I train really hard, I can be better than them if I just put my mind to it.
The thing is, I'm only 19 years old. People always say stuff like, yeah, we're like one of the old guard, like it's his time to step down. Honestly, right now I feel like I'm at a peak in terms of just my like ability to play the game.
Being a veteran in esports helps you put things in perspective. Like, I don't really get that upset anymore. If we have a bad match and people get mean on the internet, new players can get really affected by that.
for almost all the old players. Like we've lost and lost and lost and understood that losses happen and how to overcome them. And I think that's something that takes its toll on newer players.
How much longer do I think I can go? I hope it was forever, but I know it's not going to be the case.
Man, that
young whippersnapper.
last word there.
Those guys talking about being old makes me feel like a grandpa. I got benched 3 years ago, over 3 years ago. Man, I mean...
Well, you've been given a good retirement home. We've got to take a quick break right now before our first match. Team Dignitas versus Complexity. Stay tuned. The action continues in just 3.5. North American Summer Split. We're booting up for our first match of the day. Team Dignitas versus Complexity. And yesterday, Dig held on to first place with a pretty nice win over Team Solomid. Didn't hurt.
Yeah, but Dignitas, amongst all that, still showed a lot of room for improvement. You know, by and large, Dignitas was playing fast and loose in that game. They have the start of a plan a lot of times, like go to Baron or let's invade level 1. But it doesn't seem like they have fully thought out strategies, and they just rely on their ability to adapt on the fly and play well mechanically. It's been working for them, but it means they can still have more polish.
Right, and while Dignitas holding on to first, now you got to think that Complexity are the real underdogs in this fight. They're now alone in last place after their loss to Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and these guys, they have continued to struggle, and their loss to EG was much more one-sided than they would want, considering that was a 7th place versus 8th place team, and it seems like that gap is very large. So a big red flag for Complexity is that they probably end up dying in more isolated lane scenarios than other teams. So it's a really concerning thing because Kez came in, gave them good strategy and good wards. But if they're dying 2v2 in the bottom lane, or if they're dying 1v1 in the top lane, none of that strategy or vision control will matter, and they have to remedy that first.
All right, let's see if they can remedy it right away. Let's get into the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Dignitas. That top lane is going to be Zion Spartan, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid lane, I'm a cutie pie at AD carry, and Kiwi Kid chatting it up on support.
And on the red side, it is Complexity, with Westrice in the top lane, Kez in the jungle, Prawley in mid lane, Robert Exley on AD, and Bubba Dub on support. At least Prawley is a little red in the face right there.
A little red, always happy, always smiling.
Maybe see what happened on all chat.
Maybe the joke was on him. That's right. We always
never
know now.
Something funny is
ready.
going on.
We got to remember, still laughing. Someday we'll know right away. But the pentakill in the LCS came from this game. Broken Shard graciously walked out of the fountain.
He was trying to defend the Nexus.
But that was a 15-0 for LeBlanc. So Shifter coming out real big in that game. And we'll see if Dignitas is kind of not just like resting on the laurels of having good skill. And they're really trying to advance themselves so they can beat the better teams consistently.
And we talk about it often, but trap games. Dignitas is a team that seems to kind of rise to the level of their opponents or fall to the level of their opponents if that is to be considered. Remember in week 1, when they had that amazing 3-0 start, last game of the week was against Team Curse. They lost that pretty handily.
Yeah. Dignitas, a team, when they have the motivation from their fans, they start to slow down a bit. But when nobody believes in them, then they go on a win streak. You can even it out and always get the wins in. Kale and Ziggs being outbanned there.
As soon as somebody believes in Dignitas, they somehow lose the ability to win. It's a strange thing.
You see Thresh banned out. Bubba Dub has been a real playmaker for Complexity. Going down in lane, they can usually get a few, if not just the lane aggression back. I was going to say kills, but teams really aren't letting Complexity get any kills in any of their games.
I wonder with this ban phase, because they've obviously banned out Ziggs. When EG play Complexity, they pick Ziggs away. But they also had a first-time ban in the North American LCS this split, which was Jace.
Right.
Because Prawley had been practicing so much of it. I wonder, actually, if Complexity would just break out the Jace in this game and try and surprise Dignitas.
Complexity is known to actually do those sorts of things, Jap. Probably bringing out the Annie whenever he wants to. Knows his matchups. The Brahm's going to be quick. He locked in for a Kiwi Kid after a quick stint on Zyra for his past few games. He will go back.
This was one of the rare games when Thresh was actually banned. It basically tunnels Bubba Dub into Morgana to play against Brong as far as the supports that can compete with him. And it also means that if Dignitas gets the 2v0 or 2v1, it's actually much better for them because Braum isn't the strongest very early on in 2v2s.
Very interesting. Slow going right now for Complexity.
I did this yesterday too.
Yep.
After the pick ban phase, it seemed like they were a little surprised by the way the bans and picks went down and then had to hesitate for their first picks.
Wow. Locking in Kassadin completely blind on this one. They want it first and they want it for Prawley.
Damn. There's an outside chance we could see the top lane Kassadin. I've been seeing a lot more of it in solo queue.
All right.
Kind of the same build Voyboy did when he was in the mid lane, heavy armor, and then trying to transition out of there. Not necessarily likely. It's probably a mid lane Kassadin, but it does. Kassadin is becoming somewhat of a flex pick.
It warrants the thought. We'll see what Crumbs and Shifter have with that idea in mind, because it's running through our minds. It's obviously an inkling there. Or maybe they won't grab hold either. A quick Elise pickup coming in for Crumbs gives him some safe play as well as execution and initiating fights. Shifter, he can really round out whatever he wants now, but he's always been a waiter to see what the rest of the team is.
Yeah. The Elise Lee Sin VIP junglers that we've been seeing so much means Dignitas are the only ones allowed in the club right now. And the question will become where Kez defaults back to. His best games were by far on Lee Sin. He had a very underwhelming Nocturne game, which is actually something Crumbs has been really liking.
Yeah.
So
saw a little
Nocturne
bit of
isn't
jargon
bad against
yesterday
Elise because he can block the stun in duels.
That's true. And there's not many. Well, I guess there's a few things you'd have in that fight. Flame Breath, Brahm's Q, Winter's Bite can break that shield.
There's a lot of stuff that can mess up Nocturne still. That's for sure.
Waiting on the pick. They did get Lucian, so Complexity keeps themselves in the 80 carry club. They'll be able to lock that down for Robert X. Lee. And the Eve is going to come back into play for Kaz. It's been a few weeks since anybody has really tried their hand on Eve.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting choice, actually. I'd like it more in isolation against Dignitas, because Dignitas definitely builds more green wards, or buys more green wards than other teams, and Eve gets to be immune to those guys. PewDiePie was messing with us a little bit. He'll be picking an 80 carry. Probably Jinx or Twitch. Bloop. There we go.
Jinx has really been making a resurgence
with Twitch
as well.
on the board. He did this as well yesterday.
PewDiePie's stats last year were different as well. He went with tons of kills on Jinx, and then played like almost 4 or 5 straight games of Lucian with almost 0 wins, and then back to Jinx, and he got 2 wins in a row on it. So I think he's just saying, I'll go back to the Jinx this time, make everything look like a turret as usual.
Shifter's Orianna as well was really on point yesterday. Probably him and PewDiePie, despite the chaos of the game, were both deathless in that one.
Real.
It was actually a really funny death distribution for Dignitas. Their damage dealers, Zion, Shifter, and PewDiePie, never died. And then Crumbs and Kiwi Kid died a combined 10 times. So it's very much a, hey, look at us in the front line. We are going to be the guys who take damage, and the back line just doing their damage duties. Almost as clean of a distribution as you could think of.
And Bubba Dub, we talked about the Morgana a little bit earlier. We'll be locking that in. Good protection for Kaz. Gonna have to make sure he doesn't get locked up by Crumbs coming down to the bottom lane. We haven't really seen too many standard lane matchups, and especially with the Jinx, I don't know if we'll get it this time either.
Yeah, Dignitas, maybe they're just not going to trade. Maybe we get to see Kiwi Kid in the mid lane this time, and Shifter on support Braum. They actually have to trade before 20 seconds, surprisingly enough, and no one's mouse is on keyboard. It is there. They traded 30 seconds. Nothing to see here. But really, the composition from Complexity feels very low damage and high control. So it's the Westrice on the Renekton and the Cast in the mid lane for some roaming. If they don't jump out into a very big lead in this one, I feel like Dignitas will just straight out outscale.
All right, we'll get touched on the lanes right in the beginning of the game. Right now, it's time to check how you're calling this showdown. According to LOLesports.com, you're tipping this in Dig's favor with a bit of 91% of the vote towards Complexity on this. Complexity bringing out the Kez team. We'll see if they can group it back up.
I feel like those 90% votes actually end up going the other way more often than you would expect them for 90% vote. You can also vote on Twitter. Send the hashtag DigWin or ComplexityWin to @LOLesports. You see a well win.
Now that everybody's getting awake and ready to vote, we'll see that change as the game goes on.
Saw the challenge games before as well.
Yeah, exactly. People are just getting their popcorn ready, getting back from the bathroom. It's game time. You know what it is. So waiting to get into this one. First one of day 2 here. We had some crazy games yesterday. We also had some kind of just all-out stomps yesterday. So teams are trying to regroup from that. If they got their win, obviously coming out very strong here. But this is a game Complexity needs to win. We've seen Complexity beat top teams in the league, and this is a possibility here.
A 2-9 team coming into this one. Obviously, expectations weren't incredibly high for Complexity. And no one will really blame them if they lose this game to Dignitas, but that's not the mindset they need to be in if they want to remain a LCS team. Sitting in 8th place, if they finish the season like this, would automatically put them back in the promotion tournament. Place where they just came from this last split. They had that incredibly thrilling series against Coast, who, by the way, Shifter and Zion Spartan were a part of that team. They landed all right.
Right. Seems to have worked out pretty well, especially for Crumbs, who we're looking at right now. Has a pink ward early it really makes me think in his positioning that they're almost going to do the same thing Dig did to Cloud9 and start vision completely on that area. They feel like with a pink ward early, they can cover that.
Yeah, this is a invade early on that we saw a little bit less of yesterday.
That's right, yeah.
Not many 5-man invades. The sweep early on from Kez shows you his propensity for vision control, but KiwiKid also says he can 1v5 early game on Braum, so they're going to try and get a catch if they could, but he would have to land another Q while they collapsed. And Complexity, unlike TSM, invaded with all 5. Yesterday, TSM invaded that spot, if you flip the map, with only 4 people, which let Dignitas crush them. This time they just get the deep ward and get out of there.
See what they decide to do. It looks like it's just for the vision. And Crumbs is making his way towards the top side. Wards have already been placed for Dig as well, so they're not too scared in movement, but they also are setting themselves up right on a ward, hatching that one.
Jeez. The ward, they should see that ward die, and then they move out. However, I think they were spotted by the ward before they made the brush, so Complexity should still be fearful, which is why they're deserting.
Good play there. 4 squad moving in for Dig.
Dignitas just played this level 1 amazingly. Notice how they did a 3-man invade without their jungler. And Crumbs is soloing his own buff. And since Kez is starting on the absolute middle quadrant of the map, if Crumbs sweeps all the way down to his red, it's a perfect 3-buff start for Dignitas.
Able to sweep out some of those wards as well, so it's clear on Crumbs' side for free movement in the jungle. He's going to get both. They've got a 3-buff start on this one. And you're going to see Kez now. He's going to be going to look for that blue buff.
Yeah, that was really clean by Dignitas. And it's hard to believe that this would be a team that doesn't think of level 1s, right? They claim that they are not doing that, but that was an incredibly clean response to a 5-man invade, something that North American teams have not really done this split. Kez is left without blue buff, and that's pretty big for Eve. Zion does need to be wary of this gank, though.
You can see that it's kind of forcing Kez now to push his hand into a gank. They have great positioning. There's his blue buff. Oh, it's so close. He wants it, and he's going to get his blue buff. Oh, no. What a backfire.
Well, the best laid plans of mice and men.
Oh, man.
That was an unfortunate thing for Zion. And that's the thing about the Eve pick, right? You can put your wards in the river, but they're not going to inform you whatsoever unless it's a pink or unless it's right next to a buff that Kez is actually going to be attacking to reveal him. A really, I'd say, lucky gank right there by Kez. Zion needed to be turtling that up a lot more, knowing that Kez without his buffs and without blue needs to gank, and that was his natural progression.
Feeling a little too strong. A flash pushed out. Good hold on Crumbs. Waiting for the cocoon. They go ahead, and now they have a bit more pressure on Prolly in the mid lane. Kez, doing great work for himself. Keep an eye on him in this game.
Yeah.
Good push in the bottom lane by Complexity. So
he did. He played it against LMQ. Actually had a pretty good game, if you remember. That game was a close one. So
one of his first 2 with Complexity, so he definitely feels comfortable on it. Oh, man.
Knowing the flash is down.
The red buff is there as well. They're going to be able to stick on him like glue for this one, but there's not enough damage to finish up the kill. Still, backed out of lane. He already used teleport. It's going to be a long walk.
And the lane is positioned such that Westrise doesn't have to shove it, and he can begin some farm denial. So this will be a test for Westrise. You know, he's been granted a pretty big edge in this lane, experience-wise. And we have the isolated lane matchups. So Westrise is a guy who's actually been struggling a lot in 1v1 matchups. And he needs to capitalize on this one and actually destroy his lane.
So we'll see what this pressure for Dig does. We saw a little bit that Kez was coming mid lane. Shifter rather has his flash up, but will Shifter feel like he needs to start carrying the game? They still have a lot of time to work with. Just have to make sure Complexity doesn't get that much more ahead in this early game. We've seen Robert actually with a triple kill completely carry a game against Cloud9. So little steps for Complexity in the early game are actually quite big.
Yeah, the standard laning did not work out for Dignitas because of the early gank from Kez. Buff control worked great, and now they're in trouble.
Just on the outside, very nice hit on the cutie pie. Complexity gaining pressure in the bot lane too.
That could have been an all-in from Complexity, but they were fearful of the Braum stun because KiwiKid had landed that Winter's Bite right on to Robert X. Lee. 4 hits would have stunned him. So he decided against the all-in, but it will force Cutie back to base, which means this Lucian lane, as we said, with the Braum early on in the laning phase, typically isn't incredibly strong. Lucian also a stronger laner than Jinx.
Yeah.
And Complexity is playing to the advantage of their champions, right? Lucian should beat Jinx in lane. Renekton should beat Shyvana in lane. but that's not something Complexity has necessarily been doing yet this split.
It's really working out well for him. Bubba Dub throwing down in the face of Kiwi Kid, just showing no fear. We get Robert Exley backing on this. We saw great harass with those piercing lights in lane that Cutie Pie just could not put up with. They'll return to lane with about the same, but we've been seeing Cutie Pie picking up that early pink ward as well. So
yeah,
they may be trying to gather something and get Crumbs down there quite soon.
This is a really curious game. Kez's early game pressure on Eve has been really impressive. Already being level 5. And I do just want to keep going back to this laning situation for Complexity, because it has typically been actually their greatest struggle as a team. They picked very strong laners this game. I think to bypass some of the main issues they had yesterday against EG. When they got straight up 2v2'd in the bottom lane by Crepo and Altec, the game was over. Twitch just destroyed them after that. So they have picked incredibly powerful laning champions right here, and all of them are actually winning their lane. A lot of people will say Kassadin is not a strong laner because they're still remembering the old pre-rework Kassadin. With the instant magic shield, Kassadin actually should beat a lot of the conventional mids in that straight-up matchup, especially now that he's level 6.
Trading well with Shifter in lane, both of them, and actually putting Shifter down in CS, making it hard. Shifter's been pushing Probably into the turret, so he's keeping that up. And also going for Doran, so he's trying to keep himself safe, knowing Shifter will go hard. We'll see if Probably can keep it up. We know he is the one for Complexity to help carry the game. But like you said, with everybody starting strong this time, we'll see if Complexity can kind of put the strength they have towards late games now. A little bit of harass.
You annoying kid right there. That's really going to hurt Probably, actually, because at this point, Shifter has his blue buff immediately. Shifter went to lane after blue buff, which means he actually gets more use of that blue buff immediately. Probably gets blue and then goes back to base. But he's got teleport, so actually...
Bam.
He's back.
Very nicely done, and back to lane. Not seeing too much from Kez since his first few ganks. Westrice has had a great lead and is holding that 59-38 in the top lane. Starting to go for a Tiamat for himself with his early lead. Back to the bottom, we see Robert Exley is 61-54. Cutie Pie's sticking with, but you can see how they can't even trade damage to Complexity right now. It's all about farming. I'm just happy with that at this point.
We do know that Dignitas has a better late game team competition, unless Probably got absolutely massive, in which case the Kassadin might be able to do a lot of work. But really, Dignitas, this feels early on like another game where maybe they just underestimated Complexity a little bit.
Yeah.
They felt so confident after that TSM one yesterday, and then they think, yeah, these guys are 2-9. What's really going to happen? Maybe they're just going to do a standard game plan. The early game triple buff start was a nice reaction to what Complexity did, but then was easily recovered by Kez because Zion got greedy trading early on Siobhan against Renekton when he didn't need to.
Right.
And now they're kind of on their back foot since Evelyn has so much control, and because Complexity has stronger laners.
Well, hopefully Dig can remember that late game team. A lot of teams kind of just go in and they're so far behind they need to push themselves into situations that don't allow you to get to late game, and everything starts to domino on top of you. Hopefully Dignitas realizes that some of the early dragons, if ults weren't up, would be safe. Cutie Pie, very nice hit up coming from the Glacial Fisher.
Whoa.
They're going to be safe on this one, though.
Except for
Kiwi Kid, yeah, that was different on the Soul Shackle. Before he gets locked up, he tried to really deny Robert Exley's damage, and Crumbs is going to have to be an onlooker for this one.
Yeah, knowing the Cutie Pie's flash is down, though, if Eve gets the little bit on him, it could be a great counter gank.
Kez is there, the perf time, there it is. Ardent Blaze coming out from Robert Exley. He finalizes the shot onto Cutie Pie. Crumbs, that is not how you get over the wall on that one, buddy. He is going to go down to the hands of Kez. Very nice play. Complexity coming up big around the map.
So not only is Dig a step slow arriving to ganks, they're a click off when they're trying to pull off their spells right now. This could be a Dignitas team on tilt against a Complexity team who mentally they think had no chance against them. So once they start losing, it just hurts even more.
This is already a better game than the last time these two teams faced, Jack. Complexity only got 3 kills in that game. Right now they have the only 4 in this one and a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and 4,000 gold leads aren't easy to come back from. This was an example of the Braum stun creating initiation. I don't really know what Kiwi Kid was thinking here. He didn't have the finishing damage and all of his spells were on cooldown, so that was a straight up misplay at that point because Cutie Pie could not come in range to follow up that damage, and a Morgana ult was sitting on both of them. Then the counter gank comes. PewDiePie stuck around without a flash because Crumbs was telling him to, but they completely forgot about the Evelyn. Then this flash was just a unfortunate event right there. Kez flashed again to close the distance and guarantee the kill.
Kez everywhere he needs to be right now. 2-0-1 and 2-0-0 the kill score we're looking at for Complexity. The teleport back to top lane as well for West Rice. He still holds that 30 CS lead, and it looks like every timing he needs has been hitting perfectly in his lane. Didn't miss any of the CS, and Zion Spartan even gives a second thought to just the presence of West Rice when he goes to place a ward. Nobody's really been up there since the beginning, though. It seems like Kez was all right with the 2 hits on Zion Spartan. They said we took a bit of that solo lane carry away, and we'll be able to focus on the other lanes. And he's done a great job, too. Success in the bottom. Yeah, they got success on Flash and Shifter.
And in the bottom lane, PewDiePie actually did a very interesting thing. In order to hit his BF sword, he sold his Doran's Blade. So he is a squishier target down there. Doran's Blade doesn't necessarily scale great into the end game, but the health already in a lane they were losing will be a little bit dangerous if they get into another 3v3, kind of like this.
That flash is down from last time. That's going to be a spider up, a spider down, and it looks like he is going to be out of the game for now. Kiwi Kid tries to get himself to safety. They really weren't able to even put that much damage onto Complexity. Kiwi Kid caught out a little bit there, and you starting to get the Kassadin going. This is not looking good for Dig.
This is exactly what Complexity needed to do to win this game. They picked such a strong early game team, and they are capitalizing on every last bit of it right now. Look at this lead West Rice has held in the top lane. We haven't really looked back here since the early games because there's been so much else going on. But West Rice is really doing work up there against Zion Spartan, taking his advantage and actually making it count.
Been doing what he can on a lot of champions. Played Lulu the last time, did not work out for him, so back to the wheelhouse, and he is putting up some numbers in the CS. Really, somebody that's been focused by a lot of teams. They'll go for West Rice early in the game, know they can take him out. He's teleported to turret early, rather, sometimes, and teams take that into consideration. This time he's fixed all of those little errors, and it's really paying off for the rest of the team across the map.
Great job by Complexity. This is a really, really big lead that you do not expect when you see a matchup of the first place team versus the last place team in the North American LCS, but that's what can happen when Complexity picks such an early game team and Dignitas plays so sloppily in the early game. They can't just rely on their skill to win this one. They needed to have better communication and honestly probably a better early game plan to deal with this. This is almost a classic underestimation of Complexity, but Complexity is showing up.
I keep considering what would have happened if Zion Spartan, did not get hit up for that blue buff in the early part of the game. Good aggression in the bot here. Would Dignitas have had a much more solid game? How far behind would Kez be? But he made the right moves.
Exactly. You consider what happened when they got that blue buff back. It caught Kez back up in experience, and it gave West Rice a lead up there, so Kez could then ignore it. And it also, in a sense, put Crumbs a little bit behind, because when you do those sneaky around the side invades and getting no pulls and stuff in the early game, you put yourself at a bit of a sacrifice, which normally is acceptable because the other jungler is even farther behind. But it turned out the other jungler just got put farther ahead of him. And as a result, if we look at the jungle items, for instance, Kez's Lizard Elder is well stacked as far as gold generation so far that he's been able to get off of it, and that's very important.
Complexity is definitely a team to be reckoned with. One of their other wins that they have is against Cloud9. Like we said at the beginning here, this is definitely a team that they can beat. Kez getting a bit found out there, and very good at just not tunneling for the fact that they hadn't engaged. He backed off. Complexity lives to fight another day.
So 6,500 gold and 2 turrets to 0. And still only 27% of the Twitter vote. Come on, guys. Complexity is doing fantastic. They've already had a big upset this year when they took down Cloud9.
Yeah, right. And Cloud9 and Curse so far in that win column. Shifter, haven't really seen too many plays from him this game. The mid has not been able to roam. I shouldn't say that. Probably did. Shifter's kind of been alone and staying there. He did catch back up on CS, but he's not an impactful amount of items and ready to fight with the rest of the team. A minute on Dragon. They have crowd control and teleport up for that fight on the side of Dignitas. It might be what they need, but Complexity would have to walk into that in just a silly manner and throw it away.
I mean, top lane has a 2-level advantage.
Right.
West Rice over Zion Spartan. They can both teleport down to meet each other, and then Renekton would be much stronger because of the second rank in his ultimate. And then every other person on Complexity is also much stronger. They're just looking for catch after catch, and Dignitas is so much on their back foot, it's not even funny. Look at where the wards are.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Complexity right
no
now.
blue.
Everywhere Crumbs goes is either stolen or in full view.
No blue, all red wards on the bottom side as the Complexity sets up a bit of a security system. All of their pink wards really have been staying alive as well. Crumbs' pink ward died quite early that he put just behind his red buff. And they haven't been able to get any more into the side of Prolly's jungle either. No countering this game from Dignitas. We see Crumbs doing that all the time. He's been on his side of the map. That's different.
Yeah, and with Dragon up, it should be another secure for Complexity. Coming back in a game like this when you lost this much vision control is no easy task. It's not like you can just go and make a play. Complexity has 2 teleports that are both completely free on cooldown, so if Dignitas does find something, Complexity can teleport in. It requires a monumental amount of luck and planning for Dig to come back in this one.
Just missed the dragon, gets a shot on. There we go. Crumbs taking a bit, offers his cocoon as well for a taste of the same medicine and crowd control. But it looks like Complexity is just winning everything they need to. Zion Spartan is not in a teleport situation. Neither is Westrice. Both can stop each other. Dignitas is going to set up.
Yeah, they kind of want to fight this one, but it is an incredibly dangerous place for them to be.
Oh, he does stop him. He thought he got far enough away. And now who's it going to be? Can Zion Spartan get away? Now it's a 1v1 in the top lane, and the rest of the teams are communicating on who can make the 4v4 happen better.
And now Westrice actually would have to stop Zion Spartan from teleporting in, but a Zion Spartan teleporting in with no dragons to send and half health isn't that impactful.
This
is great poke by Dig,
in the middle.
Considering Kez is half health just from the dragon, Dignitas is holding this off really, really well.
They still have a rocket. They can put some impact damage down. Prolly is doing a great job, but he's going to be running out of mana soon. Does not have blue buff to get him refreshed. Kiwi Kid just on the outside. Repel for vision as Robert X. Lee and Kaz are trying to trade out a bit of damage. It's still so back and forth. This tug of war is ridiculous.
Yeah, if Dignitas could turn something here, it could very well get them back in the game. It's actually miraculous that they're able to do this with their 7,000 gold disadvantage.
There's a very indecisive play here from Complexity,
Yeah,
but Dignitas is disengaging.
Could have just bursted down the dragon and gotten over there, but they've stuck around to this point that they're low enough on resources that they can't do that anymore, and Dignitas is actually on the offensive. I also don't think Dignitas is strong enough to stay on the dragon, which is why this is such a push and pull.
Cannot be pushed in. Zion Spartan is backing right now, so he's going to be at the fountain if he decides to go in. He's going to mid-turret. No, that's them coming back. All right. I thought there was a ward on that side. Getting me scared. Slowing it down a little bit. It looks like without having Zion Spartan decide to teleport up and the teleport back from Prolly in mid lane, that was not Zion. They're going to be able to get the dragon. Finally, one hell of a dance there from both teams. 6-0. Yeah. Those are come up on 19 minutes, and that's a pretty big gold lead at about 8,000.
Yeah, once Prolly actually came back.
Yeah.
Aww. Crocodile took his lunch.
Where's that wah-wah?
Yeah. So Prolly, blue buffless, unfortunately. That would have really benefited him in the mid lane matchup against Prolly. Westrice won't take much advantage of that blue buff. But he's still got a 60 CS lead on Zion. Kez gives it to him. Now Kez has to shop. Westrice, look at what you've done.
Complexity looking absolutely amazing.
So they're in full control.
Underdogs ahoy.
Yeah.
They're definitely climbing their way back up.
This, not to take anything away from Complexity, who have actually played this game really, really well, is a continuing problem for Dignitas. They look amazing one game.
That's true.
And then they just fall apart and look like they're not doing anything the next one. I was going to say from minute one. From minute one, they look good.
Yeah.
From minute 2, when Zion Spartan died and gave up blue buff, it's been all downhill from there.
It's such a calculated first move and then changed over so easily just with the blue buff given back in one gank. Both teams sizing each other up and setting up as well. Robert Exley is far ahead of Cutie Pie in items right now. Charged up Thirster, a Sheen as well. He's going to be able to take down turrets as well as champions as he goes into these fights. And we said, give Robert Exley a lead, give Complexity a lead, and they will start to carry the game across all lanes. Just putting pressure on the mid lane now, trying to get Dignitas to move to the beat of their drum. And you can see, oh, Robert Exley a little too close for comfort. But He's going to get those sheen shots on the turret and prep that for whenever they need to open up the map a little bit more.
It is a little tricky for Complexity to find fights at the moment, as long as Westrice is doing the split push game that he's doing right now. Kez is very magic resist focused because it's a very magic damage heavy team as long as I'm Cutie Pie is behind on Jinx. So as far as creating turret dives, it's difficult. They just need to keep taking the objectives as they spawn. It's one of those things that the better teams do better, is always knowing what to do next. And it actually feels like Complexity is a little lost as to what to do next right now. They've gotten ward coverage on the red buff, but there's no red buff to take. They've already taken the dragon, but they're not prepping Baron yet. So what are they actually doing right now outside of sitting in mid lane?
You can see Dignitas is almost aware of this. We just saw the cocoons and whatnot trying to hit Bubba as they went into this area. Once again, they're trying to get their small catches. And I think Complexity is waiting for that to be a mistake. Maybe they'll find it, maybe they won't. So far, mid turret goes down, but Complexity, or Dignitas I should say, is only going to get stronger. The late game is coming up for them. They're getting bigger and bigger. Haven't seen a command shockwave really of Shifter change a fight, and we know him to do that.
Don't even think he's used it.
No.
There hasn't been an opportunity to. Kassadin is too slippery generally to land a shockwave on, and the team fights just haven't materialized. Because honestly, if they did, Dignitas wouldn't stand a chance.
No. Definitely have to make a move. 6-0. 10,000 gold in the lead, and somehow stalled out at the turrets here. Complexity is kind of trying to find their way in, push Dignitas into something rough. And if they can get to that time, they've been a lot better at forcing necessary Barons that they need to get back in the game and making a fight go their way.
Yeah, normally that would be what Dignitas wants to do, but in this one, they've just dropped the ball too many times, it seems like. The 10,000 gold lead at 22 minutes is nearly insurmountable.
Yeah.
It's really crazy to think that Complexity is winning this handily over the first place team in the North American LCS.
With kind of zero response as well.
Probably was really happy in the pregame.
He was.
Yep.
Damn.
Knew what was up.
What if they set her 8? They do it.
All right, this is Dignitas actually trying to make a play. They're trying to group up as 5 because Complexity is trying to get the wave shoving, and they know the mid turret is actually a little bit low.
Once they finally get to turrets, Cutie Pie can start doing some work. We'll see that Jinx get to business. Kassadin in the bot lane has teleport to get back, and Westrice and him can't use this to really get Dignitas to spread themselves thin. Where you can teleport wherever you want. You can see how they're kind of deciding who to send, where to go. Shifter's going to back here, so Dig's just looking to set up some defense. Maybe the wrong time. Good damage could come to this mid turret as we get the rotation here from Zion Spartan.
Shifter having a death cap gives Dignitas some signs of life at this point, because if he landed a really good shockwave, it might be enough to turn a fight while Complexity is turret diving. But outside of that, it feels like Complexity has really just built up an appropriate lead. And now they're getting some very good pink ward vision control in the jungle. And then if they sweep around the Baron pit, they could have a huge line of safety and actually just force a Baron.
Full Triforce to a static Shiv, Cutie Pie. Trying to help the wave clear as they're getting pushed back here as well.
Good move by Dig to get this ward control back. So Dignitas still fighting a little bit. They just made so many very crucial mistakes in the early game against a strong early game team that it snowballed to this point. Not even the first gank, but then the second gank that Crumbs tried to do bottom that kept getting turned by Kez, and the really bad decision by Kiwi Kid to flash into a turret with Morgana ult on him.
Very spread on a few sides here. Probably is pushing Shifter out to the left side. The rest of the team's trying to get back to Shifter now. That was one reel of Prowley spells onto Shifter, calling the rest of the team over for assistance. Good movement by Complexity, kind of dancing this one out, but will they be in the right spot at the end of this fight? The turret goes down, and now they need to focus the champions. Cutie Pie is so far into this one, he just walks into the middle of the fray. Westrice comes in huge. We have not seen the top laner come in. The double kill for Robert X. Lee, and the double kill for Kez as well.
Dignitas got absolutely obliterated, and that's honestly what happens when you're 12,000 gold down 22 minutes, and that's when you decide to fight.
Look at that.
Tried to get one reset on the support Morgana, and then there's 4 full damage dealers that come through from the rest of Complexity. Taking another look at this fight. Yes, it was a good start on the Bubba. They were desperate for an initiation, but they're just not strong enough at this point. Westrice is so strong, Cutie Pie is dead, the shockwave hits 2 full health people while there's no follow-up, and Complexity just gets to wreck the rest of Dignitas as they completely see fit. And now they got Baron. Oh, Bubba died. That's cute. Did he die at the end of that fight?
Guess so. Man.
You know what? Cutie Pie hit him with a Super Mega Death Rocket.
Oh, as Baron.
From the base.
Good shot.
We'll have to take a look at that. The unfortunate shot of death.
We got about... Oh.
Here we go. Boom!
That's a nice guide. Everybody else was able to back.
Yep. He blocked it for the team.
There you go. I saw him put his hand up.
Doesn't do much for him, though, unfortunately. Aside from giving a nice one in the kill box.
Hey, guys, we got Baron, except for Bubba. So Probably now hitting an item threshold on his Zanyas as well. A little bit more of a playmaker. Complexity playing an amazing game. Referenced earlier, the last time they played Dig, they only had 3 kills. Shifter was, he got his pentakill that game. There's no pentakills from Shifter this game.
The stark contrast from that game to this one has got to be quite concerning for Dignitas.
Probably still pulling down the pressure of 2 and almost 3 now.
Yeah.
Braum and Probably, or Shifter rather, are going to head back towards mid. Probably doesn't even have to move. 262 in his lane to 229 now as he starts to soak up the bottom, and Complexity moving into the mid. They're going to have to spread themselves very thin on the side of Dig if they want to stop this push. And they're doing everything they can to West Rice.
And West Rice is a pretty farmed dude. He's 300 CS at 27 minutes. Like, we talked about him struggling in 1v1. This was not the case. He got a lot of early help from Kez, but then he absolutely held his advantage extremely well against a very skilled laner in Zion Spartan. So this has definitely been West Rice's best game of the year.
Definitely going to show to the other teams you cannot give Complexity strong lanes out of Champion Select and then even an inch, because they will take a whole mile or even more. I think we've got a marathon getting run here by Complexity at 10-1 with a 16,000 gold lead now. Good lord. Very dominant game from a team that a lot of people have almost written off being at the bottom of the list. So many changes in a league make it very hard to even kind of compose a team, even if you want to.
Yeah.
But they've really come through a lot.
And Dignitas is really showing themselves as the biggest wild card.
Yeah.
In the LCS.
It's a weird thought.
Yeah. The fact that this means they've now lost to Curse and Complexity. 2 of the 3 teams currently tied for last. A little bit weird. Then they had that incredibly one-sided game against Cloud9 where they won.
Yeah.
And then an incredibly one-sided game against Cloud9 where they lost. Complexity is the same, honestly, because the first game for Dignitas was just a cakewalk for them.
Right. Already on to the outer turrets. Complexity really using the gold lead well now. I mean, at a certain point, there's no other decisions to make but to take what you can take because you have so much gold. But they're putting their foot down. They're not wasting any time either. Not giving Dig any. Shoot it!
Robert's gonna get it! Ha! Kept that gold for himself. Got that local gold for the
away from
carry.
the turret.
Funneling the farm.
Man. Complexity feeling very, very good right now.
Say that again.
Very close to being worn off. They're going to keep themselves pushing. Zion Spartan soaking up the bottom lane, but just really for a last push to hopefully not be the final one for Complexity. We're actually pretty still low on some of the levels here, so some of the timers not as high as they could be. Level 16 Probably, however, to a level 14 Shifter. So you're getting some big-time ult damage out of one that you aren't in the other.
The level advantage is also extreme in this one.
Yeah.
And it's such a turnaround for Complexity as well. Like, we've been talking a lot about how Dignitas did great against TSM yesterday and they're making the mistakes against Complexity. But honestly, Complexity against EG yesterday just straight up lost the 2v2 with Robert X. Lee and Bubba Dub, and it was before Kez could make an impact in the game. This one, they were actually winning the straight up 2v2 in the bottom lane. So Robert X. Lee and Bubba Dub had a substantially better performance in this one. And it goes to show you that Complexity is actually a very strong strategic team. They have good ward control, well-laid plans, and if they pick strong lanes, can compete with absolutely anyone in the LCS.
Right. It's very, like you said, a stark difference to the win or loss. Yesterday's game, when they did lose, they only had 1 kill. But when they win, they will make 1 death. Yeah. Exactly. just the complete opposite. Almost the same time on Dragon Baron. And have the objectives up here that may be used if they can get out of their base, but it's really just they need to hold their breath here and hope Complexity makes a big mistake. Because you look at it, they can feel as if they can just walk right through the front door and not even be scared.
Yeah, I wonder if Complexity, because they've lost so much this year, is going to stall this out and maybe wait for the next Baron. Because they don't need to do this inhibitor right now, knowing the cushion of a gold lead they have right now. But I've seen stranger things.
Have you?
I've seen a lot of strange things. I saw a woman slap another woman in a park the other day. That was strange. They're fighting over dogs.
Damn.
Strangest thing? She was my hairdresser.
There you go.
Yep.
I hope you don't get slapped.
Never thought I'd
you
say
get a
that
bowl
on
cut.
stream.
18 grand on the clock. We're going to see if Complexity can slap Dig one last time here at the inhibitor turret. I don't know if it's going to happen. Back and forth. The tug of war begins once again between these two teams. Complexity giving Dig respect underneath their home base. But Prowley, he's down on the bottom, trying to wreak a little bit of havoc and draw some attention.
Yeah, so the Baron will be up in 26 seconds, and it does appear like they're not going to try and crack that shell. It is pretty low, so if they could sneak up on it, but the fact that Prowley backed on a pink ward without killing it means that they can't get aggressive. He could just teleport back in if he really wants to hurry, but I think they're just going to be pulling back for Baron.
Steady and slow wins the race. Let's see what they can get out of this Complexity side. Hopefully they don't trip up anywhere along the way. The gold lead will definitely give them a bit of room to even make mistakes here. And they should be able to even lose somebody early in the fight if they get caught out. Turn it around. Oh, one more. Got it. Nice kill.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there's a hit.
There it is.
Very nice ultimate in the Agony's Embrace from Kaz onto Cutie Pie. He keeps hitting. The Randuins goes off. They are just sticking to Dignitas like glue here. 1, 2, 3 goes down. It's going to be Zion Spartan running from the rest of the team. Kaz is getting the hits on. He's going to be able to break out, but Complexity is going to be able to break down the base.
That looks like the game Dignitas just thought about contesting Baron, and Complexity jumped on it, figuring they've drawn this out long enough. It's time to win.
What amazing coordination from Complexity, knowing that they lost buffs in the early game. Kaz making a turnaround in that and completely carried in a domino effect. Complexity at 33 minutes is going to single-handedly, or I just say, take down Dignitas 14-1 and a 14,000 gold lead.
What a shocking result, especially when you consider the scoreline of this one. Complexity, a team that was 2-9 coming into this against a Dignitas team who was 8-3 and looking at the top of their game. And then this happens.
You know, I want to say single-handed at the end there for the lanes. Each lane came out so strong by themselves for Complexity, and then when they did need to be a team, everything worked out even better. That's exactly what a League of Legends game should look like when you go from start to finish with the upper hand.
Yeah, maybe the emotional high yesterday for Dignitas, knowing that their rival coach Locodoco had to get a bowl cut was just too much to not focus on this Complexity game. It definitely seemed like Complexity was well prepared and playing mechanically well. For whatever reason, the missed flashes from Crumbs, the overstaying in lane early from Zion Spartan, and then the decisive team fighting from Complexity down the stretch was just a total mismatch of the teams we expected to show up for this game.
Right.
It's like they swapped jerseys.
Yeah, I consider 8-3, now 8-4 against the 2-9 last place team is now 3-9.
Yeah.
What an amazing result for that game to happen, especially for the early invade that Dignitas was, they wanted to do something different, try to innovate. And Kez being the new jungler on the team, you know, that's not something that Complexity has practiced as a team. They said, we need to react and adapt right now. And they did the perfect move.
Yeah, Kez with that Evelyn pick, 4-0-9, which is participating in all but one of Complexity's kills. Early picking the Kassadin by Prowley and not getting punished for it.
Wow, that blind pick cast.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Prowley has always seemed to have Shifter's number. I mean, we think back to the promotion tournament where Shifter was on Coast. Prowley was kind of demolishing Shifter in CS numbers, at least, in that event. And it was one of the big reasons Complexity was able to qualify and actually beat Coast. and he kind of continues to hold that mental edge over Shifter for whatever reason.
Really great game coming out of Complexity. Everything even Crumbs did, or I'd say Dignitas tried to do, was thwarted. We saw the counter gank in the bottom lane right after Kiwi Kid died. Dig stayed, and it was almost red that Crumbs is here. Kez, get down here. Kez, big ups to Kez this game for thinking that Kez was going to take a while to, kind of get all his gears in order and get his bearings with the team, especially Prolly in and out at the same time. We kind of looked at Complexity and said they're almost hurting themselves with all these changes in the beginning, and not that they can help a few, but Prolly had to go and come back. They've ironed them out.
Yeah, and it's a strange thing. Complexity said when Kez joined, they were amazed at how quickly everything just kind of worked with him. He was immediately starting the shot call. They were already on the same page shot calling. That's actually a really difficult thing. Even though teams do seem fairly similar when you're watching them, the way they call them, the strategic way that they think about the game is very different. And it takes a lot of guys a really long time to sync up. But Complexity kind of lucked out when they were able to find Kez.
And it's interesting that they have been able to do this. I don't believe he's in the house yet, so it's still kind of that communication is all coming just kind of off the cuff because of what and the time they have put in together.
Flying by the seat of their pants.
Absolutely. For more on Complexity's win and snapping their 4-game losing streak, let's send it over to Freak and Kobe at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. What's up, guys? We're joined by the bottom lane here, Robert X. Lee and Bubba Dub. Guys, congrats on the win. Coming into the match against Dignitas. You got to know you're underdogs here. What was the mindset coming in?
We were thinking just play safe, play smart, don't do aggressive calls because that was our downfall in a lot of our early game. We played too ham and we died for it. And this time it's a game of inches and take what you can and try not to die.
So the first thing that they kind of give you and you guys decide to take is the Kassadin pick early. A lot of teams were previously just permabanning this Kassadin. CLG kind of opened the door where they're like, okay, we're fine with playing against it. Dignitas, were you worried that Dignitas had a plan like CLG did to play against Kassadin and it was kind of a trap, or did you just jump headlong into this pick?
Well, I mean, we saw Zhao against Kassadin, and Boy plays a good Kassadin, and we know Prolly does too, so we decided to give it a try. And we've been playing it some in scrims as well, so it's something we practiced, and we didn't really think that Dig would expect of us.
And you didn't think that Dig was going to be able to play it themselves as the first pick? It feels like Kassadin's still got that stigma as you can first pick this champ.
I think Dignitas was prioritizing the Thresh ban because I've been playing a lot of Thresh and Braum, and they wanted to take away Braum and force him on a champion that's maybe a little more uncomfortable. Okay. And that's what I read out of that. So I didn't think they would take it first pick.
Wow. Okay, so speaking of the Braum pick, of course, it seems like your mustache is manlier. Of course, you guys beat him up. Tell me about Braum. So we haven't talked to a lot of supports about the champion all that much. Some have prioritized it a lot. So you picked Morgana against it. So talk to me about some of the matchups for Braum and also why he's so first pick worthy.
I think Braum is a really strong champion, but he doesn't have good hard engage, which a lot of the other supports that are top tier right now have a lot of, like good pick potential and hard engage off of the pick. Braum is really strong at defending an AD carry, like Jinx or Twitch. So really good with non-escape AD carries, just with his crowd control abilities.
And what about playing against him in a lane situation?
Playing against him is really scary. If he ever hits a Q, you have to back off of a trade. And then, because if he gets that stun, you're going to lose the trade no matter what.
Okay.
But if he doesn't hit the Q, he's pretty much like, whatever.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about really the main story of this game where you guys just won, which is the bottom lane. Because it seems like in a lot of the games you guys do win, bottom lane gets really early, triple kills, killing the jungler all the time. We have a replay we're going to bring up here where, Dignitas honestly make a couple mistakes and overextend. Can you walk us through, what was going through your guys' communication as this was unfolding?
Okay, so I think Braum goes onto me over here, so we land a good snare onto Cutie Pie. I dash out, and Braum for some reason flashes in, and we're like, is this for real? Is he actually diving us? And then it was like, oh, okay, free kill here. And then from here, we're saying like, oh, we might think they're junglers here, and Kez was calling that he is actually coming on his way. So worst case scenario is a 3v2, and we actually get the bait, and we get a free kill onto Jinx, and I think Crumbs fails his flash over here. Oh yeah, and then Kez like, oh, free kill. we're going ham. And it was a really, really big start for us.
Yeah, so you guys had a similar situation in your upset victory over Cloud9 where you also got a good start like that and the jungler came and you also turned it around on them. At this point, Now this is really, you're feeling like, okay, we can snowball this game, right? What is the plan after you get this big lead for the bottom lane to really exacerbate the issue here and actually finish this one?
Well, before I was thinking we should, like kill him over and over, and try to snowball the game. But again, I'll say it's a game of inches. Take their bottom tier turret, try to keep pressure on the lanes, rotate to mid lane, take that tier 1, let our Kassadin free roam, do his thing, do what Kassadin does best, just kill squishies. And I would say we won the game from that play.
Yeah, you did a really good job. And I actually have an image I want to bring up that I saved from the game of your vision control that you had over Dignitas after this early lead. I mean, just look at this image. They literally have 0 wards on the map right now because of how well you guys have pressured them from that early start. Is that something that you guys consciously are working towards with constantly invading the jungles and switching out sweepers and bringing the pink wards?
Yeah, that's definitely that we talked about actually last night. If we actually get a lead, our goal of the game is to just control the jungle side that has pressure. So in this case, bot lane, and just starve out their jungler, and eventually we'll just out-rotate them very easily with all the knowledge that we had with wards.
You definitely did that.
Yeah, you guys played super phenomenally. I like the fact that you guys were like, our way to close the game out is to play it like a little bit slow. Just like play objectives that aren't like overtly on the maps. Like, oh, not just like rush all the dragons, but to make sure there's no way coming back in. So I like that a whole bunch. Jat in the commentary is talking about you guys being a more strategic team. That like sometimes you guys have these individual misplays that betray you guys. Is that how you read your team as well? Where it's like, if only we would stop screwing up the first 5 minutes, we'd win all our games?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of our games we've lost in laning phase, and I think a lot of it is due to sort of the solo carry mindset that we used to come in with. We're trying to move away from that in order to let the teamwork kick in the mid game and late game, so that we can actually get there and just outplay other teams as a team rather than individually.
Yeah, so I know in week 2 we had, I think, Broken Shard here, and he was saying you guys weren't taking enough risks. You had to go like more ham. Are you going the other way with it now? Like you got to play more reserved?
There's a fine balance. You have to have calculated aggression, not just full-on aggression.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's bring up one more replay here, where you guys really turned this snowball into an avalanche, and you crushed the whole team at this mid fight. Can you walk us through this one?
Do you want it, Bubba?
You can do it.
All right. So I know for sure. I can't honestly remember.
We wanted to fight here.
Yeah, we were looking to fight here. And Kez gets an amazing flank onto Jinx, and from here it was like, oh, kill Jinx, focus Jinx, and then from there it was like game over, just kill the front line slowly, one at a time. I just know probably was just going ham on their back line, while I'm just just auto-attacking people in the front line, just playing it safe, playing scared a little.
You managed to go without dying, so I suppose that worked out for you, 6-0 and 6 on that one. Okay, so you guys have managed to sort of start refining your style. You guys are doing better. Of course, you guys had gotten shaken up with this roster change with Kez joining in, and of course, Broken Shard being out now for ultimately the rest of the split for you guys. How is Kez gelling with this roster now?
I'd say he's gelling really well. He's not a very loud person, so him coming in as a shot caller, Prolly and Robert were previously shot calling a lot, and he gets talked over a lot, so we're kind of working with that. But other than that, he's been really good and very positive.
That's good to hear. So you guys seem to be going pretty well. Guys, congratulations on the win. We'll see you guys next week as well, hopefully for some more. We're going to take a quick break, though, and while the teams load in for our next match, TSM versus Evil Geniuses, we're going to be right back after this.
I'm ready. Going. Ulting. I'm on Jinx.
Stay on Jinx.
I'm right behind him. Randy. Yeah, you flashed up.
Stay on Jinx.
Careful,
On Jinx. Finish her. All right, go for a shifter next.
I'm on Zion.
Give it to Zion next.
I'm on Zion.
Wait, do I get a quadra?
No. Taking it. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the North American LCS. We're jumping right into our next summer split showdown. Team Solo Mid versus Evil Geniuses. Two teams that have shown renewed life in recent weeks.
Yeah, honestly, Evil Geniuses have been playing better since the addition of Helios. And yesterday was the first time they saw that really come to fruition in a commanding win over Complexity. Team is 2 had a commanding win against Dignitas. So how good is this EG team? I mean, this team used to rely on their solo lanes to carry, but now they actually have other players stepping up in a big way, like Altec, for instance, who joined at the start of the split. Already, despite not playing in the first game of the split, he is the second most killing AD carry in the North American LCS behind Doublelift. So more kills than Vasily, more kills than Sneaky are these guys what Altec has been able to do without even picking up too many wins. So EG is poised for some success.
Yeah, they are. Meanwhile, TSM lost yesterday, and their coach, Loco Doco, may be sporting a new Kiwi Kid-inspired hairdo in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah, I talked to Loco. He actually said he couldn't get the bowl cut yesterday because he needed to prep for the EG game, so he's keeping his mind on the game, but he will be getting it next week. And honestly, they were close to pulling out that win against Dignitas, but they lost a couple of close team fights, which is pretty uncharacteristic of TSM because they're a really good mechanical team. But even with all that, we've seen pretty big improvements from their first couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Glebe in particular has been a big help to his team. Early roaming and his early securing of vision have really helped set up successful ganks. Yesterday, he actually helped the team quickly recover from that disastrous 0-2 jungle invade, and it looks like a lot of pressure is off of Glebe. He looks much more calm now than he did in week 1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And preparing for a match, you usually review your last showdown. But both of these squads have made some big changes and aren't playing like the teams that faced off in week 1.
Last time we played TSM, it was pretty close actually. We fell behind early, but we were able to keep stalling out the game and dragging it out. Pobalter almost got a solo kill on Bjergsen in mid, but he lived with like 10 HP.
Pobalter goes down, the focus of Team Solo Mid. They tunnel right in onto him. Bjergsen is just baiting everybody along like a carrot on a string.
But in terms of 2v2, I think we definitely have the advantage because Turtle has been slumping the past few weeks, but with the addition of Loco, I think he's starting to get his groove back.
Them getting a new jungler, I think, will help make them a stronger team.
They just roster swapped Snoopy for Helios. I think Helios still needs some time to get used to, moving to NA and playing a different style, and he's not going to be used to it just like Seraph was.
I know Helios has played in a ton of different Korean teams, and if he's able to communicate and help lead the team, that will help him a lot coming into this week.
Even though he's joining EG, I don't think there'll be much of a problem as long as we play our best.
I think the game was close last time, and I think now we have a good shot of beating them.
I'm confident we have the talent to beat that game, but it comes down to execution.
It was actually very close last time. Came down to being inhibitors dropped at the same time and then a few Baron mistakes.
And if both teams say they've improved an equal amount, is it going to be close again? Honestly, this game has more upset potential than the previous one did. So who knows what's going to happen.
I like it a lot. Let's check out the starting lineups and get to that potential. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, amazing in the jungle. Bjergsen in mid lane, Wild Turtle at 80 carry, and Glebe on support.
Inox in the top lane for Evil Genius as well on the red side. Helios in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Altec on AD, and Crepo on support.
And grab your machetes and bug spray. We're heading into the jungle for today's featured matchup. Amazing versus Helios.
Yeah, and this is a battle that's going to start right in Champion Select. Helios, in 3 games, has pulled out 3 different champions, most recently picking up the Nunu. And so far, he looks like a perfect fit for a team that has farm-heavy solo lanes, a really great supportive jungler.
And Amazing has continued, if you think of TSM, to be targeted for his limited champion pool.
Yeah, and he's 0-3 on junglers where he's not, on games where he's not playing Elise or Lee Sin in the jungle. And we have to remember, in the EULCS, Amazing was a carry jungler for the Copenhagen Wolves. TSM does not need a carry jungler, and they're still in the process of converting him to that support-heavy style that ganks a lot and doesn't take much farm. And a lot of these games, it feels like Amazing is still playing like he has 3,000 more gold than he actually does, and he jumps into situations he can't handle.
It's something that TSM kind of has revolved back to a little bit, with Bjergsen going back to more assassin champions, where it was almost like Reginald Oddwin. He's in the back pocket. He's able to help out middle a little bit more, but not if we get the 2v nuns, because then the 2v nuns put the mids on an island. Everything's switching and adapting from game to game. We even saw last game in the Dig EG that it was almost, mistake? Nope, or Dig call rather, that Complexity was able to adapt immediately.
Yeah, and honestly, TSM's start yesterday in their defeat to Dignitas. If we think back to that game a little bit, they lost 2 people in a level 1 invade, which put them in a pretty big hole. And then only because they were so well coordinated in the 2v1/2v0 game with a lot of good roams that they were able to come back. That's actually what TSM considers one of their main strengths right now in the LCS, is their ability to play that game. Dyrus understands it well, they're roaming well, and they should be well prepared if they get that situation to happen again.
We'll see if they can get what they want in order. We remember just a few weeks ago, I think it was last week, Wild Turtle said, we want to ward more. And in the game against LMQ, they warded, I think, some 130 times, let's say. And then in that game, they said they wanted to ward more. They actually warded less and won faster. Even at the same clip of time, they would have placed less wards in that game, but they're being more efficient with their movements, how they do things. And amazing, like you said, if he's getting that Lee Sin, his last play was with 0 deaths, so they can definitely come out very strong.
And we can still talk about amazing here. It's not out of the question that we see Lee Sin and Elise banned, and he gets pushed on to whatever his next jungler actually is, because he's tried a lot of different things, the Xin Zhao, the Volibear, and the Jarvan.
Right.
None of them have worked very well.
Okay, not that they worked.
Yeah, they didn't work very well for him. He used to have the Kazakhs. Before that got reworked a little bit. And honestly, the Eve is something that had fallen off most junglers' radar, and Kez kind of brought back for us in that last game.
Definitely very interesting. We saw quite a bit of people going to Jarvan and Vi before Eve was thought of in these past few weeks. Well, maybe she'll make another resurface here. We've seen very aggressive play from Helios. Kind of fits with the new. He's played himself some Lee Sin, but EG is also kind of getting some ideas from the bot lane. Crepo and Altec have been playing very well. Their 2v2/2v3 situations are actually something that they even spoke about that turned the game yesterday. So there's actually a lot of power coming from all the lanes of Evil Geniuses now.
Yeah, Crepo cannot say enough good things about Johnny, is what he calls Altec, because EG talks to everyone on a first-name basis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very confusing for us when we're talking to him. But yeah, Altec, even though he says they're not even able to dual queue that much yet, because of the fact that he's still in his junior year in high school, or grade 11 for you Canadians out there, like myself.
Clarifying.
Yeah, so he hasn't had as much time to dual queue as he would expect, but he's still performing at a level. 2nd most kills in the North American LCS for 80 carries, 3rd overall.
And the Syndra ban actually comes out right away. Maybe a possible leave up for Yasuo or something that EG wants to play into. EG, as we've kind of heard, the inkling of that Jace pick, they definitely do a lot of homework on the teams they play. Usually a team will say, yeah, we prepare for the week, and kind of the same for each. But I think it's been a little different this season. Teams definitely need to make the extra effort.
Yeah, the individual preparation for teams changes actually a lot from week to week. Even though it feels like we're dealing with the same general pool of champions each time, the priorities change greatly. So like Twitch, for instance, is just starting to get banned. Same with Lucian, for instance. Like if Lucian's on the board,
all the way
because
to the left,
TSM values so much the early laning phase, they're probably going to first pick Lucian. But that actually means that EG wouldn't have to ban Lee Sin away from Amazing, because Helios is a great Lee Sin, and they feel like TSM values Lucian higher than that. That's just potentially what the mind game could be going in here.
Wild Turtle has taken that Corki as a first pick, but may just want to take his AD carry as a first pick to show EG nothing. Renekton's banned out last, so they've hit mid and top lane throughout their picks. Dyrus has been the focus of some teams in the early part of the game, and they go for Amazing's Lee. Last matchup against EG, I didn't say this earlier, was his 0-kill Lee Sin game. So we'll see if he can do that again.
Yeah, and immediately they then go for the Lucian because the Twitch had been banned on the other side. So they really, they forced each other into some tough decisions right there.
Yeah.
Because they both kind of get their pick of the litter in jungle and AD carry. And it's a little curious, actually, for Team Solomid to pick the one of the two junglers between Elise and Lee Sin when the other's not up, and then pass on the only AD carry. Because I guess they respect Altec's Jinx or Corki play enough.
Altec also has the chance to go for Corki, but he decides not to. Lane bully of Lucian, so he wants to get things started early. We've seen Dyrus playing Lulu as well recently. So with the bans to Dyrus, they take away a few that they can also use. Inox, not sure if we've seen him on too much Lulu. Actually, no Lulu for him, so that may be new. On the side of TSM, Shyvana for Dyrus. So very simple kind of back and forth plain picks coming out in the beginning here. Nothing crazy.
They pick Shyvana. It opens up Inox to play almost whatever he wants. Inox could very easily pull out a Jax right here.
Yeah, he did make it through.
Also, TSM is very similar to the Yasuo composition they used at the end of last week when they run Nami, Lee Sin, and Shyvana right there. Everyone can contribute to the knockups. Only Lulu was picked away. They had the Lulu in the top lane in one of their games.
Very slow picks coming in. Glebe taking up the Nami once again for himself. Had a 0-1-11 game on that. They were able to play that against Curse, so now against Evil Geniuses, they feel like it'll be the pick they need to really take these fights, something where Altec gets his kills all the time in the fights. They're going to need a better fight prowess than that. Elise, obviously going to be locked in, was just waiting for that one.
Yep.
EG biding their time here.
Those are like the 2 oldest picks in the book.
Yeah.
The highest percentage pick ban champions, pretty much. You combine the pick and ban rate together for Elise and Thresh. What is that? 95 for Elise. So she's in pretty much every game. I gotta say, this game is wildly important for Evil Geniuses because we have to realize that Helios, his situation here, he's still on a tryout, right? It's not, he's announced. Right. Snoopy is still there, wanting to get his next shot back. And if Evil Geniuses can't beat Team Solomid, this is the second week of Helios be here. If they can't beat Team Solomid, then they can't really consider themselves in the conversation for moving out of the bottom 3.
Right.
This victory is absolutely paramount for EG.
There's definitely been a change in EG's play, but it can't really be said that it's for the better so far.
Not in victories.
Right, not in victories. And it's the Yasuo and the Corki getting locked in. They have 3 possible help out knockups in Yasuo's own.
Yep. Bjergsen's Yasuo can be a scary beast, but how good is Pobelter against it in the mid lane? There's a chance they could keep that Lulu top if they really want to, let Pobelter go with something else in the mid lane. Inox has a lot of champion diversity. They just have to decide whether they want to Lulu against the wind walls or do something else. Krepa doing the talking.
It's quite a safe game to play on that one. Like you said, the Jax made it through as well. Inox can get a carry if he wants to.
There we go.
Solid pickup for Inox. He gets back into the game. He wants to play with the Jax, and Pobelter gets the Lulu. A safe matchup versus Yasuo. You're at least staying alive for most of the time.
Yeah. This was a really well-played pick and ban phase by both teams. You could tell they both actually had a lot of counterplay, trading priority picks between one another. I gotta say, the planning of EG lately has been much improved, and the pick ban preparation from Loco Doco has also been very well informed. So like this was a really solid pick ban phase.
Very good coming in for Team Solo Mid. See what happens once they get a hold in the game, if they can. Have a team that is kind of melee focus based, so if they can't get to the turrets in enough space, it's just going to be Wild Turtle trying to beat Corki there. We'll see if that puts up any trouble. But right now, it's time to put your predictive powers to test. As usual, we're going over to lolesports.com, and according to the votes, 79% of you say that Team Solo Mid are going to be winning this one. I think I had that in mind as well.
Well, we mentioned last game
that was
the
going to be the
90% plus votes often backfire and ended up backfiring again. But if you start to second guess this 79% pick, you can change your vote by sending hashtag TSMWin or hashtag EGWin to the @LOLesports Twitter account. We'll get that updated live throughout the game as it develops. It's very easy to pick those right on Twitter because you just wait until one team pulls really far ahead and you're like, hashtag
boom,
that team win.
Like we said, you never have to tell your friends. I have all correct votes.
74-0 this year.
74-0. That's right.
Don't even know how many games we played.
Yeah, that was a good guess.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say it, but you took the chance. So now as we're coming into the game 2 here in week 5, day 2, it's kind of hard to believe we're that far in.
Yeah.
These have been flying pretty fast.
After next week, we'll be at the halfway point of the LCS regular season. Summer
That's
split.
crazy. And that settles into teams as well. They kind of think like, well, the first half didn't go so as well. We actually need to buck up and do some big things here because time is getting short. And a lot of these teams don't have much time. We're going to see how long this one goes. It was a 50-minute matchup last time with the first inhibitor going down at 38 minutes. A real long haul. Who's got the fight prowess to take this one to the end? TSM versus Evil Geniuses on the Rift.
And speaking of long games, TSM, because they were so out of sorts strategically at the start of the split, still have the longest average game time of teams in the North American LCS, which is completely different than the Team Solomon we saw in the 2013 season. Those guys often played the fastest of every team.
That just means they like to play video games.
They just want to play more.
Just want to play more. Absolutely.
Can you get it?
Bite it! Yeah! Takes the twin bite first. Take a bite out of crime there. Kill and vision for Inox. Amazing. Just outside of ward. Pretty safe, though. Probably saw that go down. So a very simple line of scrimmage as usual until the teams decide which side of the jungle they're going to waltz into. Looks like we're going to lane swap here as well.
I learned some very interesting things the other day about wards.
Well, teach me.
Okay. I didn't know previously when wards are placed down, the color of the circle above the ward tells you exactly what type of ward it is. So green wards have a green circle above them. Trinket wards have a yellow circle above them. So the instant it's placed is doing this. I told this fact to Crepo and he just one-upped me. He said if you click on the ward immediately and then look at the little icon in the top left of it, it will tell you the source of the person who placed the ward.
And why is that important?
So if you see... Thanks, Riff. If you see someone place a ward from Fog of War, if you click on it fast enough, you know whose Trinket ward is down.
Right.
Therefore, you know who placed the ward and who's in that brush.
Overpowered.
Things these pros are doing nowadays.
Now that you told Riot, they're going to fix it.
Okay.
But no, then you can tell. You'd be like, oh, that's not the top laners. The jungle is right here, actually. Good knowledge. Learning 101. 2 minutes into this, it doesn't look like anybody's used that to get themselves a kill in this game, but we'll keep an eye on it. Amazing's going to get some help on his red buff. Heading down to the bottom. The 2v nuns, actually, Dyrus right to the lane in the beginning instead of getting this whole jungle buddy system. So we'll see how this works for him. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting choice right here. Dyrus trying to survive a little bit. I feel like he's just going to get denied off the wave really early by Altec and Crepo. This is more so for Amazing to become powerful early and probably throw some early ganks in for Bjergsen. They're throwing Dyrus to the wolves.
Well, he got 1 CS before he went out. Not a total loss, but yeah, they definitely threw him to the wolves. Good call.
Didn't mean to do that.
Didn't mean to at all. Worked out. Just kind of falling into place. So we'll see. It's free farm for the AD carries. We've heard Sneaky talk about how great this is, being able to hit that first item threshold, but who's going to be able to use it? And this is interesting. Dyrus taking all the little guys.
Yeah, really interesting move that they're doing right here.
No experience.
Yeah, it was like a bit of a jungle share, but not really. If Dyrus gets level... No, he doesn't even get level 2 off that.
No.
So it means Amazing's a little bit farther ahead. Dyrus a little bit farther behind. Helios doing the full jungle buddy with Inox. So Amazing will be slightly stronger than Helios, which honestly, if you're scouting this particular matchup, and you've seen Helios' games since he's joined the LCS, he is just always up in the other jungler stuff, and he wants to fight almost all the time. So making Amazing a little bit stronger than him will be able to maybe punish Helios when coming in, because if Amazing can get that minuscule level difference because he didn't share with Dyrus in the start, it could very well make the difference in a 1v1 in the jungle.
Very good ward here from TSM would thwart anything Helios would try to provide in pressure for that bottom lane, but here comes the invade now. The buddy system. Oh wait, no, the early dragon is viewed. We'll see if the pressure can be created to push them off. Doesn't look like TSM will have the juggle.
Helios stopped this the other day. It's a potential 3v5, and they're peeling for a fight. Amazing, still really strong, level 3.
Very great plays. He safeguards to the ward, making sure Inox is actually pinched into the fight. This is big damage. Turtle kind of Valkyries in, tries the rest of it. That's the refresh on Amazing buff. Right there, 1-0. His first blood comes out.
First pick for TSM was Lee Sin, and first blood goes to the same person. Amazing has been the person who struggles when he doesn't have his core champions, but when he's on point and he has his Lee Sin, he is threatening as hell, and that was a great move by TSM.
TSM fully aware of what's going on. Pobalter really didn't even get a chance to leave lane, and Bjergsen was already heading for the kills. TSM a step ahead, and it shows now with a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, the one thing about that is it gives Altec some free farm time in the top. You don't often have a team devote 5 people to the Dragon King, but that was because there was a team fight.
Ooh. Oh, Amazing taking the Lee Syndrome. Should be okay on this one. He'll take a few extra hits as the back door comes in. He's all right, though. 1-0. This is EG now, thinking how they can repair that. Put a Band-Aid on it and make sure it doesn't happen again. Crepo's heading towards the top side. They really want to put pressure on Dyrus. Somewhere they can usually, or teams, I should say, can usually get a kill. Dyrus will put himself in that scary situation and go down before 6.
Yeah, so the 1,000 gold lead because of the dragon and the first blood kill. Really key, and you can see with the item build of Amazing as well, going with 2 long swords instead of completing his Spirit Stone. He's definitely planning on staying as aggressive as possible.
Trying to get some harass on It looks like they're trying to take down the turret, or at least get it damaged quite quick so they can leave that lane and put some pressure somewhere else if anything else goes wrong. But the pressure, it looks like it's going to be here for now. And EG looks to switch lane after maybe.
This is a big investment, actually, right now. Yes, they will probably want to switch lanes with Altec's first buy, but the time that Wild Turtle is getting in the bottom lane without Inox there is incredibly potent for the overall experience level of this game. 4 people in the top lane for EG against 2. If they do not make something happen, it is a huge opportunity wasted. And TSM is playing very conservatively. It looks like this is just a waste of time for EG.
They're really well read, especially Amazing heading into the jungle, seeming like he's safe, getting some wards down. They have to realize we have zero vision of a majority of EG's members. Something crazy is going on right now. And you can see Dyrus, he doesn't usually do that. He's having fun with it.
Yeah, they're just going to 4-man push this turret now to try and make the best of a bad situation.
So EG's finally going to be able to get this top turret. Actually been pressuring it for quite a few minutes. It's going to go down and put that pressure somewhere else. You can let as many minions get denied as possible here. And Glebe will help to soak up.
All the while, Amazing was getting ward control in the red buff area of EG, so they're looking for a steal at that point. They're planning one step ahead, right? It's very important to have ward control behind where you want to go next, just so you know when you are going to be collapsed upon. And right now, because EG spent so long in that brush, they have no plans laid out for the future.
Should be an alive Dyrus, as not too much can happen. We see TSM's wards hopefully planning for their future. Bjergsen picking up rates, 52 to 46 on Pobelter, who isn't having an amazing game for himself, but without Bjergsen getting anything on that last dragon, he's still fending for kind of even in the mid lane.
And they're still just jungling with Inox, which means Turtle is farming quite well. TSM is good at this 2v1/2v0 game. We saw right there, they really brought the next adaptation to the early dragons. They committed enough people to the early dragon and juggled it well enough that they weren't low, and then were very ready to turn when Helios showed up, because Helios did that against Complexity yesterday and pushed Complexity clean off the dragon. They tried it again today, and TSM was ready to punish it, so that shows good preparation by Lokodoko, their coach, and the rest of the team.
Really solidifies TSM always being around the mid, always being around their objectives. Easy to flow to each side of the map when necessary. Right now they're on the top side on EG's, denying more, clearing wards. It looks like they're going to get a pinch onto Altec and Crepo here. Altec came out very big in a similar situation yesterday, but this looks grim.
Yep, well, they lost control of their red jungle. Helios now knows it's been gone, which means the alert should be on for Altec and Crepo. They should know Lee Sin is in the proximity in the area.
It looks like they're actually going to halt that one. 2 minutes on to Dragon. They actually did not know where Helios was, and they didn't want to get countered themselves. So TSM, while knowing they have a little bit of a lead, are still taking things quite careful. Going to go ahead and actually clear that up. No reason for Blue to go anywhere else. It's not really a mana-dependent team anywhere around the map. We're going to have a turret falling. First one of the game, 9 minutes in the top lane. So we're going to get a switch up here and might get the standard matchup in the bot now.
Yeah, 80 carries, pretty even on farm when we consider. BF Sword, Vamp Scepter completed for Altec. He is actually 100 gold behind Turtle, so Turtle can get pretty much the exact same items when he goes back to base, which he's doing right now. Spend all that sweet cash.
This will be good as well. Everybody will be buffed up and itemed up for their 1 minute till Dragon. We'll have the new items for the AD carries. Nobody's really able to capitalize on a finalized item, just the pieces of Bloodthirster. Even in the mid lane, Bjergsen is not ready to piece together a finalized item. So the first fight's going to be really big on who can get the first catch. Right now, TSM looks like they would be the one to initiate that.
Right.
They know they have EG.
And they're pretty strong with Amazing at level 6 right now. They've also called EG on their next rotation.
Ooh.
EG got the deep wards into the jungle here, but TSM is ready to take their own stuff back, meaning the deep wards are not that effective for EG, whereas when TSM plays deep wards in the red jungle of EG, they were able to come away with the red buff.
Already bringing out the pink ward play. Like you can see, as you said, that horseshoe of red wards from EG placed in the bottom side of the map. But will they be able to have the pressure on Dragon? Right now, pink warded out above and below. And Amazing is just pretty much able to single-handedly stop this from happening.
Yeah, this Dragon fight is huge. Consider that Amazing also has a Spirit of the Elder Lizard, which is an incredibly important power spike for junglers. That's why many junglers, including Meteos, will not share jungle farm until he has that item. It is such a power spike for Lee Sin. and now TSM wants that second dragon. With the ultimate down on Dyrus, if Inox went back to base and came in for the fight, maybe they could have an edge, but he would be forfeiting his turret. So TSM has a lot of capital to play with right now.
Definitely a change in playstyle for Team Solo Mid. A long time ago, a team that would let a few dragons go to gain a ton of the map. But right now, grabbing this, they know they can take EG and then the map. Very aggressive playstyle that they're putting back into play. Bjergsen back on the Assassins, kicked away. Pobelter gets a flash in to put himself on the right side.
Yep, that was the combo. That's why you run Lee Sin jungle with Yasuo. You go to kick him in the air and immediately follow. But Pobelter saw it coming, flashed away.
Helios doesn't really have anywhere to go. Bjergsen flashes over the wall as he predicts the escape and gets the kill.
Now is the jungle power struggle actually going right back to Amazing. He previously landed one nice Sonic Wave to get Helios to that point of low health.
Right.
And obviously Bjergsen still had his flash because he didn't go all in on Pobelter. Really nice play by Amazing as Lee Sin is threatening. I don't think EG expected them to first pick that Lee Sin, quite honestly. I think they expected the Lucian to be first picked. And Amazing is showing you why his Lee Sin is so feared, quite honestly.
Coming out very strong. Neither jungler deciding to really hit up a Sightstone early in this one, but TSM already has the wards that a Sightstone would provide right inside EG's jungle. So they're doing quite well for themselves. 12 minutes in the game, a 3,000 gold lead. It seems like everybody's finding a way to make a lot of money in the early game today.
Yeah, this is a really disappointing start for EG after their great victory over Complexity. And there's kind of the ongoing question of how good is EG really when you look at kind of what happened today with Complexity's big win over Dig. And when you consider TSM's the team that lost to Dig yesterday, so you thought with this matchup clashes up right now, it's going to be really close. But just based on the start, TSM really has prepared well.
It was very close the last time these two teams played, but a different story here. Amazing making sure of that happening, and even the simple things to be pressured now. Blue buff for EG is going to be contested. Amazing just on the outside. He's gonna, they aren't even going to go in on that one. EG's going to, or rather TSM's going to have mid-turret. Nice control over that, and Inox is kind of pressuring out Dyrus here. So with a bit of a gain here for Team Solo Mid, we're seeing that Dyrus is early transition to the lane in the beginning and then back to Amazing. Hasn't hurt him too bad, and he's able to keep up quite well.
Yeah, does burn his flash, so they're scrapping up there. But his heavy armor build is keeping him
to be able to teleport back up.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is just constant invade pressure by TSM. If they can't get either of these buffs, it'll mean EG's actually coming back a little bit in this game, but if EG can't defend this one, it'll be TSM continually pulling ahead.
Well, it looks like they've turned bot lane into mid lane now. Pobelter and Bjergsen are having it out with the two turrets that are actually still standing on the map. And this red buff battle right here, TSM is not giving up.
What just happened, though, is Inox doesn't have his teleport up. Dyrus went back to base and teleported in, meaning TSM could have an advantage in there if Dyrus comes and gets it. Or they're just going to take the lane advantage while EG is grouping up trying to defend against Amazing, and that's actually the option that TSM's going for.
They have to know that Inox is close with the pressure that Dyrus is putting on, and they're still contesting that red buff. They stay, but nothing actually comes of it. Helios does come away with the red buff, and this turret in the top lane will be going down for Team Solo Mid. It takes a few more minions. 2-1 in turrets, a bit more of a gold lead coming in for TSM, but they're not really pressuring their lead too much. They're just taking it as it comes.
Yeah, a good patient style of play from them because it's not like they're holding on to this minuscule little gold lead. They're extending it by leaps and bounds by taking the right options. 4,000 gold at 14 minutes is nothing to joke about. It is a substantial lead, and it gives them item breakpoints in almost every role when they decide to shop.
We're getting into that point as well. Well, I guess that point, but Altec's going to be able to get into some team fights. We don't exactly have late game jacks from Inox just yet, so the fights aren't totally in EG's favor, but it's where we see Inox get a huge influx, or Altec rather, get an influx of gold and start to become a carry for the team. Pobelter's had a bit of a slow game as well. Someone that EG looks to really get on the shoulders of, and he's not been able to do much for the team. But that's also TSM kind of, like you said, playing slower than they usually do. Ooh.
Yeah, but TSM is right on point this game. Bjergsen is farming really, really well, which is incredibly dangerous for this EG team when you consider how well the composition is built around Yasuo to be able to ult the targets he really needs to get to.
Good play by Inox. Out of mana, though. This could be a big fight if that's a Dragon Descent from Dyrus. He decides to back off on that.
Dyrus knows his limits. He knew Inox was out of mana so that he couldn't actually all-in him. And he was just getting as much farm and applying as much map pressure as he could. Look at how deep into territory that is. There's the combo, but again, Bjergsen actually couldn't ult off of it.
Makes it on his way down. They're just inches away from being able to activate any of these. He hits up Pole Belter, but would have been stopped right up by Krepo and the rest of the team with crowd control. TSM applying pressure on the bottom lane. Dyrus actually stays top to not allow Inox to go near. Not like he would without mana, but really applying the pressure for the rest of the team.
Yeah, he wants to be able to force a teleport from Inox instead of letting him walk back to lane. Oh.
So TSM around the horn takes the outer 3. You see Bjergsen with the rest of the team, and once he got down there, EG definitely had second thoughts. Huge damage from Wild Turtle, and it's not even a Sheen finish there. That was just Phage Bloodthirster with a rocket.
Yeah, the Foss Bomb on Corki really does hurt.
Yeah.
It's a nice steal by Amazing on the Wraith as well. So TSM taking all the little scraps out of the jungle and not really leaving him with anything.
Very good mind games the Team Solo Mid continues and usually knows to play once they do get that lead. Amazing making sure to, like you said, do the little things. Bjergsen will be off in a lane, 1v1ing or 2v1ing as of late on the Yasuo. We'll see if we can get a 3v1 out of this game. Blocking out a little bit of Glitter Lance on that. Looks like they'll be safe to continue pushing. He actually gets help from Amazing this time, so they're doing way more of a buddy system than just allowing Bjergsen to be by himself and split push.
Yeah, and I mean, Amazing continues his pressure in the jungle.
He hits it, he takes it. The Lee Syndrome is real this game. No doctor needed. 3-0 at 17 minutes into the game. A 6,000 gold lead as TSM puts their foot down here. Doesn't look like EG is going to have much to work with.
I feel like this is the TSM fans expected when they got Amazing and Glebe into the team from here, because Amazing is taking his Lee Sin kind of to the next level here, where he is supportive in the sense that he's only got 50 CS, but he is everywhere on the map, and he is enabling Bjergsen to kind of reach new heights right there. Amazing invades, allowing Bjergsen to try to do his work, but finally a retaliation.
Oh, 2v1! Here it comes! Not going to be enough. A wild growth from Pogos. The heal from Glebe. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. The help picks onto Bjergsen, takes him down. This is actually going to be a very good fight for EG. One more Glitter Lance on Pobelter, enough to close it out, but it's the Helios execute as he comes in. And they turned a few kills there, but it's still 5k behind.
Whoopsie daisy, the curse of the caster. As soon as I say how good Amazing and Bjergsen are doing, they throw away a big lead in the bottom lane by overcommitting to a fight. They had just pushed Helios off of the blue buff, so where else is he going to go but that lane? Bjergsen overcommits, gets killed, and then in almost turning it around, he kind of baits his team into a little bit of trouble. So Bjergsen says he can turn, lands a nice knock-up, but then honestly, it seemed like a nice try for a counter and just was not enough.
TSM getting themselves into a sticky situation there. A little room to work with, though. You can see they still want to be in the face here of Evil Geniuses. A little pressure everywhere. Whoa. Right in the face. All the way. Right up the nose. Gosh. TSM coming up big. Helios. I thought he was going to be able to at least get to one of the blue minions and get a flash on that, but everything is down for him. EG is using summoner spells and everything they can, but it's all in safety. Nothing's in the aggression form.
What a move by Turtle there to Valk over to get flank position on Pobelter. He knew the Pobelter had burned everything in the previous fight against Bjergsen, so that was a very difficult move for EG to retaliate on. But it takes a lot of confidence to pull the trigger on a move like that. You are very much trained as an AD carry. Don't Valk in over walls to initiate fights. But Turtle does that occasionally, it works.
Do it. When you got such a hard shell, you can go in on things like that. Let's do it one more time.
Yeah, I mean, they had good ward control, so they knew it was
just look, head tuck.
There.
You're in.
Damn. Just huge damage. Helios did smite amongst all that, so blue buff wasn't stolen.
Up to the top lane, Inox to clear out a little bit. EG has a little bit of breathing room, but they need to do something with it. Right now, push back quite hard, 6,000 gold. See pings going over towards their red buff. They're saying we need to clear this and at least get vision of our jungle. They're afraid to get out past here. Krepo clears that out, and EG starts to set up for the next TSM push. Bjergsen's at 2-item threshold, as well as Wild Turtle, and you're only looking at Alltech's Bloodthirster right now. Sure, he's got some money to spend.
Yeah.
He's going back right now.
Alltech not having the kill number he was hoping for. He had double-digit kills yesterday. The second double-digit kill game he'd actually had this split. But this game, even though him and Krepo have been playing very well 2v2, TSM didn't give it to him. TSM was all about just making map movements and isolated 2v1 scenarios, which surprisingly, at the end of last split, was one of TSM's major weaknesses. They were really bad at playing that game.
Yeah.
They've definitely improved on that weakness.
EG, it seems like when they get an advantage in the game, it would be a mistake. When they won against Cloud9, that was a mistake from I'm thinking about Complexity now. EG still
EG
winning.
gets an advantage
yes,
in the
when
game,
they
they're
get the
very good at
advantage, they kind of lose it at the end. They get to the goal line, and then they can't continue to go on further win. I was thinking about their win against Cloud9, yeah.
Interesting thing about this
week
one for
3.
EG, though,
Right.
is that they didn't even get the start that they wanted. In the 3 games Helios had played prior, they'd always been up early game. This is the first game where a team has actually outmoved them early on since Helios joined.
Remember that all-tech play in Krepo yesterday? That was because they came in and they were able to turn that around. Have they found a lot of those? Not so much.
Yeah.
It's very hard for EG to initiate that first gold lead for themselves, that first real objective pressure. Ooh, Dyrus is going to be safe. Still creating pressure on the bottom lane to Pobelter. We're going to see TSM now trying to kind of just do a dance dictate here. Can we get EG in the wrong spot so we can push a turret? I was talking a little bit about this earlier. Wild Turtle's really the only one that can hit shots onto that turret if the team gets there.
Yeah, TSM is looking back on form to kind of the TSM that was good in the spring split of 2014 with Bjergsen, but with Odd One as well, and X Special. It's really been this strange progression for TSM because they made so much change during the offseason. And then when you look back to the TSM of 2013 or even the spring split 2013 team, pretty much everyone is different aside from Dyrus.
Right.
And people are kind of saying, you can't just keep taking good mechanical players and expect to throw them on a team together and have it work.
Right.
Bjergsen, great mechanical mid, amazing, great Lee Sin, but where's his strategic sense and all that? And it was going to take time to come together. Whether it's there or not is still up for debate because this is one game against EG, but definitely adding the coaching of Loco Doco. What? Okay. And the playmaking ability of the rest of them, clearly, goes very well for them. Look out, Altec.
Wow, Altec not in a good position. Still a little baffled from the last fast finger flash play. And it looks like they'll be able to do some good damage here. Pobelter not in the right spot at the right time. It is a big shield he's got for himself, though, and it's going to be able to drop Bjergsen on the other side. They turn the table here, but nobody's following Helios. A little miscommunication because Wild Turtle's coming from the backside. A bit of tunneling here from EG, and they don't get out safe. They lose Helios as well, so the 1-for-1.
Yeah, Inox couldn't flank from the backside that time. He got cut off. And the timing of the Dragon could not be worse for EG, or better, if you look at it from a TSM side.
Talking a little about TSM's play style, how they've been doing things.
Yeah,
really
they're playing much better as a team right now. You can very clearly see it. And obviously a lot of this has to do with Lee Sin and how it just meshes with everything TSM would want out of a jungler. Low farm, high pressure, help out Bjergsen carry, 262 CS, 23 minutes on Yasuo, help him set up kills, all those things that they wanted kind of Odd One, but better, is what TSM wants out of a jungler. They don't want Meteos on their team.
Right.
And that's the player they're trying to create with Amazing, is just an improved version of Odd One, a better mechanical, yet still mindful player.
Trying to instill the Bay life.
There you go.
Make it happen. That kind of carefree play that TSM has always had. I say, look good on paper? Well, it's going to look good in game because we'll make it happen. And TSM's always been one of those wheelhouse teams you can expect these strategies, solid strategies from game to game. This one, they've been working it all the way up to the front line of EG now, and it's began to slow down again. We said this last game was 50 minutes between these two teams. The TSM's clip right now, it looks like they'll finish out a little faster, but with having Pobelter on that Lulu, having the clear of Altec, it could take a little bit.
Yeah, TSM's average game time of the season still sitting at over 40 minutes, but they do definitely seem like a different team today.
Oh!
Nice catch, though.
Amazing's kind of advantage here that he's given himself in the game. Could it make a problem for the rest of the team? It looks like they get out safely, but that's not something they can continue to push on. EG's making some good hits here.
A very nice Mikhail's Crucible from Glebe right there, as well as the Nami heal, to just barely keep Amazing alive. And then there was enough damage retaliated with Bjergsen to stop EG from catching. The fact that they could 3-man catch a single person in a brush, not very close to backup, and still not get a kill, it's not good for EG.
Very true. Only buying themselves time here, but not gaining anything out of it. Looking at about 8,000 gold behind. And that's going to start to spread across every member of the team. TSM has already won in the lane, so if they're going to be winning single-handedly in these team fights in 1v1s, it's going to be only a matter of time for EG here. Doing what they can to clear out some wards. Only got 3 sweepers, and now the orb onto Altec for a bit more safety. Knowledge of the map.
Yeah, Altec is the guy who does the scrying orb even when they're winning.
Mhm.
I actually really like it as a general concept for Altec to go scrying orb instead of the Sightstone ward. Not going to help him too much in this game. He'll be able to throw 1 scrying orb down onto Baron when TSM tries to force it, but then it'll go on cooldown and they'll be able to continue to pressure from there.
That's what this game came to last time. EG kind of forcing themselves into a necessary Baron. They were on the ropes, and they had to get something to put themselves back in the game. Dangerous things, though, especially when TSM's this far ahead. It's almost not even an option. And Amazing's already waiting. He's saying, who can I take out next? Not from there.
Yeah. Found him.
Orb use secured and found Amazing. TSM's not really worried about it, though. They make no quick movements. They're slowly walking along. Crepo almost gets himself into trouble, actually. A good back and forth between Dyrus and Inox in the bottom lane. It's been pretty even between those two.
Yeah, without a great hook from Crepo, there's really not much EG can do to completely shut down this move. Good wind wall there. Stop Helios' cocoon.
Still waiting for Inox to get big. Triforce is finished. Not going to make a huge impact fighting Dyrus, but if he can get to the back line, you still have a Jax. Right now, he's getting pushed around, so TSM's getting everything they want out of this map pressure.
Yeah, I feel like Dyrus' build right now will work up to a point. I like the full tank Shyvana against Jax for the most part because he will win duels with him over extended periods of time. The time when that stops working is like 45 minutes in where Jax ignores the Shyvana damage to kill turrets, but that's not where they're at right now, so TSM has exactly what they need to deal with Inox.
That's going to be a back and possible teleport in. I don't see that coming in from Inox right now. He has low health, low mana, but EG's still trying to do what they can. Inox will be healing up and try to teleport in.
There it goes.
Here he is, right inside the Baron pit on the pink ward. Pobelter's getting hit up. Wild grows himself. A lot of the DPS has already been used. A full counter strike on Team Solo mid. Will they be able to follow up with damage? TSM assesses the fight and says, let's keep going. Now onto Pobelter. Wild Turtle shredding some damage from the outside. Valkyrie's into the fight once again to keep the follow going. Helios is going to be the next hit. A boss bomb and a bubble and a triple kill for Wild Turtle. They're going hard. Shells are on all members.
Seems like Turtle's out of a slump, that's for sure, because he just wrecked in that fight when Bjergsen died before it mattered. That was basically TSM winning the fight 4v5 and only having Dyrus' ult at the end of it. Really good execution by TSM after
one more
failure
time. Let's
at
look
the
at
start
this.
from Bjergsen. So look at how much Bjergsen gets thrusted down because he gets stunned and basically just blown up by the Jax and Lucian. And here, it's like, all right, is TSM going to keep going? How much confidence do they really have? And it's on mainly Wild Turtle to do this damage. Amazing's out of the fight. Dyrus is a full tank.
Yep.
It's Turtle doing all this damage. He flashes in for the kill because he knew they had the supremacy in that fight. And really just cleaned up 5-0-3. And he picked up the Infinity Edge too.
Yeah. Turtle really writing off on this one, having a huge surge in gold in that fight. Not going to be contested for really anybody. He could be soloing in this game. So the rest of the team knows their strength. They go right back to Baron. No problem necessary.
If they win that fight without Bjergsen, why not just keep having it again and again?
No problem coming in from EG on this one. Almost. I thought Crepo was going up to maybe clear or get the last hits on the pink. They're going to be going for home, though. The wards are there for EG, but that only is going to tell them where TSM is coming from to take those inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, and the forever contested blue buff as well.
All game.
For EG. It just goes to show that TSM is thinking fairly well along the lines of their priorities. No longer is it the TSM that just kind of sits in lane, thinks about solo queue, and waits for someone to make a play. They're very much blue buff up, go to blue buff. A minute before blue buff is up, ward blue buff.
Yep.
And prepare for that. And as soon as they have the edge, it allows them to much more decisively cut through their priority list and make it happen.
And communication as well. We talked a little bit about how that was happening with Loco Doko and Glebe and somewhat in the early game. Bjergsen takes over now for the fights. And not that it helps a ton to have Bjergsen die, but when the shot caller dies and you still have a lead in the fight, it's almost kind of perfect.
True.
You see everything that's going on.
You do this, you do that.
Yeah. Call it out, make it happen. And right now, that fight worked perfectly for Evil Geniuses. Bjergsen looking to stay alive in this next one, but 2 Infinity Edges, I think, will give them enough shock and awe to end the fight without EG knowing what happened. So much damage and DPS coming out without regards for really mitigating everything. They said Dyrus and Amazing are big enough, full DPS. Let's go.
And I gotta say, Glebe probably builds more active items than any support in the LCS. I know a lot of supports have a lot of active items. He frequently goes Mikhail's and QSS. So in the rare case that him and Turtle are both CC'd at the same time, he can still get both of them cleared.
7 usable triggers per fight, including his abilities.
I mean, everything except his boots is an activatable item at this point.
Hey, if you're like me, then you often try to drink your boots when you're in lane. Just gotta remember to move the potions. 32 minutes on, 9-4. And still, TSM's gold lead is surging right now. 5-2 in turrets, and it's not even the mid one that's gone down. So EG's got a long way, even in the shortest lane on the map, if they start to come back. Cleared out from Wild Turtle, and the rest of the team begins to gather for the mid lane push.
Yeah, they do have that one outside turret that I think they'll probably clean up unless they get a really clean catch elsewhere.
Ooh. That was a little dirty. It wasn't as clean as they wanted.
Yeah, that wasn't the nicest catch for TSM.
No, don't want the big guy to kick everybody.
And Dyrus is such a mega tank right now. He could just basically ult in, and then Bjergsen could follow, and they could wreck through with the AoE damage from Turtle. Just a matter of having the right minion wave for that.
Mid's got a pretty good push on it. The bottom lane is what they're focused on right now.
Up.
Yeah, very nice.
Complete.
Turtle in the back. They're able to do everything they can. Not even worried about being able to get to the turret from long range, and they're going to dive this one back to Helios. TSM amazing. He actually jumps over to the right to get a kick on 3 members of the team. They're going to start backing out. The culling is dodged there. They dance around a heck of a lot of damage coming out of EG there.
Yeah, but they get the inhibitor cleanly without suffering any casualties. That was actually more of an initiation to push off than it was to get kills, because they know the Baron regen will hold them true, and they have generally low cooldown ultimates across the board.
What a
Dyrus didn't even Shyvana ult. He still got
solo mid coming in here. Turtle
wind wall as well.
Always having blue in this game. It's almost like a resourceless team. Bjergsen, amazing, and the rest of them can all go in. Dyrus doesn't have to wait on mana. They can keep fighting, and with Baron regenning them, they are so strong right now. Another inhibitor goes down, and it's Wild Turtle on the back line. His blue buff wears off, so they're going to have to be careful of how far they keep going. And it looks like they're going to take a second guess, just for a second.
With how easy those pushes were for TSM,
Yeah.
they can do the same thing for the middle turret. They just have to wait for the minions. Or not.
No.
They're just going to go for it. That's a little aggressive. This would be EG's time to try and initiate, which is why they back away.
And they have to go on one of these. They cannot let TSM continue to walk all over the base. Pretty much lighting fires left and right. 9-4 is the game. Definitely a change from the previous time these teams have played. TSM on the up and up in their strength in the matchup versus Evil Geniuses. Just a few more turrets left on the map, chat, and it looks like TSM has them in their eyes. Just a few minutes.
Yeah, this could be the final fight. It's been slow and steady this time for TSM. Hook in for Dyrus. That could be the start of the fight.
There's a 3-man tidal wave. We're going for a ride, and it's going to be Inox that tries to stay. He's swimming for his life. The floaties aren't going to work. He goes down. On the outside, Helios gets hit up. Another double kill from Wild Turtle. Can he finalize another triple? It's not going to be necessary. This looks like it's enough for TSM to take the Nexus.
Third inhibitor down, and in good time as well. 34-minute win, 7-0-4 for Wild Turtle, quelling the doubts that may have arose from the defeat to Dignitas. So a nice, clean finish for the week for TSM.
The whole team really coming out of any slump that there has been or would have been. 35 minutes into the game, Team Solo Mid takes down Evil Geniuses. Final score, 13-4.
Getting the last kill for good measure as well. 1-0-10 at the final score for Glebe. And that was impressive for Team Solo Mid. They definitely recovered very well from that game against Dignitas, which was honestly very close.
You know, I see Dyrus when he stands up after each game, and I'm like, oh yeah, Dyrus was in that game. And I feel like when you think of that, TSM has great games. that Dyrus is off doing his own thing. The rest of the time does not need him to get anywhere else or dictate anything on the map. And it just looks so clean when you get that situation.
Yeah, Dyrus is a top laner a lot of teams wish that they could have.
Yeah.
Because not often do you get a guy you can basically ignore during the game and still have an impactful player later.
Yeah. You also get a lot of focus, though, when you're Dyrus sometimes, too. It's a trade-off. The love-hate that you're going to get. TSM coming up big on that one. A very nice game. Definitely, as I said, changing it from the first EG matchup. And TSM's going to make themselves now 7-5 on the summer split. Crawling up there.
And a pretty disheartening loss for Evil Geniuses as well, because we consider they're now 1-3 since the acquisition of Helios, winning 3 of their early games, but only coming away with 1 victory. And this one, the most crushing defeat of all, really, because they had never in the game did they have an advantage.
No, it was very strong from the beginning, all the invades that happened, and then we saw how aggressive Amazing continued to be. And we saw that, as you were mentioning, whether they did it or not on purpose, that Amazing got his own solo jungle because maybe Helios being so aggressive needed to be countered.
And it did really seem like that, because Amazing went for the jugular on Helios. Again and again, he was right up in Elise's stuff, did not allow Elise to come back at all. And that's the style Helios had been doing to the other junglers in their earlier EG victories. So it was just a really good plan by Team Solomid. Again, the first pick Lee Sin is something they hadn't actually been willing to do previously for Amazing, but it definitely paid off in this one.
I like the composition after looking at it in the end. Continue feeding Wild Turtle now on this Corki pick that he surged out of his slump with as well. Some Lucian and Twitch play, which were a little shaky, but feeding him blue. Everybody else uses whatever resource of Fury or Flow from Yasuo, and it allowed them to keep
Fury Flow.
Yeah, Energy Fury Flow to keep on those inhibitors. We're like, they're going to back for next wave. Never mind, they're face tanking because they don't need more mana. And then just to continue playing strong, Wild Turtle Valkyrieing over the wall. He got a little bit of his aggression out this game, and it worked this time.
Absolutely, and Corki is the AD carry that a lot of these guys are picking as their third.
Yeah.
In a lot of these situations.
Creeping
and
up.
honestly, for Wild Turtle and Alltech, it may even be near the top of their tier. Especially for TSM, it made more sense in the context of their team composition, picking a physical damage mid laner to have a AD carry who does so much magic damage. Just as far as making it difficult to itemize against it, because it's not like EG could just build a bunch of Randuin's Omens and stop the damage, because Wild Turtle is doing so much magical.
There's Amazing on your screen. A first pick coming in for him. Lee Sin was grabbed right away, and it really has been a situation where Amazing is able to kind of shine when on other he's kind of trying to catch up to what's going on. So right now we're going to send it over to Freak at the analyst desk for more on TSM's victory.
Hey, thank you very much. We've got to get Dyrus and Wild Turtle on the desk, guys. Congratulations on the win. So coming up against EG, they had a crushing victory over Complexity yesterday. You guys just lost your game yesterday. What were the spirits like? What was the mood like coming into this game?
I guess we were kind of like, all right, we just lost the dig and we got to get into this game like with the clear mind and what we need to do and not underestimate any team. So I guess it kind of worked out because we kind of won, but yeah.
We completed the circle.
Yeah, it's true. You guys all beat each other now. So who even knows who's better at this point? Did you guys feel like you were going to be a top team coming into this week? Was the loss to Dig actually a surprise to you guys?
Yes and no. I mean, it could have gone either way, just like any other match. But we didn't expect to lose 2 people at level 1. And we came into the week strong, and we just lost confidence somewhere in the game.
How do you prepare yourselves then for the matches? Is it from Loco Doco, like cheering you guys up, telling you the plan? It seems like you guys usually have a pretty solid sort of goal leading into the game.
It's a combination, like social media. Well, there's no more of that. How we feel, like did we eat properly? You know, is the food here good? And just preparation and like getting what we want.
And the cool thing about you guys is you're still TSM. You're still like this really popular team. Even though you guys are off of Reddit and Twitter and all that, you still got the fans out there holding up the signs, cheering for you guys. Does that kind of liven the mood as well?
Yeah, it definitely does. Like when you see fans like just raising TSM signs, you're like, wow, they still love us.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, so they're awesome overall. Of course, you guys looked really good. So into this game then, the Evil Geniuses game. You had some kind of interesting things. There was an early dragon fight where they had warded it out and they were trying to stop you guys. Like, what made that battle so easy for you guys?
I don't even know what happened. I just went on pole.
All right, yeah, you're on the wrong spot, I guess.
Wait, which fight was it?
The early dragon, you guys got like a first blood in the jungle. Amazing picks off someone.
Oh, we were just gonna do an early dragon, I guess, and then I guess we had more numbers on that side, so it's kind of weird for them to come in. We would probably just kill them because we have an AD carry too. So I don't know.
I guess I just seen a few games this week where teams would contest the dragon anyway. Like even though it's like a 3v4, they figure like the dragon's on their side and it makes it like kind of a 4v4. Do you feel that way at all, or do you think dragons are kind of unstoppable on the wrong side of the map?
I would say the team that has their AD carry on the bottom side of the map has the advantage there because you're a range champion and you can always poke them. Okay. Whereas, yeah.
The only other thing is that you can try to stop them. Like you can use Dragon as your ally. He's kind of worth like 3 people, depending on how many people you have on him early game. But at the same time, it's just how you play it, how you play the vision. If you, just like the vision video, if you don't have vision, you're not going to know they're doing Dragon. But if you have vision, you can stop them. It seemed to me they walked in and they didn't have enough vision, otherwise they wouldn't have died. And also there's a combination of early game champions. They had Thresh Elise, we had Lee Sin, and then Nami. That just all added up, and then we just had more people on that side.
Yeah, it seems to work really well for you guys. I want to actually follow up on Amazing's Lee Sin. You guys first picked it there. Obviously, he's a really, really good Lee Sin player. Like, what does it change for you guys having this player who can make such great individual plays?
It's great, man. I can't play Lee Sin.
You played it all right in the playoffs.
No.
Just no. Never again.
No, I'm done with that.
Never again. The first pick.
Having Amazing on Lee Sin, it's great to have like a really, really high mechanical jungler who understands everything he wants. He has a huge voice in the team, and he's European, so he's very straightforward. So if you suck somewhere, he's going to tell you straight up, and that's something we needed in our team. Just telling each other like straight up, like you messed up here, fix it.
Well, that's good then. You guys seem to be actually improving really steadily throughout this season. I actually want to bring up a replay. It's of the big Baron fight you guys won. Just pull that up on the screen. Either one of you want to walk me through it?
Darius from me.
Go ahead.
All right, I don't know what happened this fight, but we'll see. Let's go.
God.
You're Corky. You get a bunch of kills.
All right, so I guess this fight, Darius gets hooked here, and then I'm just attacking Pole Belter. And this is where you're like, yeah, let's just go in. And then you see Bjergsen actually walled the wrong way, unfortunately. And then now we're just auto-attacking, killing stuff. And then I think I Valkyrie in soon on Pole Belter. No, I don't. I just auto.
He called no flash on Pole Belter, so I just went in.
Yeah, and basically we just clean everything up from there.
Could have
flashed in for the rest of the kills.
Yeah, it was kind of sloppy, but it was good enough.
What made you guys able to win that 4v5? Because Bjergsen actually died before anyone else did.
I think it's because I was really fed on Corky already, and then I was just poking them with rockets. And Darius is really tanky, so he is a front line which I can rely on, so I can just go in, which made the fight a lot easier.
Yeah, actually, I want to press on you because you talked about Darius going full tank. So both games this week you went Shyvana. Both games you basically ignored Ruin King, which tends to be a fairly common item on Shyvana. Why the full tank build?
I guess the basic of that is like if you can't split push with Blade of the Ruin King anyways, you might as well build full tank. And if you can't split push, you might as well build full tank. Like you want to be somewhat useful in team fight. But against like certain AP scaling champions, you won't scale as much. So to become as least useful as possible, you just need to try and have more hit points.
Okay, and of course that's worked out really, really well for you in this game. One final question for you guys. You're now basically the 2 most senior members on TSM. You guys have been there the longest. Of course, you guys had a lot of roster changes this year, though. How have you seen, especially you, Darius, you've been there forever, how have you seen TSM grow throughout the years?
Well, it went from Reginald carrying everyone and telling everyone what to do. He was basically the MVP in my heart anyways, because he pretty much did all the work. And he managed a solo mid. He, managed all the business stuff for us. He took care of us. Like, we were all just growing up together. We just go out to somewhere in New York, and we all don't know what we're doing. We're all a bunch of kids. I go all the way from Hawaii to New York, and like, going on throughout the years, Reggie just taking care of everyone. We were all learning stuff together. We all have our moments. And then we pick up Wild Turtle. We have another moment where it's like, we never really replaced people. And then he became like one of the best ADs in North America, thank God. And then, now we're just like slowly picking up members. We're becoming more and more serious to, aim for Worlds instead of like, if you're you've been in the team for a long time. For example, like, I could get replaced this year or next year, and it's what's best for the team. And I'm not being selfish or anything. We just got to go forward and just learn through it.
Sure. So then one last question then actually. Sorry, I have one more follow-up. You talk about what's best for the team. You guys, of course, added someone to help replace Reginald with Loco Doco in the coaching spot. Is he going for the bowl cut? Is he going through on that bet?
I doubt it. He's kind of a scaredy cat.
I'm going to make him.
You could take him.
Well, I wouldn't.
I mean,
I didn't know anything because we couldn't go on social media, but I wanted to type, I'm looking forward to Loco Doco's bowl cut, but I couldn't do that.
I mean, if he really wants to, I do a pretty good bowl cut.
That's good.
I can cut it well.
He puts a bowl on his head and then he cuts it.
Thankfully Monday is your social media day, so like make a vlog, post it up. I mean, it'll hit #1 on Reddit, we're all sure. So if you guys make sure it happens, you're gonna have a bunch of fans again for you guys.
Hopefully it happens.
All right, I believe you guys can make it happen. Guys, congrats on the win. We'll see you guys next week as well, and tomorrow on the internet. But we're going to send it back. We'll be back, actually, after a quick break with your sage responses to our Twitter question of the day. Then it's back onto the Rift for our next match, Counterlogic Gaming versus Curse. Go anywhere.
Happy birthday, dear Dongjin. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. We don't get you a cake, though.
Wild Turtle shredding some damage from the outside. Valkyrie's into the fight once again to keep the follow going. Helios is going to be the next hit. A boss bomb and a bubble and a triple kill for Wild Turtle. Hook in for Darius. That could be the start of the fight. There's a 3-man tidal wave. We're going for a ride, and it's going to be Inox that tries to stay. He's swimming for his life. The floaties aren't going to work. He goes down.
the analyst desk is everybody's friend, Joshua Jat Leisman. Help us get through the Twitter answers.
Sweet.
Everybody's friend.
I'm happy to
Likes
be
it.
everyone's friend.
He's a great person.
Yeah.
Like you.
So are you, freak.
Oh, thank you. Despite the puns, I'm surprised you still like me. It's wonderful. To remind everyone at the start of the day, we asked which player has the best mechanics in the North American LCS and why. And now here's a few of our favorite responses of yours. At Mike Medio 15 says Bjergsen, of course. His Karma, Syndra, and LeBlanc plays over the years in both North America and Europe have been spectacular to watch.
Yeah, and currently he's working a little bit more on his Yasuo mechanics. You can definitely see TSM building a lot of compositions around him. Still a bit of growth to do because Yasuo is so complex, but it's hard to argue with that when his Syndra plays off the charts.
He's freaking great. Next up, at JT Eberhard says Double Lift. I watch other AD carries stream and think, I could do that one day. I watch him and I can't believe he's human.
Yeah, Double Lift does a few things differently than other AD carries as well.
Yeah.
He holds down spacebar to be lock camera in team fights, and a lot of AD carries would attack move everything. Double Lift is trying to not do that and just click back and forth every time he's doing his movement, which is even more difficult, and he's still improving his mechanics.
Yeah, and he's just getting better and better. It's pretty awesome to see. Next up, at Deranger Man says Xiao Wei Xiao most definitely has the best mechanics. I mean, have you seen that Yasuo in Italy or that average CS?
Yeah, the average CS is probably the biggest argument for Xiao Wei Xiao.
Yeah.
Because he does that while still maintaining good harass. And if you look at his average CS, and more importantly, the average CS of his opponents, he's both the best and the best.
Yeah, he just demolishes people. It's horrible. I hope I never play against him. At Too Manly Micah says, Afro Moon, no doubt. Those Flash Alistar combos are much harder than he makes them look. Ball delivery cow OP.
Yeah, 100% agree. He makes it one smooth motion with Flash Headbutt. A lot of people try to do that headbutt pulverize, and they just pulverize the ground and look cool.
Yeah.
No one gets knocked out.
You can just fail both your skills. It's true. And I'm glad, though, that as a player named Afro Moo, he is maining Alistar, because it would be insulting.
Makes perfect
if he
sense.
Did. Yep. So that's good. It's a match made in heaven. Of course, thanks to everybody who wrote in. And if you're not already, please follow us on Twitter. We are at LOL Esports. But now let's turn it over to Riven Kobe to set up our next match. And on the way, we caught up with Double Lift to give us his always interesting, always unique perspective on the shared history of CLG and Curse.
My real breakthrough into esports was really Curse. I was the team captain and I was extremely close with the rest of the team, and I think I put probably the most work in when I was in Curse, and because of that, CLG saw a lot of potential in me as a player. Hotshot's my good friend. I asked him, like, you know, I've been playing pretty well for Curse, like, would you mind trying me out for CLG? And he's like, yeah, sure, you can try out, and that trial just transitioned into me being a permanent member of the team. And then afterwards, what happened was CLG just got into this really weird back and forth where everyone who's benched on CLG just ended up going to Curse. So I came into CLG from Curse, but then Elements went to Curse, St. Vicious went to Curse, Voidboy went to Curse, Afro for a short time was on Curse. Curse has always been a formidable opponent for us, so we won't take them lightly.
So I think what I got out of that is that they know how each other play.
Yeah, it's a very close working relationship both these teams have.
All right, let's get right into it. Counterlogic Gaming versus Curse. And we just heard this is a matchup with a lot of history, of course. In their past meeting, CLG takes the edge over Curse, however, going 7-6 in regular season games.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams do have a lot of respect for Curse because they've been performing well in scrims. But in LCS games, they make one or two crucial mistakes and really just their entire game plan gets derailed and they end up losing these close matches over and over. In their game yesterday against Cloud9, there was miscommunication around that dragon fight, and Quas didn't actually have teleport for it, and some of the players went in a few seconds after the dragon was already dead. It resulted in pretty much the worst possible scenario for Curse, and Cloud9 were able to take that mistake and snowball the rest of the game.
Right, indeed, but CLG have shown that they don't give up until their Nexus goes down.
Yeah, they continue to try and make plays, looking to set up favorable scenarios for them to retake control, and their bottom lane has never looked scarier. Double Lift not only plays well mechanically, but now it is coupled with a strong game sense as well. And Afromu is pretty much unquestionably the best support in North America, and he stands out in a position where players are emerging more and more as playmakers for the whole team.
And Crum says you need to attack your opponent's strength, not their weaknesses. And we'll see if Curse agrees and focuses the rush hour bot lane.
They're certainly going to need a plan for how to deal with Afro Lift because teams can no longer risk letting them get out of control.
That's right. So enough dilly-dallying. Let's check out the roster rundowns. On the blue side, it's Counterlogic Gaming. In the top lane, it's going to be Seraph. In the jungle is Dexter, taking a sip, getting ready. Link in the mid lane, double lifted AD carry, and Alfredo on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Curse. Up top is Quas. In the jungle, I will dominate. mid Voyboy, AD carry Cop, and support X Special.
I like it. Everybody's been doing the haircut things. Double Lift actually had it on the other side yesterday. So he switched it now to the right side. We'll see if this affects his gameplay. Still got the glasses on. The hair doesn't get in his eyes. He should be okay getting into the game. However, I'm sure the fans, and I know I would, I'd love to see some Vayne play. It's been a while since CLG's had to bring out a composition that brought towards the Vayne, and maybe some teams need to do some banning against them.
Yeah, I don't think that CLG are going to go back to that too soon. But I do like the new haircut. CLG actually have a single hairstylist go to the house for them, and they all got haircuts at the same time. So it's not just Double Lift.
All right, we'll see if it helps. We'll see if the hairstylists have been given any tips or tricks. Coming to the picks and bans phase, Curtis has somewhat fallen off in this phase. They get what it seems like they want, but that's already lane losses to some better champions, some more high priority champions. So we'll see if they can lock those in here in the beginning.
Yeah, well, think back to the last Curse and CLG game. You know, Cop tries out the new Misfortune after the rework, but it was a big flop, and pretty much nobody has gone back to try that champion again.
Standing still as an AD carry is a dangerous proposition.
Yeah, we talked a lot about this bottom lane matchup, actually. You know, the last time they did play, Cop and X Special combined for 0 kills for Curse. Meanwhile, Double Lift by himself was 5, 0, and 8. And Double Lift now leads the league not only in kills, but also gold generation per minute. So definitely a formidable opponent for these guys. We'll see how those bottom lanes stack up. Maybe we will just have switches to the 2v1 scenarios instead.
It's great that they're on the blue side. If that 2v none goes down, Double Lift gets into his atmosphere of free farm. They have control on Dragon. Dexter's been actually quite aggressive lately with some Vi play. We'll see if he goes there. Junglers actually pass through completely here in the bans.
Yeah, Curse has opted for banning out both the Nidalee and Twitch, which CLG used in the same team composition.
So they did focus it. Maybe you'll play Vayne, Kobe.
They've also taken out that Lucian. I don't feel like banning a lot of AD carries against Double Lift is a very strong strategy, because Double Lift does have a very deep champion pool he's been playing for so long, but also the team really likes to use other types of AD carries. CLG is one of the teams where they will tailor different strategies, accustomed for different AD carries. They loved Sivir for a long time because of the team mobility. They really like switching between different objectives. And then they also have shown how well they can use Jinx in shield compositions for kiting backwards. They've already got Lulu locked in here. Could be the makings of exact same shield style Jinx game for Counter Logic.
Thinking of what to choose. Will they actually get Cop and AD carry here? It looks like they're going to let that go to the wayside. Special to have Thresh this game. He actually was throwing down on Braum quite a few times. Dexter will not be pushed on Divide this game. He gets the Lee Sin and locks it in immediately, saying thank you very much. It looks like Double Lift may be thinking about a Jinx, and they want to get that right out of the way with the hover of Curse almost wanting an AD carry, but they switch off of it.
I'd love to see Jace coming back. I think it would be a great preview because with the new items in 410, Jace is also getting a pretty big boost and not just AD carries. But we'll leave that until the actual patch comes to the LCS. For the meantime, we just get Double Lift on Jinx once again.
Ooh. See the Varus play. Remember Cop for that very well last split. Varus was something he brought out numerous times. I think with a half and half effect of wins losses. A little less on the win side. We'll see what he can do. You always know Cop saying this is the best position he's in. Carry.
Well, the laning phase he's talking about, that's his greatest strength, I guess.
Strength. The Kayle. It's been a while. We've seen some Kayle bans today, but she has not really surfaced since the week of top lane, kind of Zion Spartan and Ackerman.
Yeah, top lane Kayle with a teleport is a very strong option for a lot of teams. We have to keep wondering, though, is this going to be a top lane Kayle or is it another Voyboy Kayle? He actually had problems with his positioning on the
week
last time he did
help him out.
Kayle. And Kayle is a tricky champion because she's her timing, the timing of your spells is so crucial with this champion. You really have to execute her very well, because if you are not able to block incoming damage with it, then really you're going to lose out on a lot for this team, since Voyboy at mid lane would not take teleport, so you can't really use her great split pushing speed, and you are really relying on her team fight, which is also good with the area effect damage and the ulti, but it just puts so much more pressure on the timing of that ultimate.
Ooh, I was thinking
Especially
that
if you're
would
fighting full
actually be a Lulu for Seraph. This is the first time they're going to be putting him on an AP champion in the top lane. The most he's done on that is Jax. He's going to the Aurelia, what really nobody else in the NA in the top has. So this is different. We'll see how Seraph does here. A little bit more of a playmaker.
Yeah, and they've also passed up the Orianna, so they're not going full shields like Dignitas with Lulu plus Orianna and Jinx. But they feel like Lulu is just going to be enough defense for double lift on that Jinx, and having Link on a roaming assassin like LeBlanc, getting a lot more control of the enemy jungle. LeBlanc is great at following up a Lee Sin with early invades, especially if he's switching out for that sweeper very early to control vision.
And Link's roam is some of my favorite as well. One of the best things I think he does is the disappear from lane at level 5 on Ziggs, and instead of backing, you head to the bottom lane and get a kill for your team. Just a little mind
Counter
game.
pick still available for Curse though. They do switch it up. Won't be Voyboy taking that Kale this time around. We'll see. Quas probably will run that teleport with it. So Curse have the option of a split pushing Kale. Kale is extremely fast wave clear. Once she does get the Runon's Hurricane on top of Nasser's Tooth, and she can just instantly clear wave and also walk over to another lane. She can easily just rotate by walking somewhere else. Doesn't always have to use a teleport because she is so quick. And I really also like pairing top lane Kale with Yasuo, because Yasuo would not require any of the blue buffs. So this Curse team, they can either give a blue buff up to Kale or to Corki, both of which are extremely good options for them, which will increase the damage a lot.
We'll see if they can get the early lead to keep those coming as the teams load into the game. Let's check the vote over at lolesports.com. Right now, CLG leads Curse with 86% of the vote. Some pretty high numbers today coming in here. But keep sending your picks in by tweeting at LOLesports. Be sure to use that hashtag CLGwin or CRSwin.
Very interested to see if we have actually 1v1 matchups for the side solo lanes with Seraph and Quas, because Kale and Lulu both range champions. It's kind of a matchup
like
that
mid
we're used to seeing at mid lane. With the longer lanes, both of these guys are actually fairly safe because they have their own speed boost that they can apply to themselves. But again, top tier junglers were made all the way through ban phase this time around. So a lot of early pressure. Elise and Lee Sin, king and queen of the jungle. We'll see what these guys can do with it, because these are the best tools that you can have as a jungler on this current patch.
And they're playmakers as well, as you're saying, as that on Dexter, who loves to be in the faces of everybody he plays against. And as well as we have Dominate, who is the Flash Cocoon, just playmaker coming out for Curse right now. They are definitely going to need that coming in versus Counterlogic Gaming. 8-3 CLG versus a 3-8 Curse. Definitely a need they're going to want to have here as they get onto the Rift. Kobe, this game was 34 minutes last time, with the first inhib going down at 33. So it was CLG walking on through.
All right. Let's see what the level 1 game plan looks like. One sweeper here actually starting out for Curse. Dominate really wants to take advantage of that Elise early gank potential. Conga line gets spotted by Cop. Blue side invade here for CLG makes you think that they're going to keep their dual lane bottom. And Curse looks like they're just going to take that and go for the safe route. Lane swaps for everybody. 2 versus 0 probably. CLG looking for that lane matchup. The deep ward, a little bit off placement there by Double. If too close to the turret there, does get seen. So Curse know that this ward is there. However, it's so far over, they can't sneak by the wall. So kind of a catch.
That's all right. That's why I think
two right there.
Twitter mechanics vote.
Even if Curse knows there's a ward there, you're not sneaking by it into this lane. So it's going to be the 2 versus 2 down bottom. See if they can actually pull off simultaneous buff starts here.
I love the wait.
No, just be regular. Mirror wards. And we'll see if Curse actually make a switch.
Unleash the minions. All right, let's start this up. We're going to see how Dominate and Quas can really make themselves useful around the jungle. On the other side, Dexter as well as Seraph to be together in kind of the jungle buddy situation.
Ooh, are CLG going to get scared from this blue steal just by the duo being bottom? That's what, Curse may have been hoping for there. CLG do not get scared off, though. So they only saw that duo, and it is the right call. So Dexter doesn't shy away from the buff steal and is able to counter it.
They give him everything as well. Knowing that the lanes are going to be standard matchup, they teleport up top quickly, allow Dexter to soak up that experience alone, and they start the game off.
Yeah, and because the top side was invaded by Curse, Quas gets the teleport advantage. This is going to help Quas's laning phase because he will have that instant return, won't lose out on any minion waves if he does lose out on trades in lane. Dexter, though, having a hard time sustaining through the jungle because of that start.
Should be okay on the roundabout. 8 to 20, a little bit of change in the vote. We'll see how that goes throughout the game. Remembering that we pretty much have 2 mid lanes between the top and the mid, respectively, with the picks from each team. And it's the first time we're seeing Seraph on Lulu or Quas on Kale here in the summer split. So a bit of different matchup for them as well.
Yeah, it is going to put a different sort of test on Seraph because we've mainly been seeing Shyvana from Seraph.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were commenting about his champion pool. Voidboy dashing around real quick here, but Link does find the target. Yeah, so Seraph obviously has expanded the champion pool, but we'll see how well he can perform in the 1v1. As we said, Quas does get the teleport advantage in this lane matchup, so it's going to swing it further in his favor. He's done a good job pushing so far to shove Seraph up close to his turret.
We look at those picks again as well, and we see that the Kale was kind of taken out, Dominate moving towards the bottom lane for a gank. The Kale was picked up. Maybe we'll wait on the Kale. And they think they're going to go in. Beautiful wait on the Black Shield. Just at the last second, he does get the flay, but it did not lock on the Death Sentence. So
close escape there by Afro. Able to get it up in the last second. First gank, though, from Dominate, successful. Able to burn not only the flash, also heal from Double Lift was used. 2 summoners down for that bottom lane is a very good sign for Cop and X Special. They start out pretty strong. Corki, though, should start out fairly strong in this matchup.
Ooh, Link just dodging out on the final Q. Voidboy, always with max flow, goes in for 1 dash, trying to get some aggression. And Link, very aware of that after we saw the early aggro and a few hundred health come off of his HP bar. Dexter patiently waiting in the top lane. You can remember him all the way from back from the Battle of the Atlantic. You can spend some good time in a brush. It's going to work out.
No dodge on the Q and a late flash.
Very well played there. Pressure.
Gets it.
Nicely put on the top lane. And they're going to be making a return visit to that. Alphamu getting a little bit of bush control, but Xpecial's trying to pressure him up. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a kill, but every lane going aggro for a little bit.
Yeah.
Dexter on the outside. Voidboy actually dashes in. He has given himself somewhat of an exit, but he wanted first blood. Oh, he gets so blood hungry that he gives it up.
Got confused a little bit there, Voidboy, and Link lives. I believe he has the mastery. Huh. Well, never mind. Yeah, so Link there with the bait, but he would have gone down first. Just barely lives due to the mastery. All right, so chain goes down. Link comes back in. He wants to ensure Voidboy commits to this. So he'll walk right back up. Voidboy, let's take a look at this flash. He flashes over, turns around for the auto.
And dangerous game with the level up.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, and level up. Maybe he doesn't even have dangerous.
Maybe he doesn't, actually, considering the amount of HP that he got. Looked like just a level up, according to that. Nonetheless, a little bit of a gold lead grab there. The game could still go either way completely. We see Link, that sweeper in the mid lane, trying to keep himself safe, now knowing there will be some revisits. He's not going to have too much fun trying to get that LeBlanc before she gets hit 6. Can really get those assassinations out. Voidboy is someone that Curse looks to carry, and you can already see they tried to get something going there.
And we talked about those small, unfortunate mistakes for Curse there.
Yep.
It does cost Voidboy this time around. Gets really aggressive. Doesn't have wards on the side of his lane. Goes for that kill on Link. Yep. He's very close to getting it, but it does not pay off. And even if he had gotten it, it would have been an even gold trade for teams because CLG got the assisted kill.
There's that return on the flash being down. Easily going to be able to put pressure. Oh, got it. Good little quick left step there on the zig and the zag.
He's also level 6 now, so even if there was a dive, he would easily survive it.
Curse is being very aware of their jungle security. 3 wards in a line down from the top to the bottom, so nobody can make their way in. And it's helping. I mean, nobody's really tried to, but CLG seems to be getting the kills they need this first blood out of the mid lane so far.
Yeah, Curse are doing well with their warding, but I think the biggest story here is the lack of wards for CLG. Almost none on the map. Relying on just lane phase here. Just ensuring that, or they think that Dominate will not have that big of an impact.
Yeah.
He hasn't quite had that impact yet. You know, just burning summoners down bottom and then not returning to that lane to try and take advantage. So CLG have been getting by so far, sort of the cheapo route without spending a lot of wards.
Yeah, usually you'd see some of these being pinks, but they're still just greens coming up in the hands of Dexter and the hands of Link. But the sweepers are already out. No early sight stones coming in this game, or for really any of the junglers coming in today. It's been a moderate game. No big purchases.
Plus this duo down bottom, Afro and Double Lift, they spend their trinket ward on wards on side bush control. They don't even ward for ganks. So, you know, having blown those summoners early, you know, Flash is about to come back up now, but they were playing extremely aggressively down there in the bottom lane.
Get an ooh from the crowd as the tricky farming from Dexter comes in.
Well,
we'll see if Double Lift and Alpha can come back there. It's been some brush control by Alpha, but to consider this last game as we were talking, Copenhagen Special did not have a fun time. They got pretty dumpstered on by the Double Lift Alpha lane once they got out and into the team fights. Seraph now back to the top lane. He will use teleport. It might be actually be called out there by Quas, but his teleport is used as well. Special just on the outside, body blocked by a melee.
So Special goes for the roam here, and Cop actually, since he's by himself, has to go all the way back to the white to try and get some money, since he cannot lane versus this duo while Special is roaming. Bottom lane for CLG not trying to shove the lane quickly either. They're just taking their time. It will eventually push towards Curse though, since they've built up more minions.
Curse with a really good opportunity to put some pressure on with Dexter being backed. They actually don't try to decide on anything here. Ping's going up into the top lane. They say we have a little bit longer going towards Quas. He puts down a ward. His flash will be up though the next time, so it's going to be very hard, especially as we mentioned the intervention as well. All up really to this next Dragon who can get a big lead in the game.
Dexter has switched over to a sweeper as well, so once that comes off cooldown, he'll be looking to try and clear out one of these avenues for a gank for himself. Curse, though, already have their 3 sweepers available. Link doing some work trying to get that roam done that we talked about. LeBlanc roam versus a Kale up top would be a successful option,
right?
Because they can count on the silence, 200% burst down Quas.
So now Curse hasn't really done anything since they knew Dexter went back, or somebody backed in that brush, but now they feel it's all right without clearing as well to go in. They do have the pink to see Dominate with a good stop on that. He's going to take some damage. Have they drawn them into a false sense of security? That's Dexter going down as he tries to make the steal, and Alpha move wants to walk into the fight as well. A double kill for Cop, and that's going to be great for Curse.
Pretty greedy right there. Pretty greedy by CLG. Voyboy, though, Link got those double buffs off of it.
It's good damage. He should be able to get an in and an out if he wanted it. But he stays safe knowing Voyboy's getting pushed out of lane. He'll try to get this pushed up himself. See that one more time. Dexter really wanting to get this Dragon to not let anything happen.
Immediately comboed, ulted there by Voyboy. Yep. They take him out. Just because Link gets that last Q off, CLG were able to answer with at least 1 kill out of the situation.
Voyboy actually decides to stay in this one. They're going to be quite safe now. So, good pressure coming in from Counterlogic Gaming. These buffs for Link are going to be quite big if they can start getting the pressure on in the rest of the lanes. We see Dexter already behind him, trying to formulate, clear out wards, so that stays safe as he becomes a new focus of pressure for Curse.
Yeah, let's see what Link can actually do with these double Fs. That's the biggest thing that came out of that last skirmish for CLG. He's already been able to force Voyboy back, but Dominate as well has to be careful under turret. LeBlanc can, as you can see, harass very effectively under the turret.
Doublelift having a safe lane coming out on Jinx. It's still going to mean a lot of good things there. We do see the 2 kills onto Cop with the Bloodthirster finished. The protection Doublelift will get from Aframu and the rest of his team will really be able to output almost the same amount. Dexter in the back pocket of Link as they go in. Voyboy dodging out the first distortion damage. He's almost taken nothing in a 2v1 situation. Now has given not enough time for Dominate to enter the fight. A new challenger approaches as Seraph teleports in. And now Dominate and the rest of the team are getting hit up. Quaz comes in from the top side. A rocket misses just over the shoulder of Dominate, and everybody is putting everything they can into this fight.
A lot of close misses, and now 4 people mid. The supports have both roamed up as well. Looks like the party is over, though. Everybody has a recall. Timely ultimate from Quas to save his life. Cop with the red buff, though. See what he can do. Aframu comes in.
Just for pressure out, getting him off the turret. They don't really know what's coming down the river right now as they see the pressure onto a pink. Are they going to try to clear it? Aframu. Very scary. Ward Wars. Make it happen. Just hit it. Gosh. Good dodge through the uprights. Very nice. 13 minutes on the clock. Chris clears the bottom ward.
And they do need to keep up their wards on this bottom side. Without that turret, they don't want to risk any moves from Dexter coming in. Little do they know, though, Dexter on the top side of the map right now. This is a very strong gank path for Lee Sin. You can run up into the bushes and just come straight through a lane for a lane gank here. Since both of these champions are like to shove each other's lanes.
Yeah.
Both Kale and Lulu like to just shove very quickly.
And that's something.
And this is a long lane, easy to take advantage of.
You almost have to consider. Quas is probably saying, why isn't he pushing my lane with Glitter Lance? Oh, this is why. Kicked into the wall. The Wild Growth as well for a little bit of extra. Pop up and crowd control. Very nice help picks. Gets him down. And the Polymorph as well. They're able to finish up the damage. It took a little longer than they wanted. It's given Dominate now time to rotate to the top lane. It's going to be a turret shot or it's going to be Dominate. But it is Dexter going down in the Retribution kill.
So 1 for 1, both assisted as well. Even trade here. Voyboy, though, left his lane, loses out on 1 minion. Able to get back in time. Well executed gank, however, had to exit the back side. And Dominate positioned himself well, farming on that red side jungle. While he knew the threat was very real for Quas, whereas there are a ton of wards down bottom. So likely gank down there.
As Link moves up, playing very sure of himself in this matchup versus Voyboy. However, both champions also allowed to play safe, as you see the back and the forth, not really giving either of them the chance to execute any abilities. Right now, Voyboy is trying to get himself, like we said, in that carry position. They need more than just Cop to be big in this game.
Yeah, they really do. What Curse could count on in this matchup is building a bunch of Banshee Veils, which is great against not only LeBlanc, but also the double AP, and then counting on a Yasuo combo to take out Doublelift, to take out the main source of attack damage from Team CLG. However, Voyboy does not have a very reliable way of starting his knockup to get that combo in the late game. It's up to him or Xpecial. And Xpecial, unless he threads a hook through the team onto Doublelift, it's going to be extremely difficult to get a knockup back there if Doublelift positions himself well.
Well, there's one on to Link. Doesn't look like they're going to take that one over the road. Link's able to get out safe. So ward clearing going on.
Up top, though, a lot of top focus here from CLG.
And it does not look like Quas is going to have a fun time. They considered how long it took him to go down last time, so they just go for the turret here. He also has intervention up. Good wards coming out for Curse to stop anything else from dominoing off of this. 2-1 in turrets. It's only the 3rd turret overall in this game in 16 minutes. We're still at 3-3, and the gold is practically even. Very good game here.
They've taken that turret, but they've also warded up this red side jungle very effectively. I really like the pink ward CLG have placed deep into the Curse jungle. Oh, look at the combo.
You over the wall.
And Link says,
no, he's going to go back. Woo, very close. Xpecial taking that one to the face, but they're going to have a lot of pressure now to go onto this mid turret, and they decide to back it off without vision of the rest of the team. They say that was enough. Let's go ahead and get ready for draft.
They trade jungler HP for mid laner HP here. Dominate actually does not opt to return, though, because of the movement from CLG, and they're rushing down this dragon. Heals from Quas get Dominate back up to half-life, and Link not going to be there for this.
Oh my gosh! The zap from Double Lift as he fixes his glasses and goes ahead and backs home.
On paper, great move from Curse. After the trade,
they had everything they needed.
They forced back the mid laner that should have been their dragon. But Dominate, mistimed smite here, and Double Lift is able to zap the dragon. See if CLG can actually retaliate.
Oh, that Soul Shackle actually quite well. How somehow he has not gone down yet. Aftermoo is still alive. Double Lift coming back with one. Xpecial does not want to pull that death sentence into its final position. And Double Lift gets a second one. They're getting excited now. A few rocket shots onto Dominate, but the red buff is not enough to control another kill.
Looks like Curse got a little flustered after that dragon was stolen away from them. They wanted to get more. Yes, the turret does go down, but CLG answer with the kills and the turret of their own. See if they can actually keep pushing here. Oh, it's very small death timers for Curse.
That was a 400 damage zap to get Double Lift and the rest of the team going, and now this effect is just really dominating Curse. They cannot get a ground or a foothold to get themselves back in, and watch out, Link. Your clone's going down. Dominate eats the clone up alive. There's the binding onto Dominate to really stop anything from happening further, and Curse is forced to do some cleanup duty.
Great use of the black shield.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's fine.
Getting some speed up steroids from Quas, but it's not enough.
Great use of that black shield there by CLG. Shielding up Link here.
How does Aftermoo live?
All right, so Aftermoo starts this one off by going into 3 people. Good ult, and he also actually used his exhaust on Quas, or on Cop right there. But anyways, he does get the stun on Void Boy. They lock him down, and Cop gets a binding to the face. More plays by Aftermoo, more kills for CLG, and they were able to take the turrets. 2 turrets mid for CLG, but Curse answer with the last outer at least. Perimeter defense is down.
Plays indeed. Aftermoo coming up once again, showing true his mechanics tweet. Putting a little ground behind that as well. 6-3 now, 19 minutes in. We're starting to see our first real gold lead of about 2,000 gold. It's in the favor of CLG as they slowly start to pressure the map. Now they'll start to go real CLG mode and take everything they can.
Yeah, it's been, you know, a slow and methodical game because they're playing very standard here. Both teams playing standard route, and it's really come down to execution in these fights. These small differences have just been one trade before the dragon, small miscalculation with a smite, or, you know, misplaying and overcommitting to a turret. It's pretty much all just coming down to your actual execution of these small team fights and skirmishes. That's made the difference here for CLG.
Lanes are so even as you look around, except for Dominate. He had a very good game here as him and the team try to pressure the blue buff. Dexter is still moving in, though, with force.
Now watch out, because Link does have his Deathfire Grasp now. He's definitely looking to 100% one of those squishier 8 targets that's not blocked by a wind wall.
Lot going out for a lot of nothing. Aftermoo getting hurt on that one. He's looking. They get a speed up on the Whimsy. Vision of where the exit path is right now. That's going to wear off from the Sonic Wave, and it looks like CLG is going to try and pressure the outer turret. Cop almost gets rocked down to about 25% HP. He will no longer be able to participate. It looks like they grab the outer tier second in bot lane.
They lose one turret, but meanwhile, Quas is doing a strong split push in the top side. See if Curse can actually hold out long enough. They need to stop these recalls from CLG if they want to answer anything. They're so low, though, that it's extremely dangerous. Let's see if Dominate... Oh, he does not check the bush. Seraph gets back in time. He should be able to stop this single-handedly.
Doesn't have a crazy amount of damage on Quas. That next item is the needlessly large rod for him. His affected fights definitely a little more helpful. But for now,
almost
so close.
If Dominate had face-checked that bush, which is extremely risky, then he might have been able to...
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
He would have been able to stop Seraph and trade those secondary turrets. However, no face check, no stopped on the recall, and CLG come out slightly ahead. Top turret definitely will go down very quickly if Quas returns to that split push up top. Looks like Quas is actually going for Death Cap second. He wants the extra ability power for extra burst damage.
Crusherizing.
A lot of people have actually been opting to thread in some ability power before going full Runon's Hurricane after his Nashers. It does scale very well, both with the Nashers already and the innate kit. Link goes for try number 2 onto Cop. 0 for 2 though, unsuccessful. This time doesn't even get a big chunk out of his HP.
Hit the DFG, missed a few others. Link playing a very scary game of clear the wards. Like Special says, now it's your turn again.
The thing is, it's going, you know, a very calm pace here for both teams, but CLG, double lift on Jinx is going to start out scaling Cop pretty soon. Cop's about to come up to his biggest power spike. He's about to have the Bloodthirster plus Training Force. But already double lift going with the more sustained damage build. Phantom Dancer completed for him. So as we get further and further into the future, it's going to be easier for him to carry these fights, especially being backed up by that Lulu and Morgana Black Shield.
I feel like one of these engagements can be very scary.
Look at all those dashes, expecting the blinding to hit. CLG stopping their tracks,
A lot of dashes, a lot of gap closers, a lot of long-range crowd control, and that also can get a team in trouble. If you can't follow the rest of your team, then you're in a bad position. We see both teams kind of spread out now. A lot of that engagement was happening over the bottom wall. 4 pink wards were down there for the readiness of CLG.
Hey, what a rotation here from Curse.
Yep.
Because they had vision control of this side, is the only reason that CLG didn't make a more decisive move.
Yeah.
CLG, without vision of Baron, couldn't be sure. Couldn't be sure if Curse were actually going for that turret or if they were actually going for a very risky Baron. So that's why CLG wasted a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Going to put that ward inside Baron pit. Once CLG see that they actually opted for a turret, easy choice for them. Get some extra minions, swivel down to Dragon, and they're able to pick up the global gold here. Dexter had a hard time doing it by himself, though.
Double lift, almost stole it from Dexter.
And there, Curse actually now move over to Baron. That ward definitely going to pay off for CLG. Let's see how fast they could burn it down, though. CLG going to have to worry. Double lift and Dexter recalling. Double lift cancels, but Dexter's in the base.
Kobe, last game these teams fought at 29 minutes. Curse forced a Baron that put CLG back in this game. Curse is behind right now, so CLG could easily just get more of a lead here. It actually goes over to Dominate. They're going to be fighting this one out with Baron. They're going to get out alive by killing Link. He flashes the Glitter Lance. Seraph gets hit up, but he doesn't pull anything else out for the team to follow. They're slowly rolling this one through. Seraph's going to get hit. No vision from the Foss Bomb. Boy's in range. The flash from Seraph as well. Afromu's there, but it's only going to be an offering of the Dark Binding. And they take down CLG to put themselves back in range.
Curse with the okie doke here. They fake Baron side once, get the turret. This kind of lulls CLG into a false sense of confidence. They're like, oh yeah, Curse would never go rush one of those Barons.
Nope.
Not after what happened last game. Yet, Curse actually returned to the scene of the crime, killed a single ward, and CLG called their bluff with Dexter completing his recall and going all the way back to base. They lose out huge.
Curse find the pretty much one and only way to put themselves back in a position to dictate how this game goes after top's taken. And Baron, they go down
So remember,
to
Dexter right here is going all the way back to base because he's so low from the Dragon. Double lift cancels his recall and does the right thing to check this. But CLG, they just didn't respect this move enough. They didn't figure Curse would have the guts to go for another one of these Barons. And Link almost even stole it. That's how close this was. Good smite this time, though, by Dominate. He redeems himself for that Dragon, secures the bigger objective, purple buff for the team.
We'll see how Curse can hold this now. This is almost when they can get themselves in the most trouble, Kobe, is when Curse starts to come back. They feel like they have that lead they can work with. They almost get themselves into a sticky situation.
Link, though, he set up a very nice kill zone for himself. Wards on both sides, already swept out this bush. So if anybody kind of ventures into his little web here, he'll have some easy target practice. However, looks like Seraph has given up the game. The jig is up. Seraph walked by a ward. Now they're suspicious. Link's playing that waiting game, though.
They can get Quas down.
He's looking for that. He's looking for that sick lamb, the straggler of the pack. Doesn't find anybody though.
Slow moves. All right, Link. There he goes. Maybe he was stuck for something. Here
Can
he
they defend
comes.
this pink ward though? Link's
Get
got
his
two
foot out of
dashes.
the mud.
Should be okay. Wrong side of the team though.
Boy gets there fast, but Link is saying, why is Blue aggroed? I probably don't want to walk any farther. He stays safe, but he's so far away from the team right now. This distraction is actually working for CLG as Doublelift gets to the bottom side. Quas meets him, though. So it's a lot of adapting right now for both teams.
Yeah, there's no way Doublelift can push on this turret. Quas has blue and purple buff, so he has pretty much infinite sustain here. He can spam his heal as well as Baron regen. No way that Double can get much done there. And Curse, they're able to run CLG around the map here. Steal blue, then chase them back out of this mid feint that they were going for. They're controlling the map well, however, they aren't able to get any push down yet. Now they're going to be able to siege up at this turret after a successful defense. CLG have to watch out for Thresh hooks as well as cocoons from Dominate, because if one of those lands, whoever it is going to get annihilated.
Just like that, Wild Growth is what you need to stay alive. Afromu flashes again. This time he was not able to use Soul Stack.
The hook.
His flash is already down, and they're trying to still go for the fight. It's special. Dodges out. The rocket hits somebody else, but Cop, the big one for Curse right now, is down. Voyboy is being chased out by Afromu. He's ready to go down for the team in this situation. He gets another shield. They are coordinating everything, but here comes Quas. Quas has not been seen in quite some time, and he comes up with a double kill.
So Link there in the chase got a really good assassination on Cop. Gave CLG the confidence to continue the chase. What a hook from Expectal though. I said it was going to be very hard for Curse to set up that knockup for Voyboy, but Expectal goes right in. Beautiful flay after taking the hook in as well. And Curse regained control, shove right up mid.
The false sense of security is enough in that fight. Quas coming up very big with that Kale top. We have not seen it too much. 28 minutes in, the inhibitor is going to be dropped here for possibly Curse, being slowed down quite a bit. Dexter and Link giving him what for? I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Oh my gosh! Expectal hitting another hook to initiate a great kill.
Expectal, one of the old guard, showing his veteran status
there
here.
It is again.
Really earning his stripes. First hook, they don't 100% to zero Afro, and it actually does cost them a bit in this chase because Afro can add the black shield from the back line. He also ends up coming up to the front and exhausting. But they aren't able to take down Expectal, and it's a missed intervention there. Intervention was used on Expectal because Quas thought he was the target, but Link changes targets, goes for the more high priority. What a good play there from Link, even better than I thought it was first time around. He was able to trick Quas. But yeah, there's the follow-up, Expectal with another hook and a great play there. That's the problem that we talked about with Kale. It's such a risky champion. Since it relies on that split-second decision-making, it's very easy for you to choose the wrong target going defensively there. Expectal looked like the juicy, easy one. And so Quas tried to predict the damage, try and block it. Makes the wrong choice, though, and Link switches targets very quickly, taking out the highest priority.
Very fast fights. It's only going to get harder as the items become more complete, and not a good situation here for Link. He's safe on the distort out. Give him the black shield. They know that Morgana just on the backside after seeing that. Curse again pulls out Dragon for themselves. The in and the out, 1-2. Smite it out. Smote, if you will. But Quas comes up with it. 4 sweepers aside here as we see Voyboy trying to make safe moves throughout the map. That's just good.
Yeah, he saw it. He left the ping behind. He wanted to get up the top lane as quickly as possible so he can scare off Seraph. He'll leave that behind for somebody else to clean up. That's Expectal's job.
There you go.
Reminds me of the time when TSM had that bet where they have lowest ELO in the house has to wear a trash bag. Looks like it's up to Expectal to clean up wards. The trash man of Curse now.
Yeah. We got Afromu doing it as well. One of the last hits. Afromu go all the way. 20 seconds on Baron. You can see Curse kind of hovering towards the top side of the map. They don't really want to be anywhere else. They're going to go ahead and set up some red.
Why would you want to be anywhere, Swift? You know, Baron's about to come up. Let's dance. They've got really strong ward coverage. CLG, if you're on their team right now, your mindset is this is a very, very scary side of the map to go to. So you have 2 options. Face check into the full fog of war of Baron.
That's fast.
And they choose that, but it's a little bit slow.
Huzzah! Baron going down. Curse, no contest on that one. They're going to go ahead and waltz towards the top lane. Looks like they are actually going to be pressured, though. They say we're a little bit slower than this mid lane wave push here.
Yeah, they're the ones with the upper hand, though. They don't have to take any risky calls and try and out-push CLG. They're going to go back and defend here. They actually make the call for Quas to stay and shove down this top. Now, can they stop CLG's recalls, though? They don't want
Oh, he gets it! That was the distortion used. Cop comes up with a kill. CLG did not want to be caught here. Worst situation possible. You still had KO pushing. He has actually back. Curse is now pushing in a 4v1, 5v1 situation.
Xpecial making this Yasuo Thresh combo look easy, man.
Wow.
He comes up once again, right when they need it. Just crucial displacements here from Xpecial, back to back.
Straight down the mid lane, shortest
Should
one
be
on the map.
victory.
Dexter doing what he can to go for the inhibitor with the help of his minion buddies. But this is Curse now on the Nexus turrets. One is going to be falling down. There's 8 seconds on the fastest timer. That's for Link. He cannot solo out the entire team. Too much single focus damage. It's going to be the Nexus. It's going to be Curse taken down. CLG in 32 minutes.
And Curse, they finally have one of the games where they don't make that one crucial mistake to lose it. This is why all the teams have been talking about how well Curse have been doing in scrims. They show up big on LCS today. They made some very strong choices, but a lot of it did come down to execution in those early skirmishes, the team fights as well. CLG were ahead at the beginning, and Curse were able to climb right back into this one.
Something Curse needed, something Curse got, was that everybody played up to par and then some. We've said before, it's one or the other. Nobody comes together on a day to have more than one player be the carry. And I gotta say, Xpecial and Cop in the bottom lane had a great day today, especially Xpecial, setting up the hooks after the laning phase. Very well played.
Yeah, both of them definitely showed up big. Said there was going to be a lot more pressure on them.
Yeah.
Cop 7-2-3.
On that Corki, man. People are loving that Corki. I think he's going to get himself into the exclusive 80 carry club soon.
Corki definitely a strong pick. He just has a different curve than the rest of the 80 carries.
Right.
Really banking on that mid game. He can put out so much mixed damage. A lot of teams have been pressing it in that mid game, and there is no, extended late game where you're going to feel that lack of penetration. Going to hurt Corki because he has split damage.
Cop there showing on the screen. This is the hand I won with. This is how it worked.
Yeah, CLG going to have to look over this game, though, because there were a lot of choices that they made that did not turn out in their favor. So they're going to have some reviewing to do. Curse as well, though. There's still improvements that they could have made on this game. So both teams probably going to take a look at this one.
I'd say that was not to focus on just one person. The least amount of aggression we saw on Dexter, but that's also from the lane. CLG kind of did things on their own terms, so planned out, but it was slow and methodical when they usually would have gone for more. They're very aggressive on the Dragons. They're very aggressive about taking everything they can, and that's almost what got them into trouble this time. Those double kill for Cop kind of just started everything for Curse.
Yeah, and one of the few standard lane matchups that we've seen 4 games starting out. Definitely slower paced in the early game. But that's really the part of the game where CLG were actually winning out on a lot of the skirmishes and a lot of the trades. It was just Curse going for that dragon really quickly, and Dexter decides, I'm going to go try and steal for it.
And I like Curse's champion select as well. They didn't really allow any lane to be the winning lane for TSM. A lot of times today we'll see, top lane's kind of won, mid lane's kind of won. It's going to be hard for them unless they can come out good in the laning phase. They picked Kale first, which could have gone to Void Boy, and Quas had never played it, so that kind of, I would say, mixed up CLG and champion select. So Curse knew to get under the skin of CLG, it had to be even from champion select.
Yeah, some good flexible picks there early on from Curse. We always talk about how many different kinds of strategies Curse can run. This team, we went into their pretty deep champion pools and their willingness to run so many different things. Can never forget about that Yasuo pick from Void Boy because it's one of his favorites.
It's surprising
that really
made
risen
it through
to the
at
top
this
very
point.
quickly.
We've seen Bjergsen playing well on it. We've seen a few others. And Xiao Xiao. I was just going to say Yasuo again, but that wouldn't have made sense. Everybody has been getting good games out of Yasuo. So for at least against Curse, something to ban for sure. For an eyewitness account on that, let's toss it over to Freak and Jat at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? We're joined by Dominate and Quas here of Curse. Guys, congratulations on the win. I mean, you guys should beat the #1 team in the LCS. I know you guys have a really good scrim record, and you have sometimes some problems coming into it with the actual LCS games. What was the thought coming in here?
I think we definitely just needed another win. We know we can beat any team in the LCS, but we always make 1 or 2 mistakes in in crucial moments in the game, and it ends up getting like the whole game snowballed. So we really decided to focus on not making mistakes, making clear calls, and all being more communicative. Because yesterday we had that situation at Dragon where we were talking about, oh, what can we possibly do here? And we're like, sack it. But we didn't really like all get on board with it. So it was like, oh, the Dragon is now Half-Life. Oh, maybe we can go in. And we knew it was going to be 4v5. And then once it happened, we just felt so stupid. It's like we know it's going to happen, and then it happens at LCS almost every single time. So it was more just keep a clear mind and just try to follow through when you're ahead.
It's really interesting how you bring that up because there was such a similar situation in this game when the Dragon got stolen away and then you guys pushed up mid lane. If we can actually pull this clip up on the up on the screen, can you kind of talk us through which mistakes were made in this fight?
Klaus, you can handle this. I don't really know.
So we're trying to get the turret. We're gonna go stand. We've called to focus her, and she gets a Lulu ultimate, which makes her really tanky. And then after this, Jinx gets a reset. They start chasing us down. I think we overcommitted on the Morgana kill instead of finishing the turret and trying to get out. We didn't consider Lulu giving Morgana so much effective health, and she couldn't make it out.
Because it honestly looked like after that, when they took 2 turrets, like it had happened again. How did you guys mentally recover from it this time in this match?
I would say we were just like focused. We knew what we had to do. We knew that we had to. We shouldn't let that worry us. We know we have a really strong team comp, and we can win fights if we get the right Yasuo Qs on like the backline. So we're just focused on what to do next, and we didn't let that get to us.
And it seems like you guys definitely kind of had your plan going in. What sort of was the overall plan of this game with your team?
When you look at this game, it's kind of like we're on even terms the entire game. We don't have a distinct advantage either early or mid, and neither do they. It just kind of is go with the flow of the game, contest dragons if we can, and then look to get to that late game where Yasuo Kale is extremely strong.
And it seems like you guys really got there. I actually want to talk to you about Kale, because we're seeing Kale top a bit more. She's not one of these standard tanky top laner guys. We're seeing the mages more often.
Yeah.
Could you take some time to sort of contrast what the more magey tops bring compared to the tanky ones?
Yeah, so well, this matchup was a mid lane matchup. It was Lulu Kale top, like So it's really funny how top lane has turned into like a mid lane duel. But yeah, pretty much since those champions have a lot of pressure on the melee champions, like you see like Shyvana, Renekton, they can bully them. So that's a plus in 1v1 scenario. In a 2v1 scenario, it means that even if they're behind, they have a lot of crowd control and a lot of utility to bring to the team. So if you're behind on Kale, you can ulti a carry that's really fed. So you're providing utility to the team, even if you're behind. And then you have time to recover and then be a late game force to be reckoned with.
Do you stay ahead in the 1v1 the entire time, or is there a point where it's like Shyvana's got a Sunfire and a Randuin, and it's like you have to like respect the champ now?
No, you pretty much stay ahead of the Shyvana. It puts a lot of pressure on the map and requires the jungler to come to your lane, and that relieves a lot of pressure on the rest of the map, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, and speaking of the late game power you guys probably had in this game, the Baron fight was a big turning point about 24 minutes into the game. We can pull this one up. Dominate, could you actually just take me through the vision control you guys had in this, and then B, how you're making such decisive calls?
So we went... we actually made a really good decision to push up the mid wave so they weren't able to counter push mid, and we backdoored the top turret. And as soon as we went to Baron, we knew they didn't have vision, and since we all cleared the ward, we figured that they might think that we were baiting. So we just decided to burst the Baron. We made the call to burst it. I'm happy that Void made that call because I missed the smite earlier this game, so my confidence wasn't like too high in regards to smiting. And then once we get the first kill on the Blanc because she tried to suicide to steal it, we just snowball through a team fight. We're calling, oh, get Lulu, get Lulu. If like I have a knock up in 2 seconds, Void gets an ult, and off that we're able to push a little bit and kind of control the whole game.
And it seems like you guys were always very good at being tenacious about these fights and like going for the kills. You guys kept your confidence up throughout the matches. Anytime you're down, like who keeps the spirit up? Is everyone always like ready to go and keep the win, or is it like an emotional leader in the game?
I think Void Boy probably has the most emotional leadership qualities when it comes to our games. I know naturally we kind of get a little bit quiet when we're losing, and we won't really talk as much as we do, for example, in scrims, because just the attitude is more serious. And when you mess up at LCS, you just feel terrible. So I think Void Boy's the one that's like, yeah, we can still win. We just need to get to late game. Kale told me, like, I'll get huge. Like that type of stuff really helps us in game.
Do you think it's useful to be a team like TSM or Dignitas where half the members are like super trolly making jokes all the time? Does that like, you think they have like better games because of that?
I don't know. I mean, we're fairly troll. I know you've seen some of our clips in the all chat, and yeah, cops something else. So yeah, we kind of have our moments where we go troll, but in game we try to keep it like extremely serious. And yeah, it's just been working out for us in scrims, and we just are trying to translate into LCS.
Yeah, speaking of Cop as well, he had a pretty big moment at the very end of this game. COG was pushing up your middle lane, and about 32 minutes, you guys got the game-winning fight, actually pulled this one up as well. Boss, I would love it if you could talk me through this one, because you guys had a substantial lead at this point. What were you looking for to close out this game?
Yeah, so the plan was I was going to keep pushing top and then TP back behind them. So that's the plan, and we engage the fight. I come behind them. We get a really good ultimate here on the LeBlanc. We burst her down, and then I come to the side, and I just like get my slows off, look to get my ultimate off, but I don't even need it. Like I ulti void like just to look cool, but it didn't really matter. Like my team just run them down.
Yeah,
after the LeBlanc pick.
Just to make sure nothing could possibly go wrong, you threw the ult on the boy. Yeah. Honestly, though, after so many games you guys were winning or with a chance to win in the mid game and so many won scrims, how does it really feel to finally like actually have a mistake in the mid game and then recover and still win fast anyways?
It's a huge confidence boost for us, because that's normally the moment where if you kind of track our games, we just shut down. And at this time, we were more focused on what we can do to get back into it, and it kind of helps having like a team like CLG that puts so much pressure. They're always on top of the next objective, and it gets you in that same mindset. It's like, okay, they're going to be doing something every second. What can we do in response? And we chose to backdoor the top inner turret and then go to Baron because they had like dragon control and mid control. So yeah, I definitely think that was like a big moment for us just as a team to just get over this mental block that we have of losing like one fight at LCS and then just having the sky fall.
So you think we're at new curse now, where you guys are destined to jettison to the top?
I hope. I mean, I was hoping that LMQ game was a new curse, but I think this game probably means more for us, because this was more of a competitive game where we didn't have like a distinct advantage in the mid game, and it was less of a snowball. So this was more decision making, and now we just know that we can do it. So we're just really looking forward to playing more LCS and just trying to get our record back up.
Yeah, and speaking of that, you guys are in that kind of three-way race to see who can move out of the bottom three. Really big week next week, honestly. You guys play Complexity and Evil Geniuses. Talk to me about the importance of those games in your race towards the playoffs.
Yeah, those games are going to be really important for us, and we are definitely looking to practice a lot, really hard, and make sure that we don't make mistakes in the like early throws or just go on tilt over bad decisions. So yeah, it's going to be really important games.
All right, well, guys, it's going to be fun to watch. Guys, congrats on the win, and we'll see you next week for, I guess, hopefully a 2-0. Now, of course, we've got more coming on, so we're going to take one last break before our final game of the day, Cloud9 versus LMQ. Keep that browser where it's at. The North American LCS returns after this.
I need the life steal. I need the life steal.
I'm gonna look for something here. I'm gonna go down. Just guy. I'm gonna ult.
I healed you.
Okay, yep. Not bad. Just back out.
Run.
Keep going.
I'm dead.
They're looking for me. My win wall's up in 2. I got a hook on double. Yeah, I'm ulting double.
Nice, Morgana. Nice, good job.
Chasing on creep wave. Chasing on creep wave.
Jump down. Lee Sin's low.
Yep, to be behind them. I'm not close. I'm to be behind them.
Look for Link.
Link. Okay, keep on going. I'm on the back. I got all the creep wave. Look to end. That's it. That's game.
There's way more to avenge. 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Cool down the way.
Welcome back to the North American LCS and our final match of the day, Cloud9 versus LMQ. And with both Counterlogic Gaming and Dignitas losing in upsets today, one of these teams will be pulling themselves into a three-way tie for first place with a win right here.
Yeah, and Cloud9 did look good in their win against Curse yesterday. They returned to a tried and true strategy where Hai and Meteos would roam to help Balls steamroll his lane. Also, Hai had some very effective Twisted Fate ultimates to force engages and press Cloud9's early game advantage.
And the last time these teams faced off, it was LMQ that took the early game lead, if you remember, and Cloud9 had a tough time fighting their way back to eventually take the win.
LMQ do play aggressively when they're ahead, but they also do not back down when they're behind. I mean, in their game against CLG yesterday, they lost the team fight at Dragon, and before we finished showing the replay, they were already back at Dragon, duking it out again. But the second time ended with LMQ getting aced, and it only put CLG further ahead. It's this tenacity, coupled with their individual skills, that really make them such a formidable opponent. However, as we saw in the previous show yesterday, Doublelift does not think that they're living up to the hype.
And LMQ have earned many teams' respect with their dominating early game, but it's what comes after the initial onslaught that they need to work on.
The last time we played LMQ, we did a 2v1 swap, so we stuck around and just kept poking through our champions and just ended up winning the game basically.
打 C9 的那一场，我觉得主要出的原因还是因为我们自己的失误过多。在中期，我们一度就是说有很高的经济优势领先的，然后之后是两波团，导致我们就是全线经济的就被反超，然后崩盘的。
They like to revolve their strategy around their jungler and maybe their top laner and support. They like to do the three-man roam at the moment. They kind of run around everywhere and try to catch our jungler and our top laner out of position or our support even. They just go all in.
在上一周我们输给Cloud9之后，我们回去就是也针对一些阵容以及后期打团方面进行了一些研究。
They do have weaknesses when it comes to endgame, but their early game is amazing.
我觉得我们要处理好中期的，就是说一个推进节奏，还有就是说减少失误，我相信我们可以赢。
It'll be interesting to see what these guys bring out. It was the Kazakhs for Hai last time, a few other picks, the LeBlanc for Xiao, a lot of aggressiveness. We don't see a lot of Kazakhs for Hai.
Hai picked Kazakhs into LeBlanc, which is a really hard matchup to go in. I don't think they're going to do that again.
Well, we'll see. We're going to check out the starting lineups right now and find out if that's true. Because on the blue side, it's Cloud9. In the top lane is Balls. Meteos in the jungle. He's talking with Sneaky. Hai in the mid lane. Sneaky on AD carry. And Elimination on support.
And on the red side, it's LMQ. Up top, Ackerman. In the jungle, No Name. Mid, Xiao, AD carry Vasily, and support more.
In this last game, definitely, if you haven't, definitely deserves a rewatch. The fights were amazing. Some of the biggest tug-of-wars we've seen throughout the LCS, and it's back and forth. Both of these teams know how to fight, whether they have 5 items or not, and make the fight last like 30 seconds. They know how to micro in and out, get the damage where it needs to be, and then it's usually one person walking around each side with no health. So I am ready for this game to go pretty much to 11 and then some.
And both of these teams have spent a lot of time analyzing what happened last time that they played. So both teams coming in with new strategies. Cloud9 can't necessarily count on LMQ playing to their old tendencies because they're very well aware of what went wrong last time. And do not want repeat mistakes.
It's exactly true, Kobe. They stated it. They know the mistakes were made. Will they be able to fix them? LMQ has kind of been trying some different things lately that didn't work, but seem to kind of put them in a slump. They're at 2 consecutive losses now. A third one would be the most they've been looking at.
Somebody who has not been trying too many new things is that guy right there, Meteos.
You don't say.
Has only played. They have only won games when he's on Lee Sin. He's 7-0 on Lee Sin. They've lost every single game that he has not been on Lee Sin. 0-4.
So what you're telling me is
Lee Sin's a high priority for Cloud9 right now. Just by pure numbers, 7 straight wins with the champion. Those are the only wins that they have gotten.
And this isn't, this is knowledge that teams will know, will look at. You can't look by the king of the jungle right now, or he will make it hurt.
They're looking to go again here. They ban Elise, and they're looking to first pick Lee Sin. Once
Squeeze
again,
out
you
the
LMQ
Lee.
cancel. Good counter right there. They notice what Cloud9 are going to go for.
So that means the game's over, right? Is it Lee Sin?
No, the game has just begun.
Well, it seems so. The second blind pick casted in today, and it's the first priority coming in for Cloud9.
Hai is a really big fan of this champion. I was definitely wondering what he was going to fall on nowadays because he's been bouncing around so much with his champion pool. Very sporadic choices from high, but this time, something he's very comfortable with. He really loves champions like Kassadin who can snowball off of a couple early kills from roaming around.
Yep.
So really just plays right into High's whole style, really. We'll see if he can actually get this Kassadin going, though, because Kassadin does rely on, that first kill. He really excels in chasing people down in, jungle skirmishes and things like that. So we'll see how Cloud9 can actually create those situations for High to shine.
Worked quite well for Complexity earlier, Kobe. We'll see if they can put it into effect.
When I say all that, however, Kassadin could very well go top.
That's right.
We haven't seen Balls use it yet. But
there is that
the
inkling that we've been seeing a Kassadin top, which I talked about a little earlier. We'll see if it actually happens. Interesting that Moore, with Thresh up, picks Braum. Even Morgana, too. Moore is very much a playmaker. You can do that on Braum, but the hooks and the lanterns, the bindings, it's a little more playmaking than throwing out some slow.
Yeah, a lot of shields picked up here for LMQ. As I was saying before, like Braum, he doesn't necessarily have the strongest long-range engage for the team, but he is so strong defensively, it allows you to not have to bring a tank from your jungle or top lane position, since as a support, he can get just as tanky with all the damage reduction from his giant shield. They pair that with a Lulu pick who can either go mid or top lane, and already LMQ have substantial defenses without having to invest in one of the traditional tanks.
A discussion with Vasily on the screen as well. Looking at Thresh over for Lemonation. Let's see what he locks in. He looks to be making plays as well.
Yeah, the Rengar has already been locked in for Meteos, and that is such a good combo with Kassadin. Talking about chasing people down, Rengar, boom, as soon as he hits level 6, he'll come in for that stealth gank, and he can not exactly 100% somebody by himself that early on, but he can get you low enough that Kassadin can easily capitalize on that gank. Even if Kassadin is sitting back farming minions post level 6, he can definitely jump on any sort of gank that Meteos is getting himself into, especially with teleport.
Right.
He'll be able to get into any action anywhere on the map.
So we are going to get a switch up in Champion Select. I believe there was a selection that went through. If you make somebody aware of that, if there was a mishap before the other picks go through, then obviously that is reset. So they're going to get fixed up on that. Probably not the Amumu Ezreal.
Yeah, we'll get right back into it pretty soon here. But already some interesting things coming out from both teams. Like we talked about, super shielding from LMQ. Does this signal late game hyper carry for them? Or are they just going to go full kite comp here? Definitely depends on which lane Lulu's going to go into. Excited to see.
It will be interesting in the fact that LMQ always wants to go forward, depending on whatever they're against or what they get. They kind of went with the Pantheon. Their forward motion kind of aggression didn't work with that. So I think any picks they take besides this, even going against the Kassadin, they'll be able to push that out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. But C9 with the two assassins of Rengar and Kassadin.
That's true.
I feel like that combo
and the play style of Meteos and High
is just waiting to explode. That can easily snowball out of control because both those champions just need a couple of kills to get going. Rengar, as soon as he starts stacking up his Bone Tooth necklace, gets out of control really quickly. And Meteos has been practicing this champion a lot in the jungle.
He has.
We'll see if he's perfected his skills yet.
An unfortunate loss on his first play, but the whole team loses, not just one person sometimes. I'm just kidding. Coming up, Champion Select is resetting itself. We're almost through, and we'll get the picks and bans underway to let you know what these guys have done in kind of the chess portion of the game. What pieces are going to be put into place right now. Cloud9, as we said, looking at that, Kassadin, the Rengar, and the Thresh. Was really surprised that Moore didn't take that Thresh with the plays he's been coming out with. They decided to go Braum this time, and that's kind of what we were talking about. Their team's focused on shields, focused on defense.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea because anytime you're going against really heavy assassin teams, stacking shields and defenses like this is a good option. So LMQ already with a pretty good game plan. We'll see if they add more on top of this because, Orianna's still up, could easily have the same combo that Dignitas went with Lulu plus Orianna as your solo laners and then Braum as your support. Ridiculously good defensive kiting team. And it would be a change of pace for LMQ. We talked about them analyzing their late game execution. Maybe they're just going to bring a whole new style to Cloud9 and not want to repeat the loss that they had previously.
It was definitely a different game. As we were saying before, the first time that they played, a very back and forth game, and it's going to show that again. At 7-4 each, both of these teams sitting near the top want to be in that top position. And like we said, whoever gets this, that three-way tie for first is going to come off of this. It's something we've seen that's always been in the middle of the pack in North America. And to see all of the caliber this year sitting at the top has really mixed things up. And we see the upsets coming in today as well.
Yeah, everybody wants to be on the top. There's a scramble now in North America. Everyone's clawing their way. As soon as you think you've got some good fantasy picks and there's a team that's riding high on a good win streak, they immediately get upset the next week.
Well, looking back at the picks, we did say when Meteos gets that Lee Sin, he will be winning. We said his Rengar previous play was a loss, but their win against LMQ did come from that Lee Sin play. So
the
they have
flip
an edge
side
there.
is that every time he's not on Lee Sin, they lose. Currently, they have Rengar. It could be switched up to the top lane, and Balls could take it, but currently, he's selecting a champion that is not named Lee Sin. So if we go by the data, that's
history repeats
gonna be
itself.
rough.
Always, right? It's got to be that way. Just don't overlap, and you won't break the timeline. We got the Orianna Kobe being locked in. You said that was still up, and Xiaowei Xiao has been no stranger to utility play mid-champion. So he'll be happy to put out some damage. And we get the Graves pick. Graves is locked in the game. A Kog'Maw as well from the other side. Fantastic.
Quick picks coming in here. They combo this stacking of shields with non-late game AD carry, Graves. He is a very burst-oriented AD carry.
Show how much grit
However,
you got.
it's a lot of area of effect damage, so they can't just go with the strategy of annihilating you in a team fight. They can easily AoE down pretty much the entire Cloud9 team if they catch them in a group. Something that LMQ may not be aware of, though, Cloud9, one of their greatest strengths last year was playing against AoE teams, against these team fight AoE Dragon contenders. Cloud9, they just split up so well. Their team fight positioning is immaculate. They never have two threats standing next to each other in a team fight. They are always able to disperse and then collapse again for reinitiation. So if they go how things have trended with Cloud9, Cloud9 should be able to work around all of this AoE, but it looks impressive from LMQ right now. They've got a great burst combo.
Impressive indeed. LMQ also, like you said, the fight disengaging, always knowing where to position. I don't think one time when they played against Complexity and Westroyce was on Malphite, he ever hit more than a one-person unstoppable force. Like you said, these teams know how to fight it out. The game's about to go live right now, so let's see who you think will come out on top. According to LOL Esports, 65% of you think it's going to be Cloud9 racking up the win in one of our closest votes today.
If you don't like those numbers, though, you can keep on voting and send in your hashtag C9win or hashtag LMQwin to @LO Esports. We will be checking back in throughout the entire game and get your real-time reactions.
So we get the Graves play coming in here. Definitely getting a lot of champions coming in week 5 here. It's some Ari play, other stuff.
Got to play Graves before 410 hits because Graves loves Bloodthirster in its current form, 4.9 for the tournament realm.
Get that last bit of love.
He scales so well with just flat attack damage, all of his abilities. So
and
he's going to get his playtime in now.
I like the fact that they have that Jarvan to sink everybody in the middle, a Shockwave to sink everybody in, and then you hit collateral damage with a nice buckshot. It's all easier to say than do. But.
Yeah, you don't have to kite back if you have a comp with Orianna and Lulu. It's easy. But if you add a Jarvan into that mix, then you pretty much just switch the entire clip there because Jarvan is almost always jumping in with the ball and going for the Shockwave dunk.
Well, here we go. Before we take off to England for Wembley, our final game of Week 5 of the NALCS. We're locked in and ready to rock out. Cloud9 versus LMQ. We're on the Rift.
This team fight from LMQ just looks so fun. I feel like we'll see No Name stacked up with double shields from Lulu and Orianna, and then as soon as he jumps in for the Shockwave, more will follow right behind him.
Yep.
And tell him to stand aside for a very quick dive from these two.
Vasily twerking.
Mafia Master Vasily.
You got to be aggressive on Graves. I'm very interested to see how Vasily plays this matchup because that falls right into line with his style.
Especially if they do match up normal lanes like we're looking right now. Graves definitely benefits from shoving a wave really quickly. So that's exactly what Braum wants to do anyway. And Braum with the Targon. If LMQ can get Vasily and Moore into a lane first, then it will be really big for them, and it'll actually be a very good sign. Sneak in Lemon Nation with that Kog'Maw. He's just looking to try and farm up for the beginning of the game.
Keeping themselves safe. Always see Lemon Nation not going for the early Sightstone for vision in that bottom lane. Something they even played back to the Ashe Zyra, where they ward sometimes, use plants,
late invade here.
and use the Hawk Shot.
Now, a lot of teams, when you're defending late invades, do not like to stand in this bush behind red buff anymore, just because everyone did that for so long that you throw blind skill shots into it. Moore doesn't throw the blind skill shot. Waits till he sees his target, and he gets the flash for his troubles.
Could have been pretty bad.
Successful late invade, and we will see 2 versus 2. So Moore and Vasily, you see them. Vasily waits for Braum to get there and stand in front of him. They don't want to face check that bush and have the AD carry take a large amount of damage. This is something that happens a lot in solo queue, where your duo lane will get chunked out right at the beginning of the game. A little bit cheesy of a tactic, but Vasily and Moore protect themselves by having the large man with the mustache walk first.
Peace
I guess
of mind.
they're both pretty large men with mustaches, though.
Yeah, that's true. Kraze's not tiny. Get to safety, and they start farming out the lanes. We're getting standard matchup once again, which is going to be fantastic. Love to see what the dual lanes can put against each other. And we get a little bit more in the mid lane as well. It's been left apart in the 2v nuns on an island, which has been a little different when you get the lane swaps. That's just how it goes. Meteos getting his red invade. We'll see this soon coming in from No Name.
Yeah, Rengar, his early game isn't the best, so he's having a bit more trouble countering and getting the answer back to have his double buff. However, he successfully gets it, just a little bit behind. You can see an experience here. No Name off to a very good start. Now the changes to Jarvan, meant for his laning phase for top lane Jarvans, actually helped out his jungle a lot, because the change to his passive, where it's actually more damage now, 10%, and just a longer cooldown, just means he has more burst for his gank. Since you don't really get 2 procs of it off early anyway, he just has much stronger ganks now. Very, very high impact when he comes in with a lot of burst damage with his combo.
Very long route he's taken here,
See if he can catch anybody off guard. I also like to track with every Jarvan here. If they max double.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, the lockup from concussive blows. He did not expect the extra crowd control. And No Name sneaks all the way around. The ward has been placed that would have caught No Name now.
Yeah, a little bit too late on that one. Doesn't see the Jarvan come through. Jarvan is one of the hardest junglers to ward against, though, because even if you ward that spot, No Name has the option of flag and drag right over that dragon wall. So he could have gotten that gank off multiple ways. Does get first blood for himself, and that's very important for Jarvan. He really, really likes to snowball early here. Let's see what he is leveling up, because that burst damage definitely paid off there. He might just go the standard route, Q into flag. Waiting to see if anybody maxes the shield second, though.
It'll be a different game for No Name this time. We'll see how much more aggressive he plays versus their game against CLG. He went 1-6-7 on that Jarvan, so...
Well, the other thing is, he is the one on LMQ who started with a sweeper. He didn't even switch it out. Whereas Cloud9, they had Lemon Nation start with their sweeper down in the bottom. So Lemon Nation, having to go back early, is at least able to complete his Sightstone. And that's at least a small bonus for them. He didn't have to go back before he had enough money for that. Looks like he actually might have had to sell a few small odds and ends to complete it, because he has no consumables left.
Didn't have everything he wanted. You can see Moore leaving the lane. Sneaky tries to take aggression on that. Already wasting out his mana. Without that on Bio Arcane Barrage now, he's definitely using a lot more Caustic Spittle in that Void Ooze.
All right. Now, let's take a look at this top lane matchup, because Renekton versus Lulu. Lulu is a very annoying laner to go against for pretty much all melee champions. Wow, we're going to have a third champion coming up here, though. No Name does make him way up the river.
He's close.
Slow
they got
Lance.
Glitter Lance in.
He's waiting for the second round here.
There goes the ward. He's going to have the slice and dice, and actually No Name stands in way for the slice and dice to occur. Unfortunate on that one. They don't get a flash out of balls either.
Yeah, he did get a lot of harass down, though. We'll force him back. Now, Renekton, it's very, very good for balls that he didn't have to blow his summoner, because the advantage Renekton has over Lulu is kill pressure.
Oh, this is a great counter, but they have the ward there already. No Name thinks he can go versus 3. Going to be very dangerous. Flag drag over to the opposite side he wants to be on now, and it's going to be a bit of a ring around the rosy if he can get out. Full vision, waiting for the flag and drag. No. Flashes over the wall to safety and really just saves face on that one.
What a hilarious series of events right there. Meteos flashes into that bush to try and get his leap strike off to close the distance, but Zhao was already out of range there, blowing his flash, and then Meteos is not able to get the jump onto No Name, who flag and drags over. Bunch of hopscotch going on in the mid lane, and actually a pink ward is wasted in the process. Somebody dropped that on accident. There's no stealth champions that they were looking to keep track of there. It was just a misclick. Happens in the heat of the moment where everybody's jumping around.
Moving around, still watching pressure here. No Name, you can see his first buy, didn't even get the stone. Actually went for the damage as he goes for his lizard, and he had a pink and a green to come out of base with, so they're just trying to pressure their lead a little bit more. That was kind of foiled a little bit, and they wasted a flash or a few. But they're trying to regain position, and like Cloud9 said here, that 3-man roam team is everywhere. No Name's always with another 2 people.
Well, right now, he's circling around bottom side once again. And as we said, there are many paths that Jarvan can take to gank you. A lot of them have been warded by Cloud9. However, you can go with the classic flag and drag over into the small bush there. That would still be available for him. He continues to farm though. He wants that level 6 Cataclysm. But that gank path is always there. Secondary blue buff spawns. Looks like nobody's going for their invade. And it will just be given over to mid laners as usual.
This is where they got to be careful though. Kobe High is now 7. You're going to see a bit of roaming from him if even necessary. And that's where that first kill came from Prolly earlier today in his Kassadin game. See if LMQ can dodge out this aggression that may be triggered by Cloud9 soon in their roam. Blue buffs traded over. Meteos not level 6 yet, but neither is No Name, so we're not going to see those. Oh, never mind.
Great timing, Riv. Meteos is also going with the Mad Dreads, probably into Feral Flare there. We haven't seen many Rangars keep Feral Flare as well, or keep Mad Dreads with a Spirit item, which some other junglers do. But yeah, the Samsung junglers have done the Feral Flare Rengar as well. A lot of success for them, but Meteos trying something new for himself. Last time he went Spirit of the Elder Lizard, which is, you know, more assassination potential, but Flare here, playing more for late game. Attack speed is very, very strong for Rengar. Also, Meteos wants to keep 5 stacks of Fury before he goes for a gank. You always want to stack up 5 before you pop your ulti because it does not generate them while you're in stealth anymore. It increases your rate after you pop out of stealth. So if you go into it with 5 already, then you have the highest chance of taking somebody down. And when you're in the jungle, you have an easy option of just staying at your jungle camp longer to charge those Fury up. Now that he's level 6, and he's got red buff, and he's got 5 Fury, I expect Meteos to go for a kill right now. Looks like he's headed bottom lane, and High will probably want to coordinate that with him as well. Talked about the dual assassins here. See if they can actually make it happen. This is a pretty crucial point for Cloud9 to get their snowball rolling.
See what Meteos can do as he comes out of base. Looks like he will be headed down towards that bottom side.
It's pushed up though.
Should come back. One more wave in. Meteos, as we've said before, even when the double jungle happens, he gets a lot of the farm. So it almost seems like the Feral Flare and him kind of hanging out in the jungle to get bigger works in his favor. Because when he comes out and he's for sure about the gank, it always goes in Cloud9's favor.
Well, it looks like he has given up on bottom lane, so he might regret that, as No Name's been sitting around here looking for a gank as well. We'll see how defensively this Cloud9 bottom lane can play. If they do it right and Sneaky's up front and Lemonation plays further back, then they can just rely on the Lantern to get him out of Cataclysm or any sort of trouble they gets himself into. Looks like they do play it sufficiently safe, and No Name gives up, gets bored.
Very different. I'm sure players are getting antsy now. We would have seen Lemonation roaming for ganks as well in the different lane situation. Sneaky 77 to the 90 of Vasily, and that lane pressure that they're able to put on. Going very well in that lane, and if grades can get big in this fight, it's going to be very hard for them to take him down with all the shields.
Yeah, looks like there's going to be happily farming down there. Meanwhile, curious that Cloud9 have not tried to kill this Lulu earlier in the game. A lot of teams, when they see a top lane Lulu, will even go for early dives on her before she hits that level 6, while she still is a squishy mage. It's a good deep wards here from Ackerman, you know, supplementing that green one that just ran out with a trinket ward placed even deeper, because he wants to get vision of Minios as he's on his way to gank the lane. Won't be able to see him after he activates his ult. So deep vision, very important against Rengar. Similar to Evelynn. And Ackerman doing a very fine job of keeping himself safe.
Safe and CS'd up, 112 to 96 in that. Doesn't look like they're going to try to move on anything just yet. Both teams kind of stalemating each other out. Dragon's definitely going to be an option quite soon. But LMQ's already got the vision on that. High has been taking chances of constant harass onto Xiao and trying to push him off the lane. But easy shields actually coming in from him, keeping himself safe in that lane. He's actually leveling the dissonance.
Quick move over here. They force Sneaky back to base. LMQ go for the dragon. Strong timing for them. Call the jungler down. Very good call here. Sneaky won't be able to make it, so should be an easy objective for LMQ.
You just saw Meteos typing on his screen saying what time Dragon is, so they have that pretty much down to the second. Cloud9 will be able to contest the next Dragon spawn.
Here's that classic gank up top. It took a lot longer than usual for Meteos to make his way up here. And Ackerman is already well past his level 6. They are going for the dive, though. Great glitter lance to stall this one.
A little too patient. I like how Balls played that one, saying, I'm not being aggressive, but he eats the glitter lance to the face, and nobody likes glitter. Very nicely played by Xiao, putting himself right on top of High for the dissonance to work on damage and allow him to move around. Keeps himself clean.
It's a flexible one there, dodging in and out. Now, that was a, although nothing happened up top, pretty big. Cloud9 do not get to use that Rengar ulti.
Flashes, Glacial Fissure comes out. A very nice box is going to keep them in range of the turret for a little bit longer. But Moore is getting out of this one. They got to be very careful here. Vasily taking some more shots. The teleport coming in from Balls in the top lane. Sneaky hitting the final arcane barrage shots that are necessary. Look out. Sneaky going to get hit up one more time. There's nothing that Moore can do. It's going to be Balls trying to come in and help this out. Effective health going on to Moore from Wild Growth. They get themselves into a bit of a tunneled situation, and Sneaky's going to go ahead and back off on this as much as he can. Avoid use would be very helpful, but looks like Balls can get himself out of the danger himself.
So they trade here. Support kill for AD carry kill. However, Meteos has been able to fill in that top lane for Cloud9. So they rotate Sunburn from the jungle out to the open lane, whereas LMQ, they committed their jungler down bottom. So they weren't able to get anyone into that open lane after both top laners decided to teleport down bottom. And basically what happened is Cloud9 get a free lane of experience, shoving that one into the turret. So they come out slightly ahead, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade.
And that turret becomes prepped for gold, really, in any necessary situation when they want it. Coverage going around on the bottom side of the map. I expect to see a bit more aggression down there. We see Meteos hovering that way already. And a little back and forth as Vasily not looking too strong in this engagement in the HP area, along with Sneaky. So the AD carries have to be very careful right now. Everybody's getting a little roam on.
Battle over the pink wards. Looks like LMQ decided to give this one up. Meteos does have his ulti ready once again. Stacked up 5 ferocity as well. And getting the red buff.
Says no thank you. Going back to the mid lane. Yeah, there's a lot of farm there he would be missing if he did not go back to mid. So good call. He actually puts a little bit of damage onto Xiao first and goes back for that. Looks very close to be going down in the bottom lane. LMQ would love to create more pressure around the map.
Going for this dive.
Not damage to Moore right now. It actually goes to No Name. Drops Cataclysm immediately. And Moore is still trying to go hard on this. Here comes Meteos. We'll see what kind of damage he can put out. Moore instantly stand behind me to Vasily. The shot back and forth in the draw. A Cathian surprise is going to be doing true damage to Moore. They allow High to come over the side. High picks up that first kill now for Kassadin. It's going to be big.
Sneaky with the greed, and this time around it is High who roams, so Xiao gets the shove into lane, denying experience.
Yeah.
Extra kills for Cloud9 though.
More look at this. So
this is the burst damage that's available with the Graves Jarvan combo. annihilated before Cataclysm even hits the ground. Sneaky plays this pretty well up into the last hit here. So he keeps Vasily interested, then wants one more shot as he shoots his Q, which costs him an auto attack from Vasily, and does go down.
If that would have happened the other way around and he killed Sneaky first, he would have leveled up and probably actually lived because he leveled as soon as he died. Interesting engagement in the bottom lane. Ackerman getting hit up and just on the edge of his little Lulu hat. He gets the safety. 4-3 here, looking at 17 minutes in. The gold lead's only about around 1,000 deficit for Cloud9. So very much anybody's game right now. You see a lot more focus towards the top lane. Looks like they will be getting this prep turret down for some more cash money.
Cloud9 doing a lot of work clearing out all these pink wards as well. Down bottom and up top. There's one more left and there was a pink on it already. Looks like Moore could get cornered.
Not too much damage coming out onto Moore. That's an easy turret for Vasily and the rest of the team. Pressure created and relieved in the bottom lane. Good job from LMQ. Spreading the gold lead a little bit, but we're even in turrets. Looking at this mid one, after this dragon in 1 minute, if LMQ comes up big, they can take a lot.
Yeah, I think LMQ are really going to look to force this next dragon because their combo is shaping up very nicely. No Name's gone full offense here, and if they just back him up with the 2 AP solo laners worth of shields, he jumps right into the middle, gets everybody's attention. Vasily has a large amount of burst damage and doesn't have to worry about his defensives. It's a very strong combo here from LMQ at the next dragon fight. We'll see if Cloud9 want to take it, or if Cloud9 can actually pick somebody off beforehand. All depends on how many wards they can get down first. Outer turrets are definitely going to help.
They have the position to take mid first and really start to deny around the map. Very, very spread out for Cloud9 right now. Just to look how LMQ is swarming everything right under the turret. Vasily going very hard. Doesn't get all the damage he wants to get the kill out, but Hai cannot aggress, and they are setting themselves up perfectly for Dragon right now.
A couple of ultis for a couple of flashes here. LMQ just spend ultimates, however, Cloud9 down 2 flashes after both of those exchanges.
Oh dear.
Hai does have home guard, so he's coming as quickly as possible, but it's too little too late. LMQ finished the dragon.
Oh, grab from the backside. Very split again for this one. Sneaky trying to walk in.
They know Lemon has no flash.
Oh, there's the hits. They get the ignite down. That's going to be a good damage. The dissonance is enough to power through. Xiao going for a full W level on that and then leveling the ball throughout the game. And they're able to come up with some good kills. Now setting back up to try and stop this in mid. LMQ seems to be on the ball.
They also leave Xiao down bottom, so they are getting an extra lane of golden experience worth of minions here, trying to rely on their second AP solo laner, Ackerman, to help clear these waves. Definitely having Graves on your team helps out as well, and they are successfully able to defend it. So LMQ come away very, very big, and it's all due to their aggressive style. They don't hesitate to blow these ultimates, and they take these fights. When Hai jumps in on Vasily, Vasily has no fear. He just stands and fights him. Ackerman backs him up with the Lulu ultimate and has to blow flash to get out. Same thing with Lemon. He has to flash away from the shockwave of Xiao. He's not afraid to just blow that shockwave on a single person. And then LMQ reap the rewards, even though they don't get kills out of these. Large chunks of damage, and they not only get that dragon, but they also defend mid.
So one thing you'll always see LMQ doing during the loss of a fight is be there to continue the fight before it actually ends. Spawn and then run back to Dragon and keep fighting. A team that will always stop going if it works or not. 5-3, now we crest 20 minutes in the game. Ball's doing a great job in top lane at 181 to 149, but that gold lead isn't actually that spread due to the control of the map and the dragons that LMQ has had.
Yeah, look at that difference in mid laners there. Xiao really strong, and it shows in his completed items. He has a whole 2 items up on Hai right now because Hai has invested more money in his boots as well, going with the home guard. But man, a Death Cap of Fiends, Orianna just has so much more teamfight presence than even that Cassin, who's gotten a single kill to try and get going. Meanwhile, this Rengar jungle here from Meteos, not coming up with many good plays from him. A lot of flubs so far, and he is going to go pretty much full tank now after his fail flare.
That almost even makes it harder too, because you look at all the shields, all the health you have to get through, you need those damage sources. And you're still going to have a few, obviously. Balls is going to fall off, though, as well.
Yeah, what they're looking for late game for damage is mostly going to be sneaky and high. But you're right, the Renekton and Rengar duo dive guys aren't going to have what it takes to assassinate one of these LMQ squishy targets who aren't even that squishy. I mean, even if you go on Graves, he's got the passive for extra defenses, and then if they decide he's in a tough situation, they can use their shields on Graves instead of on Jarvan to jump in.
Right.
And LMQ looks just they just have so many more options to be able to react to the playstyle that Cloud9 are going with.
And like you said, the damage that Rabadon's Death Cap and the Athenes not really needing to rush a Zanya's, which you would kind of figure if you're against a Rengar and a Kassadin, they're going to blow you up immediately. But with all those shields and that health, LMQ is going to start building the damage and try to get it done early. We're 22 minutes into the game. They haven't really pushed into any type of closing position on this one.
He's going in again.
He goes to Vasily on the back line. That's going to be the 1-2. He actually is going to get out of this one alive. With all the true grit passive he had stacked up, he's able to live through that with the stand behind me. And the Unbreakable coming in from his teammate Moore. Beautiful job in the bottom lane, but good pressure. Cloud9's going to pick up this turret.
So they catch him this time, at least, and they get 2 summoners out of Vasily. But, man, all it takes is the summoner heal plus Braum defending Vasily, and we've seen that Cloud9 do not have what it takes to assassinate him. However, once again, chunk somebody down enough, you're rewarded with an objective. Can Cloud9 hold the other side of the map, though? They're getting pressured heavily, both on top and mid.
Ward's getting cleared out as LMQ starts to take control again of C9's side of the map. Ackerman taking out the top side. Now they're kind of free to roam around that part of the jungle and get the Fog of War in their favor. The ult, no. A hold coming in to Xiao. Very good timing there. Lemon Nation could get that ult though. The shockwave happens, but the flash is there, so they eventually get out of it. Smeedios is forced to flash out of this as well. And LMQ's presence there kind of changes Cloud9's mind.
Yeah, it's ult going off willy-nilly here. They see Lemon Nation, just the support by himself. Boom, Cataclysm, boom, Shockwave. Don't get him? Oh well. Take down the turret.
We'll see what they can continue here in the top lane. Throwing down the flag. Vision, a little bit of armor, helping each other out, and they are going to go pretty hard on the turret. The Void Ooze goes out, so they really don't have anything but the knowledge of Kog'Maw being there from that. Balls is going to get hit up. One last glitter lance, but no, the Ignite takes him down from Xiao. They try to keep fighting. Vasily gets the Wild Growth. Not ready to turn on the fight just yet. No Name does go in. Flashes for the fight focus. High now takes down Vasily. This is going to be huge. The triple kill. Wait a minute. The quadra kill coming up for High. Is Xiao in range? The dissonance is going to be there. He's going to run out of mana. High will be chasing, but look at the mana bar. It's halfway gone. It's only going to cost more. This could be the extended Penta, coast to coast. One more dissonance was enough for Xiao to get away.
Yeah, that Rift Lock stacking up cost too much mana. But really, did you see the miscommunication there where No Name gets every single shield onto him and flashes out?
Yeah.
That is where this type of composition crumbles. Because you're relying on these AP solo laners as your defense, if the person you're putting these shields on bails out on the fight and doesn't hold true to the all-in strategy, then everything just goes in the trash can. Yeah.
Boom.
Look at that. That's over 1,000 HP worth of shields they bundled onto No Name. And then everybody else is just left holding the bag here. What are we going to do without our front line? High cleans everybody up. What a turnaround for Cloud9. They really needed that.
So I'm going to go out on a limb here, Kobe. You said that High should get a few kills on Kassadin, and I think he's got to that point.
He's got more than a few here. 5-0 for High. Zanya's completed after the last fight. Now he's
what a game changer. Another hook to come in. The Wild Growth is there to save No Name. The fight can be reassessed. A 3-person Shockwave. Back into the fight with Cataclysm. Moore's going to be there down to low HP. Just bleeding out. No Name finally goes down. It's 4v3. High goes down now just after getting a quadra kill. And LMQ's able to turn around into Dragon Engage.
Cloud9 get overconfident.
Oh, the Glitter Lance hits on the end. Once again, Glitter being the detriment to this fight.
LMQ showing you what happens when we use all our giant AoE ultimates not on just Lemon Nation. If they hit the entire team there, blow up Cloud9, and as quickly as that, Cloud9 give, Cloud9 take away.
Wow. Nobody thought that was going to happen just now. Let's go back to the inhibitor turret. LMQ somehow at Dragon, now in the base of Cloud9. 26 minutes. At 20 minutes in the game, both teams were looking eye to eye in mid.
They jump everybody onto No Name, who once again fails.
That
but then
Shockwave
onto 3 people, Cataclysm onto 4. Everybody jumps in. High does have a Zanya's, but the front line here not going down fast enough.
That's the combination we talked about, Kobe. Easier said than done, but they just did it. All the crowd control, there for Graves, there for the AoE.
God, I wanna find it
Little dangerous getting out of this one. Boss is gonna go in. They may lose No Name, but that should be it. They get out, and look at the dissonance damage return as well. Shredding through the team.
This is a fairly ridiculous game we have going.
That's how it was last time, Kobe. The tug of war never ends between Cloud9 and LMQ.
Passing that ball back and forth. Let's see. Cloud9 really need to regroup, though. Control this blue buff at least for themselves, because they've lost a lot on the map after that last route. What they do have going for them, still Sneaky is holding on to Baron buff.
Yeah.
This is pretty much the biggest champion for their team right now. They're relying a lot on that Kog'Maw for late game damage. Meteos has gotten his Pharaoh Flare transformation finally. However, with that full defense build following it up, he's not going to be that big threat. And it's pretty much all about Sneaky and High combo. Because same thing for Balls. He's only about slow burn damage. Not going to be able to kill anybody quickly.
Ooh. Sneaky is going for a dangerous, dangerous build. Really relying on that Mikhail's, relying on everything else his team can do for him.
He's got to go full damage.
They have to, yeah. Scary, scary stuff. But Kog'Maw, king of that late game hyper carry, he can do it. Seen it change games. The harassment from High coming in. See what he can do. A little damage assess there. Baron, like you said, still on to Sneaky. I don't think they're going to be able to use too much of that. Less than a minute left there. Word dying out that LMQ has vision on Cloud9, being very lax right now. Nothing can be pushed. Nothing can really happen. They're waiting for LMQ to make a move.
Middle inhibitor down. Really, Cloud9 are licking their wounds. Trying to get Sneaky some extra cash flow. They definitely need to calm down a bit, because it looked like after this surge of confidence with that one team fight right into a Baron fight, they kind of threw their whole game plan out the window, and they forgot about spreading out. They forgot about their whole plan of team fighting against an Orianna. I mean, they just got caught off guard once again by the Shockwave, and Jarvan, Graves, easy to follow that one up. They just got demolished, really, by the Dragon.
It's getting harder. Just across the board, the numbers show how this game has gone thoroughly. 3 kills for Ackerman and his solo. And these were standard lanes. Xiao, 3 kills for him. And Vasily, 3 kills. The people you don't want getting kills. Sneaky and the rest of his team. They need to start spreading those out.
Yep. And Cloud9 do have to be worried, because their vision control on their own side jungle has lacked.
Boom! Sneaky is going to get spread out in general by the rest of the team. Flattened there. Acathian Surprise only going to do so much, and LMQ now has a very big advantage and a power play to work with.
They went for that duo dive that we were going over with Jarvan plus Braum jumping right in onto Sneaky. No way for him to get out of it, even with the Lantern this time. Braum! Oh, he jumps to the minion, then
he didn't even hit the ground.
Then ulti.
He got double alley-ooped before he could
very
even flash.
quick move there from Moore.
Wow.
Jump to minion, flash in, ultimate point blank.
Very
Nothing Sneaky can do.
Very sweet composition of Jarvan Braum. As they go on to the next inhibitor turret in the game, they've already been able to drop one, slowly whittling down the base of Cloud9 in a back and forth game that LMQ has finally said, we're in the driver's seat, we're going to make some moves.
The other thing about this LMQ team, when your defenses are these very strong shields that you can target, it's pretty easy to go for a tower dive. Whoever is the one charging in, Jarvan or Braum, who's the focus of the turret, stack all the shields on that guy and get that shockwave going. It's very easy for them to quickly pull off a tower dive. So even bottom lane, if they decide to go siege up around the bottom lane turrets, Cloud9 have to be very wary of that repeat dive onto Sneaky, because now Sneaky has no flash, and it will only be the Lantern for repositioning.
Dangerous game they're playing here. LMQ showing a little bit of diversity as well once again in their picks. Bringing out the Graves for Vasily on this one. It seems to be working for him all across the board. They've been trying different things back and forth, trying to get themselves out of a slump. Looking at 2 consecutive losses right now. Not wanting a third one would be their longest loss streak. Also, both of these teams looking to share that first place right now for a 3-way tie. LMQ on the verge of doing that a little sooner here than Cloud9 and a 7,000 gold lead. Kobe, 32 minutes. It looks like we are going to get the Baron Samba back in business.
Well, LMQ have a lot of work to do to clear out wards, and they already have 2 exposed inhibitors, so they don't really need to risk a Baron.
Right. Just covering it.
Looks like they are going to go for the exposed inhibitor that is up. As we also said, their team is well equipped to go for tower dive, so they don't even have to venture over to that side of the map.
Not what you want.
It's a big fish, throw it back.
Real big fish. That's great damage onto Ackerman. A good dive here. They could have caught him off guard. Meteos, that's a big shockwave coming out of Xiaowei Xiao. They start to shred down Cloud9. The double kill for Vasily, and the power of shock and awe that LMQ has right now, and they have controlled and given themselves throughout this game, is now 14-8 overall. The 10,000 gold lead as they start taking on the Nexus turrets, and a pretty convincing middle to late game as LMQ is going to take down Cloud9.
Yeah, congratulations to LMQ picking up the victory here. Much needed for their team, and a very well executed, except for that one slip up.
Doing a great work. You can see Cloud9 really just in their own thoughts, figuring out what happened. Why couldn't they make the picks? A different play for Meteos coming in, trying the Rengar again. Kind of not forced on, but went for the Thero Flare, and that forced him into being not an assassinator. He had to build tanky. They lost damage from another portion of their team, and they didn't have it really from anywhere else, just hot.
Yeah, rough game for Cloud9, pretty much all around. Everything they tried to get going for the early game kind of fizzled out. And going into mid, there was just way too much teamfight control from this LMQ lineup. Very hard for Cloud9 to do anything about that. They had a pretty good window, though, to be fair. LMQ gave them a very nice opening after that failed fight and then Baron. And they immediately rushed up the Dragon and got shockwaved.
Like we said, they lose a fight and they keep coming back. Who would have thought that they were going to win a fight just after a quadra kill? They shut down the guy who got the quadra kill immediately, and it was like that fight never happened. LMQ was able to pull out strong. Vasily, the man on your screen, getting to show a little bit of the love he has for aggression. Playing that Graves, getting in, getting his true grit ready, firing no warning shots. Really great gameplay all around. No Name bringing out the Jarvan again. A little more successful this time.
Yeah, it was pretty good this time. Just small things I do got to work on. When we put over 1,000 health of shields on you, do some tanking for the team. You just flash out the side, and everybody else, squishy backline, is faced with some problems.
A quadra kill problem, to say the least. Right now, we're actually going to send it down to Jat, who's standing by on the winner's side.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm, of course, joined by Ackerman and his translator right now. First question, what do you think the key to victory against Cloud9 was today?
就是第一个问题，你觉得今天战胜 Cloud9 最关键的一点是什么？
我觉得我们阵容在 BP 上面就已经赢了他们了，这是我们想拿出的，就是最理想的一套阵容。
I feel like we already won the game when we pick out all the champions that we wanted, and that's all.
So pick ban phase victory for Ackerman and LMQ. Also, LMQ seems to be very inconsistent from week to week. How do you guys become more consistent as a team?
就是另一个问题是，你们在打比赛的时候就是起伏很大，有时候会打得很好，有时候打得不行。然后你觉得你们的问题是什么呢？
我觉得就是我们原来选的这种就是临场有变，就是说不适应我们一种打法，而今天我们就是打出了就是我们在训练赛就是一直想要的一种节奏，就是说推进。
Okay, so we constantly change our pick bands and that we practice on screens. So that's why we lose our games. But today we did what we practiced and we just keep pushing, and that's how we win the game.
All right, so practice makes perfect. Also, now that you're this far into the LCS, which other team do you see as your biggest challenge?
就是你们现在已经在 LCS 打了很长时间了，你觉得你们面对的最难的一支队伍是哪一支？
最难的话，我觉得是 DIG 吧，就是上次我们跟他们第一次交手，就是说几乎是全线被碾压，然后再加上我们自己就是说中期没处理好，就导致被就是说全场滚雪球，就没有一点反抗能力。
So I feel the biggest challenge is DIG. Basically, they punished all our lanes during last game, and they snowballed the whole game, and we didn't even have a chance to fight back.
All right, so CLG called out there for LMQ biggest difficulty. And final question: you guys have a weekend where you don't have LCS. Do you have any special plans?
就是你们马上就是周末了嘛，然后呢，这周末你们不用打比赛，也赢了比赛，然后你们有什么就是放松的活动呢？
也许我们会去六池吧，就是玩过山车，因为我们一直就想去那边，然后因为前段时间就是太热了，或者说又是训练时间没有办法过去，然后这一周的话应该是有时间可以去放松一下。
We probably will go to Six Flags because like a few weeks ago it's too hard and we practice a lot of games and finally we have the time and we will go there.
Well, thank you very much, Ackerman. Hopefully you don't run into too many fans at Six Flags, but congratulations on your win and have a great weekend. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk to close out the day.
I want to go to Six Flags.
I like how Jack is asking them about their consistency, and he mimes this, and they're going to Six Flags roller coasters.
It works perfect. He's saying, is your consistency like you're going to go to Six Flags? Hopefully they can stop that.
We should join them, actually.
We should. They stopped their losing streak.
Yeah.
That was going to be a 3-game losing streak for LMQ, the first one they ever would have had. So even with their kind of slumps, like he said, practice makes perfect. No, perfect practice makes perfect. But it seems to be working out for them so far.
Yeah, finally a lot of these teams that have been saying, yeah, our scrims are going great. We're practicing so well. It's translating to LCS wins here. Curse earlier today also getting their upset victory.
Yep.
Finally, they really needed that as well, bringing them out of it. Seems like all these teams that are down are getting the wins that they want to come back into this game, and it's keeping pretty much all of the North American LCS teams in contention. Everybody still has hopes of reaching at least top half.
It's absolutely spicing things up. Teams can't look just on to whatever game that they think is going to be the hardest. Trap games have caught so many teams already this split, and not considering that somebody is actually going to, or they are going to take a team for granted, and they do.
Speaking of trap games, you kind of have to mention Dignitas. I feel like almost every week they're calling at somebody and they're like, yeah, we're going to have easy end of the week, and then they lose another upset game. Easy end of the week, we lose another upset game.
Yeah.
How many times are they going to do that?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, we see on the analyst desk, we joke about it, but Crumbs and Kiwi Kid go to talk about a play, and Crumbs says Kiwi knew what he was doing, and Kiwi says, I actually, I just kind of went in. I felt like going in.
Yeah, they're hiding something. Plus, they're also just giving that happy-go-lucky vibe off.
Always. The smiles across the board for Dig. So let's check out the standings right now after a topsy-turvy day of upsets. In first place, it's CLG, LMQ, and Dignitas.
Then, still just one game back, it's another tie for fourth place with Cloud9 and TSM. Curse, the only team not in a tie, does hold sixth place now.
Good for them. And sharing last, it's Complexity and Evil Geniuses. And if we're drafting our fantasy teams this week, here are a few names that would make up our first picks. In the top lane, it's Quas. He was instrumental in Curse's win over Counter Logic Gaming in a strong Kale game, applying good map pressure all over.
And OP in the jungle, it is Kez. His Evelyn was everywhere on the map, keeping Dignitas off balance, and it allowed Complexity to pull off a huge upset victory.
Next up, it's Xiao Wei Xiao. He had a nearly flawless Oriana game to help his team finish the week, still holding on to first place.
And despite a 1-1 week, Wild Turtle turned in 2 good games, only dying once and racking up 11 kills.
And our OP support this week was X-Special. His solid Thresh game this week pulls him closer to the 1,000 career assists. The player that would take the top of the podium this week is Xiao Wei Xiao.
Xiao Wei Xiao bounced back incredibly well after LMQ's loss to CLG, and today he narrowly avoided falling to a high pentakill. We went back to Oriana, and a pick that has actually had a lot of teams in the challengers scene running scared.
Yeah.
And now the team, they've climbed all the way back into a 3-way tie for that first place.
He's definitely somebody that, LMQ as a team they were kind of on the boards as a team to watch. But Xiao, I think as a player that people have said we're going to watch, has lived up to and consistently lives up to his name. I think the last one to do that really strong was like Bjergsen or somebody.
Yeah,
over.
Both of those mid laners,
Right.
as soon as they came in, instant results.
Absolutely. That's just about going to do it here for the LCS this week. But don't forget to tune in tomorrow for the European LCS, which will be broadcasting from the historical Wembley Arena in London.
Yeah, playing first is going to be SK Gaming versus Alliance, followed by the Super Hot Crew taking on the Copenhagen Wolves.
They'll also be serving up the European Challenger Series final between Ninjas in Pajamas and H2K. Then North American LCS returns next week on its regularly scheduled Saturday start time, beginning with Team Solo Mid versus CLG. Then Complexity will challenge Cloud9, followed by EG versus Curse. As always, you can get the complete schedule on our website, lolesports.com. Now, for myself, Kobe, Freak, Jat, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here next week.
You did? You know, we should actually like iCarly. Really? Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. You're ruining the show,
You don't like
man.
that?
You're hating on iCarly while you're talking about Hannah Montana.
Nah, actually, I watched
Because-
iCarly too. That was awful.
Every single one of them.
I'm on Jinx, I'm on Jinx.
Yeah, center Jinx, on Jinx, on Jinx, on Jinx, on Jinx. Follow Jinx, follow Jinx, follow Jinx.
I got
Jinx. Get back on shifter, keep it shifter, keep shifter. No, stay on shifter, stay on shifter, stay on shifter.
I'm on shifter.
Comes next, comes next.
My bad.
Wild Turtle shredding some damage from the outside. Valkyrie's into the fight once again to keep the follow going. Helios is going to be the next hit. A boss bomb and a bubble and a triple kill for Wild Turtle.
Oh my god, I want to retire.
I mean, Boy is being chased out by Afromu. He's ready to go down for the team in this situation. He gets another shield.
Oh!
They are coordinating everything.
Look for Link.
Link. Okay, keep on going. I'm on the back. I got all the free boy. Look to end, look to end, look to end. That's it, that's game.
Yes. Oh my god, my favorite time. God damn it.
Not ready to turn on the fight just yet. No Name does go in. Flashes for the fight focus. High now takes down Vasily. This is going to be huge. The triple kill. Wait a minute. The quadra kill coming up for High.